Li Mei's Sword of Destiny. Martial Peak, Chapter 4584, You're called Heihe? Oh. Pei Wenxian replied with a smile. It's just a mere voidland, why bother the sect? Does Martial Uncles was still remember Xianyuan Cave Heavens in Xian Zhao? Suoquan Hui pondered for a moment as a young man's appearance flashed in his mind before he nodded and agreed. Of course I remember. Every youth who was able to directly advance to the Sixth Order became famous overnight, so Suoquan Hui was naturally not unfamiliar with them. Moreover, In Xian Zhao had also been to Yinyang Cave Heaven last time, so he had indeed seen him. Xianyuan Cave Heaven's brother In has a close relationship with me, and has some grievances with Yang Kai. If you send a message to him, I'm sure Brother In will be happy to join in the fun. Suoquan Hui's eyes lit up. Is that true? Pei Wenxian didn't comment on it. I'll have someone send a message over to try. Whether Brother In comes or not will be up to him. Good. Suoquan Hui slapped the armrest of his chair. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Martial Nephew Pei. If Martial Nephew In can really come, he will be of great help to me. A strange sense of bitterness rose in Suoquan Hui's heart once he said this. After all, he had to place all his hopes on a newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but now that the situation was in a deadlock, the help of any Sixth Order Master was extremely difficult to obtain. Xianyuan Cave Heaven isn't too far from here. Just a 3 to 6 months long journey. Brother In will have replied by then, Pei Wenxian added before getting up to send a message to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Suoquan Hui reprimanded the crowd a few more times before finally dispersing everyone. In Void Territory, although there were no big battles, there was no shortage of small skirmishes. Almost every 3 or 5 days, the Heavenly Sword Palace would launch an attack and Voidland would have no choice but to respond in kind. In the entire 3,000 worlds, a battle of this scale was quite rare. Both sides had over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters involved, including 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. This was enough to attract a lot of attention. Time passed quickly, and soon several months had gone by. In White Light Territory's Universe Temple, a group of people walked out of the hall in a file, looking a bit tired and travel-worn. The Universe Temples were jointly operated by the various cave heavens and paradises. Basically, every great territory had one. Many cultivators used the Universe Temples as mediums to travel, saving them a lot of time. At this moment, several people walked out from White Light Territory's Universe Temple, wearing the same blue and white robes. Their leader was a handsome young man. His aura was not obvious, but his clothes were slightly different from those of his peers, having a few conspicuous golden lines on the sleeves. After walking out of the Universe Temple, the young man looked around before walking straight ahead as the others followed behind him. When the surrounding crowd saw this, looks of awe and respect showed on their faces as they quickly gave way. Some even started whispering amongst themselves. They are Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples. How do you know? They're wearing Xianyuan Cave Heaven's robes. I've seen them before. What are Xianyuan Cave Heaven's people doing here, in this poor and backwater place? The actions of the Cave Heaven's people are not something you or I can fathom. Shua, don't speak anymore. The one leading them is Xianyuan Cave Heaven's Outer Sect Elder. Outer Sect Elder? Doesn't that mean he's a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Naturally, in all the Cave Heavens and Paradises only the 6th Order Masters are qualified to be Outer Sect Elders. If one is a 7th Order, then he or she would be an Inner Sect Elder. Look at the golden thread on his sleeve. That is the symbol of an Outer Sect Elder. I see. The surrounding discussions made the young man in the lead look extremely pleased, and as he walked, his eyes became more focused. The few of them simply traversed through the Universe Temple without any intention of stopping. After walking a few streets, they headed straight for the exit. Suddenly, the young leader's eyes shone brightly as he turned his head towards a side of the street. Inside a tea house, a man and a woman were sitting facing each other. The man was small and thin, and had a cold expression on his face, making him appear taciturn. On the other hand, the woman seemed to be quite curious about everything, constantly glancing around. When their eyes met, the woman was stunned for a moment before quickly looking away. Interesting. The corner of the young man's lips leading the group rose and withdrew his gaze before continuing forward. A moment later, he left the universe temple and disappeared into the void with his followers. Half an hour later in the tea house, the thin man stated, "It's time to set out." The woman quickly got up and followed behind the thin man. A moment later, the two of them left the universe temple. The thin man took out a small boat and the two of them entered it. Next, the thin man injected his world force as the boat transformed into a streak of light and sped off. Inside the ship, the woman asked, "Senior, you haven't told me how far we are from Voidland." The thin man indifferently replied, "There are still a few great territories between us. It's about a month away." "Is Voidland very powerful now?" the woman asked again. The thin man shook his head. "I don't know either, you'll naturally know when we get there." Before he could finish speaking, the man's expression suddenly changed as he formed a set of hand seals and the flying ship rapidly moved to the side. The woman was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground, quickly prompting her to circulate her strength to stabilize herself. "What happened?" the woman asked in surprise. However, the man's expression was cold as he stared at a certain spot in the sky and asked in a grim voice, "Which friend is pulling such a foul prank on me? Please show yourself." The woman looked in the direction he was looking, but she didn't see anything. However, she also had a faint feeling that something wasn't right. Someone had clearly attacked their ship just now. In the next moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of the flying ship, all wearing the same blue and white robes. The leader was a young man with a shadow of a smile on his face. The man on the ship stared fixedly at their clothes as if trying to determine something. After a long time, his face sank. "People from Xianyuan Cave Heaven." The woman beside him immediately revealed a look of shock as she covered her mouth and whispered, "Xianyuan Cave Heaven? One of the 36 cave heavens?" Although she had just broken free of her universe world's shackles and entered the 3,000 worlds, she was no stranger to the information about the outer universe. It was not surprising either, as she had often sought out this senior beside her to ask him about things over the years, so she had some basic knowledge. However, she couldn't understand why Xianyuan Cave Heaven, one of the 36 cave heavens, would attack them. "You don't need to say anything, I'll handle this." The man hurriedly sent a voice transmission, instinctively feeling that something wasn't right. The 36 cave heaven were such huge forces that there was no reason for them to target them. Furthermore, from the looks of it, these people were clearly waiting here to ambush them. The woman nodded heavily. The man then appeared on the deck and cupped his fist, greeting, "Hey, he greets Xianyuan Cave Heaven senior brothers. May I ask what advice you have?" The leading man smiled at him and asked, "You're called Hey He?" Hey He responded with a nod, "Yes. You're a Void Land disciple." Hey He shook his head. The man who asked and furrowed his brow, "If you're not a Void Land disciple, why are you going to Void Land?" Hearing this, Hey He's heart trembled. Just as he was wondering why this man knew he was going to Void Land, he suddenly remembered a question his companion had asked him in the tea house at the Universe Temple. They must have overheard it at that time. "Senior brother misunderstands, we are not going to Void Land," Hey He replied calmly. After all, he had not reached the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for nothing. His many years of experience told him that these Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples in front of him probably had some kind of grudge with Void Land, otherwise they would not have acted like this. The leading Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder slightly smiled. "You're not going to Void Land? Do you know Yang Kai then?" When the young man spoke this name, Hey He was able to remain calm, but the heartbeat of the woman skipped slightly. Although her reaction was very weak, how could she hide it from a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master? The Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder immediately looked towards the direction of the cabin, smiling, "It seems you know each other." While the young man was still speaking, Hey He quickly stamped his foot as his world force erupted, causing the flying ship to turn into a streak of light that flew towards the Universe Temple. His reaction couldn't be said to be slow. He had already been vigilant to begin with, so now that he noticed something was wrong, he immediately wanted to flee back to the Universe Temple. As long as he returned to the Universe Temple, no matter what these people wanted to do, they would be safe. Fighting was absolutely prohibited in the Universe Temple, even for the disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. His movements were fast, but the Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder's movements were even faster as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the ship. Under the world force of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the ship suddenly froze in place. He then let out a cold snort and clenched his fist as the ship's defensive array began to glow. "Capture them!" the Xianyuan Cave Heaven Elder shouted as his subordinates immediately rushed out, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack the ship. He turned pale at the sight of the might of these people's attacks. He was just an ordinary Fifth Order Master, but these people who had jumped out were all Fifth Order Masters, and there was even a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master leading them, so how could he resist? He used all his strength to activate the spirit arrays on his ship, but they were destroyed in less than a dozen breaths of time. The next moment, a few divine abilities shot towards him. He struggled to resist them before flying backward, coughing up blood. Only then did the Xianyuan Cave Heaven Elder stretch out his hand and grab the woman who had been hiding in the ship. The woman's face was pale from the series of events that had transpired, but she was still someone who had weathered all kinds of great storms, so she didn't show too much fear. She grit her teeth, staring at the young man in front of her angrily. "You really know Yang Kai, right?" the young man asked coldly. The woman refused to answer. The young man scanned her from head to toe and clearly saw her cultivation. A frown appeared on his face as he muttered, "Strange, you just formed your Dao seal, yet you have a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to escort you. It seems your identity is extraordinary. Tell me, what is your relationship with Yang Kai?" The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm pressure was extremely powerful, and the woman had just formed her Dao seal, so she was unable to resist at all. She could feel that her Dao seal was showing signs of collapsing under this terrifying pressure. Her blood and energy kept surging, but it was still impossible to suppress. "Pooey!" She spat out a mouthful of blood towards the young man. The young man didn't move at all, but the arrow of blood disappeared under the pressure emanating from him. He immediately slapped the woman with the back of his hand, instantly knocking her unconscious. Many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters in the hall also wore solemn looks on their faces. Ironblood Great Emperor and the others, who had remained hidden until now, were all palming their fists in anticipation. If Zuoquan Hui were to act, they would no longer have to remain hiding. However, before Yang Kai could figure out what was happening, Chen Tianfei rolled in like a ball and reported in a panic, "Sir, there's something wrong on Heavenly Sword Palace's side. Zuoquan Hui is personally pursuing someone." "Who is it?" Yang Kai was stunned. Chen Tianfei shook his head, the fat on his face rippling as he replied, "This subordinate doesn't know, it's too far to see." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his figure flickered, and he appeared outside the hall the next moment. He focused his gaze towards the distance before exclaiming, "Luan Baifeng has been exposed." Luan Baifeng had been hiding well ever since she had joined Zuoquan Hui's side, but this time she had been exposed somehow. At this moment, she was fleeing in their direction, leaving a long trail of light behind her. Whereas Zuoquan Hui and a large group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was hot on her tail. Did she attack Zuoquan Hui? He had previously given Luan Baifeng an order to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui. Although there was a gap of an entire order between them, if Luan Baifeng was careful and meticulous, it was not impossible for her to succeed. But why did she choose to make a move now? Yang Kai was unable to understand this, but he didn't have time to think about it and shouted right away, "Senior Ironblood, please remain here for the time being with the other newly promoted Sixth Orders, the rest will follow me." Since Zuoquan Hui had made his move, it was only natural that he would not be able to sit still. In his camp, Yang Kai was the only one who could fight Zuoquan Hui and not immediately die. Since Luan Baifeng had been exposed, if he didn't go to her aid, she would most likely dive. Space principles surged as he brought 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him and rushed forward. As the distance between them shortened, Yang Kai could clearly see the shadow of a huge hand behind Luan Baifeng grabbing towards her. Luan Baifeng was fleeing with great difficulty. She seemed to be injured as her snow-white dress was dyed red. What surprised Yang Kai was that Luan Baifeng didn't seem to be alone. She was holding a figure in each hand, but it was difficult to tell whether they were alive or dead. "Who is it?" Yang Kai slightly frowned. However, as they got closer, Yang Kai felt a faint connection. This connection was something only those who had left their names on the loyalty list could have. His loyalty list was now filled with the names of 9 people, among which was Luan Baifeng's, who was before. Maozhe Gengqing, Zhou Ye, Hui Gu were beside him, and Chan Tianfei and Yun Xinghua were stationed at Voidland headquarters. Only He He and Xian Peng remained. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart clenched as an uneasy feeling gripped him. Space principles fluctuated even more violently as his figure flickered, rapidly approaching Luan Baifeng. The giant hand behind Luan Baifeng was getting closer, and seeing that she could no longer dodge, Yang Kai could only grit his teeth and take out his azure dragon spear, thrusting it forward. A huge black ball suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear as world force burst forth, sending out a terrifying shockwave. A giant black hole suddenly appeared on the huge illusory phantom of a hand that was grabbing towards Luan Baifeng, sending out a powerful suction force. The giant hand collapsed. Although it was still able to grab towards Luan Baifeng, she barely managed to dodge. At long last, Yang Kai met up with her. His figure flickered as he directly arrived beside Luan Baifeng, asking in concern, "Are you all right?" Luan Baifeng nodded. Her face was slightly pale. "Many thanks, sir." If it weren't for Yang Kai's timely assistance just now, it would have been impossible for her to escape the pursuit of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai gently nodded and looked towards the 2 people in her hand, meeting the gaze of one of them. The man's face was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak. He looked up at Yang Kai with great difficulty and weakly called out, "Sir." "Hey he." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he looked to the other side, only to meet a pair of blank eyes. Lan Xun. Of the 2 people Luan Baifeng was carrying, one was He He, the other was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor, the sect master of Star Soul Palace, Lan Xun. How did Lan Xun and He He appear in the Heavenly Sword Palace? What did they encounter? In an instant, Yang Kai's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. His heart was burning with rage at the sight of their miserable state. "Sir, this humble subordinate has failed you. Please punish me." He He clearly only had half his life left. Yet he was still thinking about the task Yang Kai had given him. "Now is not the time to talk about these things. Take Lan Xun to our Voidlands encampment first." Yang Kai suppressed the fire in his heart and quietly ordered. He He nodded hard as he struggled to stand up. He covered Lan Xun with his energy before quickly retreating. "Are you still able to fight?" Yang Kai looked towards Luan Baifeng. Luan Baifeng brushed her hair behind her ear. "I won't die." Yang Kai nodded and coldly looked ahead. The 6th-order masters with him stood in a straight line, their auras surging. 10,000 kilometers away, the group of Heavenly Sword Union's 6th-order masters who were pursuing them suddenly stopped. There were a total of 10 of them. Yang Kai's eyes swept over them one by one before suddenly fixing on one of them. Xian Zhao. Yang Kai's face sank slightly. The nearby Luan Baifeng reported, "He just arrived. I didn't have time to send you a message. He was the one who brought He He and Lan Xun here. I escaped with them, using the excuse of imprisoning them." However, escaping from the Heavenly Sword Palace was not an easy task. Even though Luan Baifeng was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was still severely injured by Zuoquan Hui's palm. If it weren't for Zuoquan Hui's trust in her and his lack of vigilance, she probably wouldn't have had a chance to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace at all. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although there was no air in the void, Yang Kai still felt a gust of chill blowing over him. Fortunately, he had arranged for Luan Baifeng to join Zuoquan Hui's side. Otherwise, He He and Lan Xun would have died today. It was also thanks to Luan Baifeng's decisiveness that she had been able to save He He and Lan Xun, albeit at the expense of her identity being exposed. Yang Kai didn't know why He He and Lan Xun had fallen into Xian Zhao's hands. He could only ask He He about this matter later. Moreover, Lan Xun's condition made him a bit worried. It was obvious from her appearance that she was unconscious and listless. He had no idea what kind of horrid things she had gone through. Back then, Bright Moon Great Emperor had sacrificed his life for the star boundary. Without the Bright Moon Great Emperor, the current star boundary would have ceased to exist. Lan Xun was his only blood-related descendant left, so Yang Kai couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. When he brought those 600,000 people from the star boundary to Void Land, many from Star Soul Palace had also come with him, but Lan Xun refused. To her, the star boundary was the home of Bright Moon Great Emperor, who had used his life to protect it, so she was extremely attached to it. That was why she had chosen to remain in the star boundary and Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai didn't force her. After all, there were many people who had stayed behind to guard the star boundary, including Yang Yingfeng, Dong Suzhu, and High Heaven Sect's head manager Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai had also ordered He He to guard the star boundary, so he thought nothing would happen. However, something unexpected had happened. If he had known such a situation would occur, he would have brought Lan Xun along. But thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't Lan Xun this time, it could have been Hua Qingxi or someone else. Suppressing the roiling emotions in his heart, Yang Kai looked ahead again, but he failed to see Zhuo Quanhui's figure. Zhuo Quanhui was clearly chasing them, but he was nowhere to be seen. That old dog is still as timid as a mouse. Martial Peak Chapter 4586, The Star Boundaries Changes. In the void, over 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood over 10,000 meters apart, confronting each other. A distance of 10,000 kilometers was akin to a few steps away to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Any divine ability could easily cross this 10,000 kilometers gap instantly. However, neither side had any intention of being the first to attack. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he scanned his surroundings, searching for Zhuo Quanhui's aura. Being observed in the dark by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. If he couldn't find any trace of Zhuo Quanhui, he wouldn't be able to easily act. A faintly discernible murderous intent lingered all around, and it did not originate from any of the 6th Order Masters in front of him, so it had to be from Zhuo Quanhui, who had concealed himself. Yang Kai's body tensed up as his muscles went taut. His eyes were filled with determination. If Zhuo Quanhui dared to make an entrance, he would have no choice but to call out Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others to fight to the death. After a long and torturous wait, the murderous intent that had been lingering around him suddenly disappeared into thin air. The 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters confronting the Void Land cultivators 10,000 kilometers away suddenly had a change in their expressions at the same time, as if they had received some kind of instruction. The next moment, all of them turned into streaks of light and withdrew. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that it was Zhuo Quanhui who had ordered them to retreat, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After watching everyone from Heavenly Sword Union retreat, more than 100,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai ordered, raising his hand, "Let's return." He still had many questions that remained unanswered, and now was not the right time for a decisive battle. It would be better to ask He He what happened first before deciding their next move. Everyone turned around and flew towards the Shattered Spirit Province where Voidland's encampment was located, returning a short while later. "Go and recuperate first," Yang Kai ordered Luan Baifeng before striding towards the main hall. He He, who was the first to return, had already brought Lan Xun into the main hall. She happened to be surrounded by a group of people, while Serene Soul Great Emperor was investigating her situation. When everyone heard some commotion behind them, they promptly turned. And when they saw that it was none other than Yang Kai, they promptly stepped aside, giving him way. "How is she?" Yang Kai asked as he grabbed Lan Xun's wrist and looked down at her. As their eyes met, Yang Kai's heart sank. Lan Xun's eyes were open, but while they should have been lively and bright, they were now dull and lifeless. Serene Soul Great Emperor replied in a grim and serious voice, "It's not good, her soul has suffered a great injury. I can't repair it." "Even you can't do anything about it?" Iron Blood Great Emperor asked. Among all the great emperors, the one with the highest attainments in the soul was undoubtedly Serene Soul. His grand Tao was that of the soul, so his authority when it came to such matters was unparalleled. From the first battle with Heavenly Sword Union until now, all the great emperors had broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm apart from Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation. Hearing this, the other great emperors' expressions became extremely ugly. Naturally, they didn't feel good seeing their old friend's daughter in such a state. Their hatred for the person who had caused Lan Xun to suffer was even greater. Serene Soul pondered for a moment before replying, Perhaps we can try. But first we need to figure out why her soul suffered such serious injuries. Everyone turned their heads looking at He. When He had brought Lan Sun here, all the great emperors had gathered around to investigate her condition, but none of them had had time to ask. He replied honestly, someone used a soul-searching technique on her. Soul-searching technique. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. No matter where, soul-searching techniques were considered extremely vicious. Lan Sun was fortunate to make it out alive with only damage done to her soul after being subjected to a soul search. If she had been unlucky, she would have lost her life right then and there. Serene Soul's expression became solemn. If the damage was the result of a soul-searching technique, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. I'll give it a try. Yang Kai suddenly picked up Lan Sun and rushed to the room at the back of the hall. He then activated the restrictions before placing her on the bed and sitting down cross-legged next to her head. Lan Sun's soul was severely damaged from the soul-searching technique, and even Serene Soul Great Emperor had raised his hands in resignation, but it was not that Yang Kai was also powerless. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, and had the effect of constantly nourishing and repairing one's soul. Yang Kai had fought many powerful enemies and suffered heavy damage to his soul numerous times over the course of his life. If it was anyone else, his or her soul would have been torn apart, rendering them either crippled or dead, but every time Yang Kai suffered injuries to his soul, the soul-warming lotus quickly mended it. His powerful soul was all thanks to the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus over the years. Yang Kai took a deep breath and bent down, putting his forehead against Lan Sun's. His divine sense congealed into a soul avatar before he enveloped the soul-warming lotus with it and rushed into Lan Sun's knowledge sea. Under normal circumstances, if Yang Kai wanted to enter another person's knowledge sea, he would definitely encounter some obstruction or resistance, but Lan Sun's soul had been damaged and she was currently unconscious, so Yang Kai didn't encounter any difficulty entering her knowledge sea with the soul-warming lotus. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the world inside her knowledge sea was in tatters, like the scene of the apocalypse. The ground was scorched and torn apart, causing Yang Kai's heart to ache at the sight. He could almost feel the pain Lan Sun had suffered that day. Having one's soul searched forcibly by someone was definitely not a pleasant experience. It was as if someone was picking apart every part of your life, every scene and every incident. One had to endure the pain of their soul being torn asunder. Yang Kai noticed a faint glow in a certain part of her knowledge sea. Yang Kai immediately flew over and saw a hazy human figure curled up inside like a baby, sleeping. He could vaguely make out Lan Sun's outline, but it was indistinct. The dim light was also flickering constantly, as if it would disappear at any moment, but was stubbornly maintaining itself. Yang Kai didn't dare to delay and quickly released the soul-warming lotus, which lifted up the hazy figure. A seven-colored light blossomed in Lan Sun's knowledge sea as the petals slowly closed, wrapping the hazy human figure in the center of the flower while an invisible force nourished her damaged soul, causing her shattered knowledge sea to suddenly calm down. Yang Kai heaved a light sigh of relief. With the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, it was only a matter of time before Lan Sun's soul was restored. Just as he was about to withdraw from Lan Sun's knowledge sea, an image suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. It was a picture of Xine Zhao's hideous appearance, followed by an indescribable sense of panic and helplessness, causing Yang Kai to feel like he was drowning. But soon, this scene shattered and the inexplicable emotions that had filled Yang Kai also disappeared. Yang Kai's face immediately turned dark and menacing, his eyes burning with fury. Obviously, the scene he saw just now was one of Lan Sun's memory fragments. Furthermore, he was able to see this nightmare-like memory and experience everything Lan Sun had experienced because his soul avatar had entered her knowledge sea. This panic and helplessness were a kind of trauma to Lan Sun. Because she was so traumatized by the incident, it had turned into a nightmare that was tormenting her even though she was in a deep coma. Luan Baifeng had said that He and Lan Sun were brought here by Xine Zhao, so the one who had used the soul-searching technique on Lan Sun was undoubtedly Xine Zhao. That bastard deserves to die. However, these nightmare-like memories should no longer be haunting her after the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai took one last look at the soul-warming lotus wrapping Lan Sun's soul avatar before slowly withdrawing. He then returned to the main hall, where everyone anxiously waited. She's fine, but it may take some time for her to wake up. Yongkai waved his hand and stopped everyone from asking. When everyone heard this, they all accepted it as a matter of course. Even Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask any questions. Yongkai had created too many miracles in his life for them to start questioning him now. Yao Jun may not have been able to do anything for Lan Sun's severely damaged soul, but that didn't mean that Yongkai couldn't. What happened? How did you get caught by Yin Xian Zhao? Yongkai turned to look at He He. He He quickly replied, reporting to Sir, ever since Sir left back then, this subordinate has been staying at the border of the star boundary, safeguarding the tranquility of both it and the demon territory without slacking off. Over the years, the cultivation of the cultivators living in the star boundary has been improving at an astonishing pace. Young Lady Lan Sun long ago broke through to the peak of the Third Order Emperor realm and successfully condensed her Dao seal. The same is true for head manager Hua, as well as Sir's honored father and mother. Thinking that there would be no future for them with the current cultivation limit in the star boundary, head manager Hua came to me and asked me to escort young Lady Lan Sun to Voidland and report the situation to you while asking you to return to take a look. Hearing this, Yongkai asked in surprise, my father and mother have also formed their Dao seals. The great emperors were also stunned. It wasn't surprising that Lan Sun was able to form her Dao seal. After all, she was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor, and had inherited the Bright Moon physique of the Great Emperor. She was also Star Soul Palace's palace master, and had an outstanding aptitude. Even before Yongkai first left the star boundary, Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Emperor realm. Although she had congealed her Dao seal a bit quickly, it wasn't impossible. Head manager Hua Qingxi congealing her Dao seal was also somewhat acceptable. However, Yongkai was well aware of his father and mother's aptitudes. The reason why his parents hadn't followed him to Void Land back then was because they considered their own aptitudes to be lacking. Even if they had come to the outer universe, it wouldn't have benefited them much, so they decided it was better for them to remain in the star boundary and guard Yongkai's homeland. Although the First Order Emperor realm wasn't high, it was still quite good in the current star boundary. Yongkai had spent countless resources and effort to achieve even this, so it was quite hard to believe that his father and mother had grown so tremendously in such a short time. It was not like it was impossible for Yang Yifeng and Dong Suzhu to condense their Dao seals eventually, but it was absolutely impossible for them to have done so in such a short time. The great emperors naturally understood this, which was why they and Yongkai were so surprised. This speed was too fast. He continued. It's not just young Lady Lan Sun and Sir's honored parents. Over the years, many Emperor Realm Masters had appeared in the star boundary. I've never seen anyone's cultivation rise so quickly, and it's not just one person, but essentially everyone in the star boundary. Why is that? Yongkai asked with a puzzled expression. Could it be that there was something special about the star boundary that I hadn't noticed? What's more, the star boundary was ruined by Emoshang, and the great battle had nearly caused the entire star boundary to collapse, leaving it in an essentially desolate state. He looked around and hesitated. Yongkai stated, if you have something to say, just say it. No one here is an outsider. He replied with a nod. This subordinate once went to the star boundary to investigate, and I believe the reason why it has undergone such a dramatic change is related to the tree Sir planted there all those years ago. Martial Peak, Chapter 4587, Zuoquan Hui's Plot. The World Tree. Yongkai's expression changed slightly. If the changes in the star boundary were related to the world tree he had planted, then it was not impossible. The world tree was simply too mysterious. At the very least, Yongkai had never seen anything like the world fruits that could allow the open heaven realm masters to advance an entire order simply by consuming them. Small source worlds were already quite impressive. Yongkai had gone to Inyang Cave Heaven's divine armament world for life experience. There, his foundation in the Sixth Order open heaven realm was greatly strengthened. However, if he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he could directly advance from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order. The effects of the two were incomparable. If the world fruit had such a heaven-defying effect, the world tree that gave birth to those world fruits could surely create mind-blowing miracles. The world tree planted in the star boundary was a root Yang Kai had brought from the great ancient ruins boundary's primordial land. Because of the war between the human and demon race, the star boundary had nearly been destroyed. Even if they obtained the final victory and killed Mo Shang, the star boundary was so severely damaged that it could not last for too long. The reason why Yang Kai went to the outer universe was firstly to pursue a higher martial Tao, and secondly to find the world tree to save the star boundary. Fortunately, he found the world tree and brought back one of its roots from the great ancient ruins boundary. On the day he returned to the star boundary and planted the root, Yang Kai faintly felt that there would be some changes to his homeland, and that the cultivators who remained in the star boundary would grow together with the star boundary as it recovered, perhaps gaining some unexpected benefits. This kind of opportunity to grow and recover together with the entire universe world was extremely rare. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only the star boundary which had a world tree root planted could have such a chance. It was just that Yang Kai had not expected this change to occur so quickly. Moreover, the effects were so obvious that even his parents had condensed their Tao seals. No wonder head manager Hua Qingxi, who stayed in the star boundary, had asked He to come to Voidland to find him. Such a huge change in the star boundary was indeed not something that could be ignored. The hall sunk into silence for a moment before He pondered and added, "Sir?" Head manager Hua did an extensive investigation of all the cultivators in the star boundary. Basically, everyone's cultivation speed is faster than before. What's more, many newborns have outstanding aptitudes. All the great sects have now taken in many good seedlings, and with time they will surely become powerful masters. Yang Kai nodded his understanding. "I understand. Tell me how you were captured." He let out a bitter laugh. "When we were passing through White Light Territory's Universe Temple, young Lady Lan Sun accidentally mentioned Void Land. Xan Zhao must have overheard her and waited in ambush for us outside the Universe Temple. And then, He's face became gloomy. He was unable to continue anymore. He was only a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Xan Zhao had broken through recently, he was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was a simple matter for Xan Zhao to overpower a 5th Order Master like He. After using a soul-searching technique on Lan Sun, Xan Zhao came to the Heavenly Sword Palace with He and Lan Sun through Flying Smoke Territory. Naturally, Zhuo Quanhui welcomed Xan Zhao's arrival, not to mention the fact that he brought 2 gifts along with him. After learning that He and Lan Sun were actually from Yang Kai's homeland, Luan Baifeng took the opportunity to escape with them by pretending to take them to be imprisoned. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays and had many array plates on hand. Otherwise, she would not have been able to escape from Zhuo Quanhui's pursuit. Be that as it may, she had still suffered injuries, and what happened next was clearly witnessed by Yang Kai. After learning the whole story, Yang Kai was filled with fear. Thankfully, Luan Baifeng had acted decisively. Otherwise, he would have been pushed into an absolutely passive position. With He and Lan Sun in Zhuo Quanhui's hands, it would be quite difficult for Voidland to handle the situation. If it weren't for the current predicament, Yang Kai would have immediately rushed to the star boundary to investigate whether the changes there were caused by the world tree he had planted or not. However, now that Heavenly Sword Union was occupying the entrance to Void Territory and was eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey, how could he possibly escape? "Why don't I go back and take a look?" Flower Shadow Great Emperor suggested. The star boundary was also her homeland, and every resident of the star boundary felt a unique connection to it. Although judging by He's report, the change in the star boundary was truly good news, how could they be assured without checking it out completely? Flower Shadow Great Emperor was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, so it wasn't a problem for her to investigate the changes in the star boundary. Yang Kai was just about to nod in agreement when Jin Yuan Lang rushed in and reported, cupping his fist, "Sect Master, there are some movements on the Heavenly Sword Palace's side." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately ran outside the hall and looked up. The next moment he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had been occupying the territory gate for over a year, slowly retreating and disappearing into it. Zhuo Quanhui is retreating. Seeing this, Yang Kai instinctively had a bad premonition. After a slight pause he snapped, "Damn it, Zhuo Quanhui is going to the star boundary." Xian Zhao had used a soul-searching technique on Lan Xun. Regardless of how much information he obtained from Lan Xun's memories, the location of the star boundary and the world tree could not remain hidden at the very least. The star boundary was Yang Kai's and other great emperors' homeland. Furthermore, High Heaven Palace and his parents were also there. If Zhuo Quanhui were to attack the star boundary, it would be impossible for the latter to resist. After all, it was not protected by a divine spirit like Voidland was. More importantly, the world tree alone was enough to incite Zhuo Quanhui's greed. Yang Kai didn't know if the roots he brought back could grow into another world tree, or if they could bear world fruits, but something that could change an entire universe world was definitely far from ordinary. The act of Heavenly Sword Palace's sudden retreat to Flying Smoke territory undoubtedly indicated that Zhuo Quanhui had some kind of plan for the star boundary, otherwise he would not have acted in such a manner. No wonder Zhuo Quanhui had not taken any action just now. A year ago, this old dog had been trying all kinds of means to force Yang Kai to show himself so that he could launch a sneak attack and kill him. But when Yang Kai finally appeared, Zhuo Quanhui had not made a move. It wasn't that Zhuo Quanhui was being kind, but rather that he had a better choice before him. The great emperors who had followed Yang Kai out of the hall turned to him. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "All forces assemble immediately!" ***** star. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the temporary base began to gather around. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and ordered, "Don't try to resist. I want to take you all into my small universe." Old Bai was shocked after hearing this. "Take us into your small universe?" Yang Kai. Only a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe can materialize and contain living beings. You're just in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm right now, how can you do that? Yang Kai replied, glancing at him, "My small universe has already become corporeal." When he had broken through to the Open Heaven Realm, Yang Kai had integrated the sealed world bead into his small universe, resulting in a rather unique phenomenon. If not for this, it was impossible for his foundation to be so robust, and neither would he have been able to suppress his opponent in the same order so easily. It was just that this fact was not worth discussing with others. If it weren't for the pressing situation and the lack of a large-scale flight-type artifact like the Heavenly Sword Palace in Voidland, Yang Kai wouldn't have made such a desperate move. He was bearing risks by taking other Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe, even if they were his disciples, friends, and family. Old Bai was stunned. Yang Kai had already begun taking everyone in. As the Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order gave up resisting, they felt a pull enveloping their bodies. By the time they regained their senses, they had already arrived in another world. Batches of Open Heaven Realm Masters disappeared into thin air one after another, pulled into Yang Kai's small universe. But very soon, Yang Kai noticed a feeling of fullness coming from his small universe, a feeling he had never felt before. It was strange and new. As if she noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, Yuhi nervously stated, "Young master, if you sense something is wrong, you should stop immediately." High-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters can indeed store living creatures into their small universe, but there is also a limit to their capacity, especially since everyone you are taking in is an Open Heaven Realm Master with their own small universe. Although it is not a real universe world, it is still quite a burden for you. If you fight with anyone at this moment, you will be in a really tough spot and will be at great disadvantage. Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." Having said that, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters that Yang Kai's small universe could take in continued to decrease, and the feeling of fullness became more obvious. Over the past year, many Open Heaven Realm Masters had died in the war, but even so, there were still over 1,300 remaining. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai finally managed to collect all 1,300 cultivators into his small universe. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his small universe was completely stuffed. He felt as if he had accidentally eaten too much, and couldn't even circulate his world force smoothly. He understood that it was just as Yuhi had said. If he were to fight in this condition, he would definitely be at a grave disadvantage. What's more, if anything were to happen to him and his small universe collapsed, all 1,300 people residing inside would be buried along with him. For this reason, a high-rank Open Heaven Master would almost never be willing to accept another Open Heaven Realm Master into their small universe, and lower-rank Open Heaven Masters would not want to enter a high-rank Open Heaven Master's small universe under normal circumstances. Both sides were at a risk. Yang Kai turned his head and stated, turning his head towards the Sixth Order Masters, "I can't take you in." Yang Kai had secretly experimented with Yuhi before, and although they were both Sixth Order Masters and he was able to take Yuhi into his small universe, the feeling of fullness and discomfort her presence created was far greater than those below the Sixth Order. Perhaps only when Yang Kai had advanced to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm would he be able to take Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe without immediately becoming discomfort. "Hey-he!" Yang Kai shouted again. Reporting. He quickly cupped his fist, respectfully greeting. "I leave Lan Xin to you. Take her to Void Land and hand her over to Senior Bai Shi where she can focus on recuperating." "Sir, please rest assured. This subordinate will protect young Lady Lan Xin to the death." He nodded repeatedly. He was secretly shocked that his master had actually advanced to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Some time ago, he had been forced to leave his name on the loyalty list. Yang Kai was just a mere Emperor Realm Master at that time. "Let's go." Yang Kai pushed his space principles as he wrapped everyone with his energy before disappearing. He didn't pursue the Heavenly Sword Palace because he couldn't guarantee that Zuoquan Hui wouldn't have set up an ambush in Flying Smoke territory. Although this possibility wasn't high, he still had to be prepared for even that remote possibility. If he were to rush into Flying Smoke territory and be blocked by Zuoquan Hui, he would definitely be thrown into panic and have his hands tied, especially since his current state was not suitable for fighting. Fortunately, if he wanted to go to the Star Boundary, Flying Smoke territory was not the only route. Furthermore, Yang Kai might not be able to circulate his world force smoothly, making intense combat impossible, but simply bringing people along with him as he traveled wasn't an issue. Unfortunately, the people around him were all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so even if they weren't resisting, his consumption was quite high. Martial Peak Chapter 4588, Returning to Star Boundary. Yang Kai took out his universe chart, checked it, and quickly found a route. Although this route to the Star Boundary was 2 great territories farther than the one that passed through Flying Smoke territory, Yang Kai's space secret techniques allowed him to travel much faster than the Heavenly Sword Palace. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to return to the Star Boundary's great territory before Zuoquan Hui arrived. At that time he would lead the Open Heaven Realm Masters to block the territory gate and wait for Zuoquan Hui to fall into their trap. Yang Kai kept traveling without stopping, passing through one territory gate after another. After crossing 3 great territories, Yang Kai's face had already become pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He was almost like a lamp that had run out of oil. Continuously using space principles while bringing nearly 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him was extremely taxing on him. Left with no choice, all he could do was let everyone lead him forward while he slowly and silently recovered. Fortunately, the speed of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wasn't slow and wouldn't cause them to fall too far behind. When Yang had recovered, he used space principles once more to lead everyone along. This cycle thus continued. It was rare to see so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters traveling together. So when they occasionally ran into passing cultivators, others all became terrified and immediately made way for them. Yang Kai couldn't remember how long it had taken him to return to the Star Boundary from Voidland last time, but it took him only 3 months this time. In the distance, a territory gate that stretched across the void appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the territory gate that led to the great territory where the Star Boundary was located. The closer he got, the more nervous Yang Kai became. Although he hadn't wasted any time along the way, he couldn't guarantee that he would be faster than the Heavenly Sword Palace. After all, his group had taken a long detour, so it was possible that the Heavenly Sword Palace had arrived before them. He was afraid that what he would see after passing through the territory gate would be a scene of misery and suffering. In a flash, the territory gate was right in front of him. Yang Kai took a long and deep breath before shouting, "Everyone, be on guard." Everyone nodded in unison as they circulated their world force, ready to attack or defend themselves at any moment. Yang Kai enveloped the cultivators around him with his energy and plunged into the territory gate. After a moment of disorientation, Yang Kai's group passed through and arrived at their great territory destination. The 20 cultivators promptly spread out, vigilant of their surroundings. But soon, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The ambush and attack they were expecting did not arrive, so it was highly likely that the Heavenly Sword Palace had not arrived yet. Is this the great territory where Sir's homeland is located? Huigu asked, whispering to Bustling World Great Emperor. Bustling World Great Emperor looked in a certain direction, but he saw nothing. Nonetheless, he could faintly sense something was calling out to him. Naturally, this was the connection between a great emperor and their universe world, a result of being recognized by the star boundary's will. Being in the same great territory, Duan Hongchan immediately sensed the location of the star boundary. Yes, this is our home. Bustling World Great Emperor smiled. It's a bit desolate. Huigu honestly voiced his opinion. Along the way here, the closer he got to this great territory, the more desolate it became. This great territory was lacking all the usual signs of prosperity. As he spoke, Huigu took out his universe chart and examined it. He found that even the universe chart didn't have a clear description of this great territory, only a generic identification. There were actually a large number of great territories in the universe chart that were simply marked with designations like a 1 or B6, and each of them was a forgotten backwater that Open Heaven Realm masters never visited because there was nothing of value to be found. Every great territory was vast and boundless, so if one had the time to explore a barren nameless territory in hopes of getting lucky, he or she might as well refine Open Heaven pills instead to strengthen their foundation. Bustling World smiled. If it weren't for this, we would have long since broken free from our universe's shackles. Why would we have been suppressed for so many years? Fortunately, this great territory was a forgotten corner of the outer universe, allowing many great emperors to slowly consolidate their foundations over the years, which gave them the capital to directly break through to the Sixth Order. There were great emperors in other universe worlds who had been recognized by their world's will. In fact, each mature universe world had their own great emperors, but how many of them could directly break through to the Sixth Order? Most great emperors quickly broke free from their universe world shackles and didn't spend a great deal of time consolidating their cultivation, so their Dao Seal stability was naturally inferior to that of the Star Boundaries people, and their achievements were slightly worse. However, even if they knew this, how many great emperors would be willing to spend tens of thousands of years to slowly reinforce their Dao Seal? Even if they were great emperors, they would not be able to resist the temptation to achieve the Open Heaven realm as soon as possible, reaching a far greater height of power and status. The current achievements of the Star Boundaries' great emperors were due to chance and coincidences, and had been achieved without much difficulty. While the two of them were speaking, Yang Kai looked in the direction of the star boundary as his eyes glimmered brightly. He still remembered the last time he had returned to this great territory to search for the star boundary. Although he had come to this great territory back then, he had to spend a lot of time and effort searching for the location of the star boundary because he had been unable to determine if it was even in this great territory or not. In fact, he had already searched several great territories before arriving here. But now, he could actually feel the connection between the star boundary and himself the moment he crossed the territory gate. He was also a great emperor recognized by the star boundary's will and had the title Void. So, it wasn't strange for him to have such a connection. But why? If I had this kind of connection the last time, why would I waste so much time searching for the star boundary? I could feel it the moment I entered this great territory. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that this matter was related to the changes in the star boundary. The last time he had returned, the star boundary was unstable and on the verge of collapsing. Its will was about to disappear and the connection between them was extremely faint. So naturally, he was unable to sense it from afar. However, after he had planted the World Tree's root in the star boundary, the star boundary had undergone a tremendous change. Even the living beings in the star boundary had benefited greatly from this change. The average rate of cultivation had increased, and the world's will had been restored, which immediately strengthened this connection. Yang Kai even had a feeling that though he was trillions of kilometers away from the star boundary, as long as he was in this great territory, he could instantly return to it. When he turned his head to look at the other great emperors, Zhan Wuhen also looked over and asked in surprise, "You felt it?" Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Ice Feather Great Emperor sighed. It seems that the star boundary has indeed undergone a tremendous change. I don't care about the changes in the star boundary. What I need to confirm now is whether Zhuo Quan Hui has arrived here or not. Yang Kai's expression became serious. Serene Soul slowly voiced his opinion. Probably not, no matter how fast they are. They couldn't have been faster than us. He had deeply experienced the advantages of the Tao of space on their journey here. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before continuing. How about this? Everyone will stand guard here for now while I'll return to the star boundary to take a look. It would be best if Zhuo Quan Hui hasn't arrived, as we can take this opportunity to ambush him at the territory gate. But if he has, I'll send you a message. Iron Blood Great Emperor. Zhang Wuhen nodded and agreed. Good. It's always best to take precautions. Yang Kai immediately took out a space beacon and handed it over to you, he for safekeeping, before spending some time to release the 1,000+ Open Heaven Realm Masters he had stored in his small universe. Carrying so many people in his small universe along the way, Yang Kai felt like he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, so he was quite refreshed after he had gotten rid of this burden. Zhuo Quan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Everyone must not be careless. Yang Kai warned again. Although there were twice as many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side compared to their enemy, and the number of people below the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm far exceeded their opponents, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm was enough to fill that gap. Don't worry. Zhang Wuhen nodded. You also need to be careful. I know. Yang Kai nodded before mobilizing his space principles, following the connection between his body and the star boundary. The next moment, his figure disappeared all of a sudden. Everyone was used to this already. After Yang Kai left, the 1,300 Open Heaven Realm Masters spread out in all directions under the leadership of the many 6th Order Masters. Meanwhile, a look of surprise appeared on Yang Kai's face. This time, when he used his space principles, he had a completely different feeling from before. Generally, when he mobilized his space principles, he was able to ignore the barriers of space and instantly teleport from one place to another within a certain range. Although it seemed mysterious to outsiders, everything was under his control. But this time he felt that things were somewhat out of his control. When he followed the connection between himself and the star boundary and mobilized his space principles, he clearly felt a powerful pull from the star boundary, causing his body to involuntarily break through the void. This was a completely bizarre sensation for him. Furthermore, he was unable to recover for a long time. He felt as if he was crossing through the void and falling into an endless abyss. Even his soul and small universe began to shake. After an unknown period of time, the strange sight before him disappeared into thin air, and a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in his vision. A familiar aura blew towards him. The star boundary. As expected, Yang Kai was able to return to the star boundary directly. Although he had already guessed it would be possible, he still couldn't help but feel excited. This time the distance he teleported was far too great, far exceeding his own limits. This was definitely not his doing alone. The star boundary also had a great part in it. Otherwise, he would not have been able to accomplish this. After calming himself, Yang Kai noticed that nearby the half-moon-shaped universe world, there was another universe world with a thick demonic chi, the demon realm. Yang Kai could clearly feel the familiar aura of the star boundary's will, as well as the aura of Gun Gun and his embodiment from the demon realm. The demon realm had originally shattered, but Yang Kai had used his embodiment to activate the heaven-devouring battle law, guiding the sealed world bead to swallow and merge the broken pieces before separating the new whole. Gun Gun was the demon realm, and the demon realm was Gun Gun, but because the heaven-devouring battle law was mobilized by the embodiment, he became inseparable from the demon realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4589, Returning Nurturing to One's Roots. The last time he returned to the star boundary, Yang Kai had taken 600,000 people with him, and left embodiment in the demon realm. Embodiment possessed the body of a stone spirit clansman, and had the ability to refine all kinds of impurities, making him the perfect candidate to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. It could be said that Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law was made just for the stone spirit clan, so Yang Kai had long since imparted this heaven-defying evil art to him. Yang Kai had no idea how Wu Kuang had managed to resolve the various drawbacks brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. He had tried cultivating it in the divine armament world, and although his cultivation had improved at a rapid pace, the higher his cultivation, the harder it became for him to control his temperament. Fortunately, his powerful dragon vein was able to somewhat suppress the side effects, otherwise, Yang Kai would have long since suffered from cultivation dissonance. After leaving the divine armament world, Yang Kai no longer dared to touch the heaven-devouring battle law, lest his mind and temperament become warped. The two universe worlds, the star boundary and demon realm, were neighbors and quite harmonious. Looking around, the demon realm didn't seem to have changed much, but Yang Kai could feel a vigorous vitality from the star boundary. He even saw a huge tree canopy that covered a vast swath of sky on the top of a tall mountain. Naturally, this was the location where he had planted the world tree root. Over the years, the world tree's root had grown to an astonishing height. Yang Kai was completely speechless. The world tree he had seen in the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land wasn't nearly this big, so he didn't know how it grew this large. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar aura rapidly approached him. Yang Kai turned to look and saw a black light shooting through the void and appearing in front of him the next instant. When the light dissipated, the figure revealed was that of embodiment. When their eyes met, Yang Kai grinned and greeted, "Long time no see. You're back." Embodiment also smiled and greeted in an echoing voice. "I'm back." Yang Kai took a deep breath. The feeling of chatting with his soul clone was quite strange. Embodiment checked him out from top to bottom before raising his brow slightly. "The things you've experienced over the years are truly fascinating." Embodiment was formed from a wisp of Yang Kai's soul that had entered the body of the dead stone spirit, so he could be considered his soul clone. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they could naturally communicate with each other. Thus, as long as Yang Kai opened his mind, Embodiment could see everything he had experienced over the years. There are many dangers in the outer universe. Without any foundation, I could only put my life on the line and compete, Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Is someone pursuing you?" Embodiment looked deep into the void. Yang Kai nodded. "I don't know if they have already entered this great territory, but you must be careful." His expression became solemn as he asked, "When did the star boundary begin to change?" Embodiment replied, "See for yourself." Yang Kai nodded and probed his soul clone's memories without a trace of politeness, quickly understanding everything. As the main body, Yang Kai was naturally able to spy on the experiences Embodiment had gone through. Although Embodiment had always been stationed in the demon realm and the star boundary were neighbors now, so the changes in the star boundary naturally came under his attention. The changes in the star boundary could be described as silent and invisible. After Yang Kai planted the world tree's root, confirmed that the world principles had stabilized and that the star boundary was no longer in danger of being destroyed, he left with several hundreds of thousands of people. The survival and growth of the world tree had consumed a great deal of the star boundary's world energy, so in the years after Yang Kai's departure, the ambient world energy in the star boundary was extremely thin and the rate at which cultivators cultivated was extremely slow. In fact, in those years, no cultivator had been able to break through and advance to a higher realm. However, after several years, the world tree began nurturing the star boundary which had fed it, causing the world energy to gradually become denser. The damaged universe world became firmer and more stable. As a result, not only did the cultivation become faster, even making breakthroughs became easier. As time passed, this situation became more obvious, and when people discovered this change, the entire star boundary celebrated. The world tree had already become the divine tree of the star boundary. Countless people traveled across the mountains and rivers just to pay their respects to the world tree, even giving it offerings as thanks. Recently in particular, many cultivators who had poor aptitude had broken through to the Emperor realm, and those who had formerly been in the First Order Emperor realm had all broken through to the Third Order, many even comprehending their own grand Tao and condensing their Tao seals. The situation of the newly born babies was especially noteworthy. In the past, when the various great sects took in disciples, it was normal for 1 in every 100, or even 1,000 to be considered. After all, there weren't many children suitable for cultivation. Even if those with poor aptitudes were taken in, It would not yield any results after spending a great deal of resources on them. But now, half of the newly born babies were suitable for cultivation, 1 in 100 was a talent, and 1 in 1,000 was a prodigy. When He had previously said that the various great sects had taken in many good seedlings, this was what he was referring to. All of this was thanks to the nurturing of the world tree. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he directed his eyes towards the world tree. The world tree's nurturing couldn't possibly be water without roots. It had consumed a large amount of world energy when it was growing, so where did the energy it produced come from? He hadn't looked carefully just now, but now that he was scrutinizing the world tree pointedly, he did see some traces, though they weren't very clear. With a thought, his left eye flashed and a golden vertical pupil appeared. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under this Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai's vision suddenly became clear. He saw countless inexplicable energies being absorbed by the world tree, becoming nutrients for its growth. Furthermore, there were specks of light above the huge world tree's canopy, transforming into pure world energy and spreading into the star boundary below. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The energy fed back by the world tree was actually coming from the outer universe itself. The void of the outer universe wasn't completely empty and desolate. However, even a powerful open heaven realm master would find it difficult to refine and use this ambient energy. This wasn't a problem for the world tree though. Another example of this was the 9 heavenly layers grand array in Voidland, which was constantly absorbing the power of the stars and transforming it into the energy for its regular operation and later use. However, the efficiency of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, when it came to absorbing the energy of the universe, was pitiful compared to the world tree. Yang Kai could clearly see that under the world tree's influence, the power of the stars was actively being drawn towards its canopy from all directions, regardless of distance. In other words, the energy of this entire great territory was being influenced by the world tree. Embodiment, who was nearby, also gasped in shock. Yang Kai had not blocked his senses, so Embodiment could see what his Demon Eye of Annihilation was seeing. He couldn't help but mutter, "So that's how it is. If this continues, I wonder what would become of the star boundary?" Yang Kai dismissed the Demon Eye of Annihilation and shook his head. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be anything bad. Not only would it not be bad in the future, every corner of the star boundary would be a true cultivation paradise. Cultivating here would be countless times faster than in any other universe world or spirit province." Calming himself down, Yang Kai added, "We'll discuss the matter of the world tree later. Right now we don't have much time, so I'll go back to High Heaven Palace first to see my parents. I'm afraid there will be a great battle soon. Although the territory gate is quite far from here, it's better to be safe than sorry. Go find Hua Qingxi and explain the situation to her so that she can make preparations." Embodiment nodded. Yang Kai utilized space principles again as his figure flickered as he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the pair had already arrived at the depths of High Heaven Palace. Without any further communication, Embodiment immediately flew out and sent a message to Hua Qingxi to discuss important matters. Yang Kai went straight to the spirit peak where his parents lived. There was a forest of bamboo at the peak of a spirit peak, and a dense spiritual mist filled the air. Some intermittent sounds were coming from the forest. When Yang Kai arrived here, he happened to see a group of young children sitting cross-legged in a clearing in the middle of the sea of bamboo, all of them wearing High Heaven Palace uniforms. These little children had their eyes open wide as they stared at a middle-aged man in front of them, listening attentively. From time to time, one of the little kids seemed to hear something incredible, and shook his or her head, as if they had received some kind of inspiration. Yang Yingfeng was currently preaching the Tao. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. Since when did his father become so interested in such things? In the past, Yang Kai had never seen him preach the Tao to High Heaven Palace's disciples. But then again, his father used to only be a first-order Emperor Realm Master, while many in High Heaven Palace had higher attainments in cultivation than him, so there was no need for him to spend his time on such endeavors. Now that he had formed his Tao seal and his cultivation had reached the limit of the universe world's capacity, Yang Yinfeng was more than qualified to pass on his Tao to these young disciples. Yang Kai didn't disturb him and chose to watch quietly. The anxiety he had felt from facing a high-rank open heaven realm master for so long was now completely swept away and his mind became calm. With a sudden bang, the loft behind Yang Yingfeng had its door shoved open as a figure rushed out, looking around with wide-open eyes. Is our son back? After being interrupted, Yang Yingfeng frowned unhappily, but understanding the power dynamics in his relationship with his wife, he wisely decided to swallow his anger and grumpily rebuked, "That smelly brat is roaming around the outer universe doing who knows what with who knows who. How could he be back?" Dong Suju frowned and looked around. Strange, I clearly felt. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stared in a certain direction. Yang Kai was utterly speechless. He was currently a sixth-order open heaven realm master, and he had come here while concealing his presence. Not to mention Dong Suju, a mere emperor realm cultivator. Even a fifth-order open heaven realm master might not be able to discover him here. However, Dong Suju had sensed him. Was this the bond between a mother and son? The kind of connection that had nothing to do with one's cultivation, nor with their strength, but one that was innately formed after spending 10 months in the most intimate contact possible between one life and another. With a thought, Yang Kai appeared and stared at Dong Suju, smiling even more brilliantly than a flower in morning glory. Dong Suju was stunned and her beautiful eyes quickly became wet. She let out a cry of joy and rushed towards Yang Kai as swiftly as a gale wind, hugging him tightly. She was a petite woman, shorter than Yang Kai by a full head, but at this moment, Yang Kai felt an unprecedented sense of care and safety, as if he had returned to the time when he was still in his mother's womb. Whether it was the wind or the rain, she would always be there to shelter and protect him from the storm. Yang Yingfeng also slowly stood up and looked over, rubbing his eyes as if he was afraid he was seeing things. Martial Peak, Chapter 4590. Pleasant Surprise. The group of little kids below had no idea what was happening, so all of them followed Yang Yingfeng's gaze and turned their heads back to look curiously. He's back, you're back. My son is really back. After a long time, Dong Suju finally let go of Yang Kai and grabbed him by his arm, jumping up and down like a little girl, crying and laughing at the same time. After carefully observing him for a while, she suddenly pulled him into her embrace. Mother! Yang Kai called out softly as he felt his clothes quickly become wet. He slightly raised his hand and gently patted Dong Suju's trembling shoulder. Dong Suju finally recovered from her great surprise after a while, and raised her head to dry her eyes. She looked lovingly at Yang Kai as she patted his arms and legs to make sure he was unharmed before heaving a long sigh. Yang Yingfeng also walked over and sized up Yang Kai before coughing lightly. You're back. Yang Kai quickly greeted, Father. Yang Yingfeng nodded lightly and glanced behind him. Alone? Yang Kai stated with a smile. Su Yan and the others are all cultivating in Void Land. Yang Yingfeng waved off. I'm not asking about your wife. Yang Kai was a little puzzled. If he wasn't asking Su Yan and the others, then who was he asking? After a moment of realization, he replied, Shuer is also in secluded meditation in Voidland right now. Her cultivation is improving at a rapid pace. Father doesn't need to worry. Yang Yingfeng glared at him resentfully before asking in a dignified tone, Do I have grandchildren after so many years or not? So that's what he was asking about. As soon as her husband said this, even Dong Suju, who had been crying just now, perked up her ears and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai's face was guilt-ridden as he awkwardly replied, Your son has been trying his best. Yang Yingfeng was furious. You impotent little bastard. You've so many wives yet you can't even sire an heir for us? What can I count on you for? Do you want me and your mother to give birth to a younger brother or sister to strengthen our Yang family? Dong Suju slapped Yang Yingfeng's back, causing a loud sound as she rebuked with a blush. What nonsense are you spouting? There are children here. When Yang Yingfeng turned around, he saw a group of little children staring at him, so he couldn't continue. He waved off to the group of little chicks, stating, That's the end of today's lesson. When you return to your room, you should review what you learned. Don't slack off. The children all stood up and under the direction of one of the bigger ones who seemed to be their leader, and gave a proper bow. Many thanks, Master Ancestor. Although the group of kids was young, their manners were excellent. They lined up in 2 rows and walked down the mountain. When they passed by Yang Kai, they all bowed to Yang Kai too. Yang Kai, watching them leave, raised his brow and praised, "They really are good seedlings." Just now, he had secretly investigated the aptitudes of these children. Although he didn't perform a complete examination, when he swept his divine sense over them, he found that each of them had a clear mind and outstanding aptitude. If nothing went wrong, all of them would be able to easily reach the Emperor realm. Yang Yingfeng glanced at him. "If you can sire one, I'm sure it will be better than any of them." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Fortunately, his mother's heart felt bad for him and she slapped Yang Yingfeng again. "Our son hardly has the chance to return. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai and comforted, "Ignore him and come with mother. You must have suffered outside. Why have you lost so much weight?" Oh. Having been left outside alone, Yang Yingfeng's face was filled with regret. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. A doting mother makes a wastrel. A moment later, the family of 3 started chatting happily for a while inside the bamboo house before Yang Kai finally stated, "I came back this time mainly to check on your situation. Hey, he said that both of you managed to condense your Dao seals." Dong Suju replied, nodding, "That's true. Speaking of which, I must thank Senior He He. If it weren't for his careful guidance all these years, we wouldn't know how to form our Dao seals." In the inner universe, the Emperor realm was the limit. Only by breaking free from the universe world's shackles would one be able to reach a higher martial Dao. Yang Kai had undoubtedly made the right choice when he chose to leave He to guard the star boundary and the demon realm. At the very least, under his guidance, his parents had successfully condensed their Dao seals. "Let me take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Dong Suju's wrist, immersing his consciousness and carefully examining it. A moment later, a look of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's face. Dong Suju asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yang Kai honestly replied, "There is something wrong, but it's not bad, but rather a good thing. I'll talk after taking a look at father's as well." Using the same method, Yang Kai examined Yang Yingfeng's Dao seal, and the surprise on his face became even more apparent. "Since this is a good thing, speak up then." Yang Yingfeng flicked his sleeves. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "Hey, he must have told you about some things, so you must know about the different orders of the open heaven realm." Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju both nodded naturally. Yang Kai continued, "The order of an open heaven realm master determines their strength, while their initial order is determined by the orders of element powers they condense. The element powers are condensed through the refinement of a complete set of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. The higher the order of the elements condensed, the higher the order one will be in when they break through to the open heaven realm. Of course, the higher order of the material you wish to refine, the firmer your Dao seal must be." Yang Yingfeng summarized, "The Dao seal is the foundation to reach the open heaven realm." Indeed. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In simpler terms, after an Emperor realm cultivator condenses their Dao seal, their future path is basically set. From that point on, what order in the open heaven realm they can reach depends entirely on how high the order of the elements their Dao seal can withstand. He said that your father and I can reach the 4th order open heaven realm with certainty, while the 5th order is possible but carries some risks, so he asked us to ask for your opinion. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai somewhat uneasily. The 4th order open heaven realm was not a high order. Yang Kai nodded. "This is what surprises me." He was well aware of his father and mother's aptitude. When they first became Emperor realm cultivators, he had spent a great deal of effort and resources to help them. In his opinion, even if his father and mother's cultivation had progressed at a rapid pace because of the world tree, and they had even successfully condensed their own Dao seals, it would be good if they could reach the 3rd order. Although the 3rd order open heaven realm was in the low rank, it was still in the open heaven realm nonetheless. Unexpectedly though, his parents were completely capable of reaching the 4th or 5th order. This was a huge pleasant surprise. Is the world tree's nourishment really so miraculous? After informing his parents of his thoughts, they finally understood what this so-called good thing was. "What order are you now?" Yang Yingfeng asked curiously. Although he could feel that Yang Kai had advanced to the open heaven realm, he couldn't tell his order. After all, the difference in their cultivation was too great. Sixth order. Dong Suju was immediately overjoyed. I told you that your son's order will definitely not be low. With the sixth order open heaven realm, he could even become an 8th-order master in the future. Furthermore, if he can obtain open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace, it's not impossible to reach the very peak and become a 9th-order master. Yang Kai was surprised, Mother. You even know about the universe furnace? Dong Suju stated proudly, we haven't wasted our time all these years. Senior He has told us a lot about the outside world. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand causally and interjected, enough of that. First take a look at me and your mother. Do you think we should break through to the 4th order, or should we try for the 5th order? Yang Kai replied with a smile, the limit of the 4th order is the 6th order while the limit of the 5th order is the 7th order. One ends in the mid-rank while the other reaches the high rank, and there is a massive gap between the two. Since there is hope, you should naturally try to break through to the 5th order. Father, Mother, don't worry, there may be some risks if others try to break through like this, but my Voidland has the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, so there's no need to be afraid. Unfortunately, he no longer had any divine Tao water in his possession, otherwise if he gave it to his parents, there would be no risk for them to break through to the 5th order at all. His father and mother's Tao seals were quite stable, and what he said was basically correct. They were indeed a bit lacking in trying for the 5th order, but it wasn't too far off. Of course, if they wanted to break through to the 6th order, it would be impossible even if they had the Tao divine water. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju may not have any idea what the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was, but since Yang Kai had said so, they naturally wouldn't doubt it. Yang Yingfeng immediately decided, good, just as you said, your mother and I will try to break through to the 5th order. In the future, if anyone dares to bully us, we'll beat them up. I'll prepare the materials for you too. Please wait a moment. Dong Suju seemed to have sensed something and furrowed her brow. You just returned, but you want to leave right away. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before deciding to explain truthfully. When he brought Lan Sun to find me this time, he encountered an accident. A powerful enemy has learned the location of the star boundary, and he covets the world tree. So he is rushing over as we speak, wanting to harm the star boundary. I have to stop him. Even if this matter could be concealed for a while, it couldn't be concealed forever. If they could stop the Heavenly Sword Palace at the territory gate, it would be fine, but if they couldn't, Zhuo Quanhui would kill his way to the star boundary. If a great battle broke out without any forewarning, it would only make Dong Suju more worried. Dong Suju immediately asked nervously, how is this enemy's cultivation compared to yours? He's stronger than me, but we have more people than him, so mother doesn't need to worry. Yang Kai comforted. Dong Suju's expression became even more worried. You're already in the 6th order, if he's stronger than you, doesn't that mean he's a 7th order master? Yang Yingfeng stated, since a powerful enemy has come, there is no use worrying about it. That great demon god was so powerful back then, but he was still killed. I and your mother only hate that our strength is too low right now, so we can't help you much. You can go and face the enemy without worry. Your mother and I will take care of the star boundary. Thank you, father. Yang Kai stood up. Time is of the essence, so your son cannot serve you anymore, please take care. Saying so, he knelt down and kowtowed. Dong Suju quickly helped him up and reminded him with tearful eyes, be careful. Yang Yingfeng coldly snorted. If he hasn't left an heir for my Yang family, how could he dare to die? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Dong Suju glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fist. Your son will take his leave now. With a surge of space principles, he disappeared from the spot. Dong Suju stretched out her hand and grabbed nothing but air. She felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, and it filled with melancholy. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared inside High Heaven Palace's main hall. Hua Qingxi was startled for a moment before she quickly stood up happily. Martial Peak, Chapter 4591. Ambush. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded. Do you know about the situation? Hua Qingxi nodded in acknowledgement. Sir Embodiment has already informed me. If Palace Master needs High Heaven Palace's cooperation, please ask. Yang Kai shook his head. In this war, everyone participating is an Open Heaven Realm Master, so the star boundary won't be able to help. You just have to take care of yourself. Hua Qingxi stated solemnly. I understand, then please be careful. And let me check your Dao seal. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead. Hua Qingxi quickly relaxed her mind and body, allowing Yang Kai to examine her. A moment later, Yang Kai withdrew his hand and smiled at Hua Qingxi. Wonderful, you can advance directly to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm in the future. Although he had a speculation in his mind after investigating the situation of his parents' Dao seals, it was finally confirmed after examining Hua Qingxi's Dao seal. Hua Qingxi's aptitude was undoubtedly better than his parents'. His parents' Dao seals were stable enough to condense fourth-order elements, or even fifth-order elements, so there was no reason for Hua Qingxi to not be able to. As expected, Hua Qingxi's Dao seal was stabler than his parents'. In other words, the risk of breaking through to the fifth-order Open Heaven realm was basically non-existent for her. Is there anyone else in the star boundary who has condensed their Dao seals? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. Right now, there is only your parents, myself, and Palace Master Lan Xun, just us four. When Yang Kai had last left the star boundary, he basically took all the Emperor Realm Masters with him in one fell swoop, and the ones who remained weren't very strong. Although the cultivation of the star boundary's cultivators had quickly risen all these years with the world tree's nourishment and the recovery of the star boundary, cultivation still required some time. The star boundary cultivators could only condense their Dao seals by raising their cultivation to the peak of the Emperor realm. As for Lan Xun's condition, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate it at the time, but after thinking about it, compared to Hua Qingxi, her aptitude was already top-notch. This matter, Yang Kai wanted to say that this matter should be kept under wraps for now, but then he remembered that Heavenly Sword Union was nearly upon them, and if he couldn't stop this formidable enemy, he would be doomed. At that time, even the star boundary would find it difficult to survive, so he quickly changed his mind and stated, "Wait for my return." Hua Qingxi nodded her understanding. Yang Kai gave Embodiment a few more instructions before taking out a space beacon and testing it out. As expected, he was unable to directly return to the territory gate. Although the space beacon allowed people to instantly teleport from one beacon to another it was paired with, there was still a limit to their range. The territory gate was trillions of kilometers away from the star boundary, a distance far beyond its limit. The reason he was able to instantly return to the star boundary from the territory gate was undoubtedly because of his connection with the star boundary itself. It was equivalent to the power of the star boundary pulling him back, but it was impossible to use this process in reverse. There was no place for him to borrow strength on the territory gate's side after all. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Although Heavenly Sword Union shouldn't have been able to arrive at the star boundary's great territory before him, Yang Kai had to take precautions to be on the safe side. While returning to the territory gate, he could also investigate the route. In a flash, Yang Kai left High Heaven Palace and arrived in the depths of the void, rushing towards the territory gate. Every once in a while, Yang Kai would place a space beacon for emergencies. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful, and there was no sign of any Heavenly Sword Union cultivators, causing Yang Kai to slowly relax. After leaving behind a dozen or so space beacons, Yang Kai finally returned to the territory gate. Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters waiting by the territory gate immediately noticed Yang Kai's return. So Zhan Wuhen and the others surrounded him and asked with concern, "Is everything alright on the star boundary's side?" Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and told them everything he was able to learn. Many of the great emperors were shocked. "That's great." Emo Huang smiled with relief. The world tree is actually so amazing. Not only can it swallow the power of the stars and void to nourish the world energy of the star boundary, it can even allow one to cultivate more easily and condense a stronger Dao seal. Duan Hongchan also wore a look of fascination. If that's the case, wouldn't the star boundary give birth to many Open Heaven Realm seedlings in the future? Zhan Wuhen, on the other hand, was a bit worried. Both fortune and misfortune lie together. If we don't handle it well, great wealth can sometimes turn into disaster. Don't forget why Zuoquan Hui is coming to the star boundary. All of the great emperors were quick-witted, so when they heard Zhang Wuhen's words, how could they not know what he was worried about? It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured all over the excitement in their hearts, calming everyone down. We have to keep the changes of the star boundary under wraps. Zhang Wuhen looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Otherwise, I'm afraid even the cave heavens and paradises will become greedy. Even with Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu's rather poor aptitudes, they now had the qualifications to break through to the fourth order or even fifth order open heaven realm. If a true top talent were to grow up in the star boundary, it would be extremely easy for him or her to advance to the sixth order, and it might even be possible for a heaven-defying genius to reach the seventh order. The current star boundary could simply be called a cradle for open heaven realm masters. It could easily produce a large number of open heaven realm seedlings, and this was only the beginning. Who knew what could become of the star boundary given more time? What Zhang Wuhen said was definitely not an exaggeration. If the cave heavens and paradises came to know about the situation of the star boundary, everyone would probably want to take a share of it. At that time, would the star boundary still be the star boundary? Not to mention, there was still the world tree in the star boundary. Although the world tree did not show any signs of fruiting, who could guarantee that it would not produce world fruits after countless years? This was the only heaven-defying treasure in the world that could allow an open heaven realm master to advance an order directly without any side effects, as well as increase their natural limit. Who would not covet such a treasure? As Zhang Wuhen spoke, he unconsciously glanced towards Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. Voidland's forces were comprised entirely of their own people, so they would keep all the secrets to themselves if there were any. The only two outsiders were Qin Kuei and Suing Shui from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Senior brother Qing and senior sister Su are both trustworthy people. I'll remind them later, Yang Kai stated. Zhang Wuhen shook his head. I'm afraid this matter won't be as simple as you think. After all, they are disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Although they have some friendship with you and are willing to keep some secrets for you, there are always exceptions. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Then what should we do? Senior brother Qing and senior sister Su came to help Voidland in its time of need. We can't just kill them to silence them. Zhang Wuhen shook his head and stated, naturally, I'm not asking you to do such an ungrateful thing. What I want to say is that instead of letting them hide the situation of the star boundary from Yinyang Cave Heaven, it would be better to let them know the truth and use the Yinyang Cave Heaven's power to protect the star boundary. Mo Huang quickly interrupted, no? Zhang Wuhen turned to look at him, whereupon Mo Huang explained, Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Such a huge entity must have its own factions. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui are part of Su Linggong's lineage, and with the status of a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, Su Linggong naturally views Yang Kai in a favorable light. For small matters, everything is easy to discuss, but I'm afraid that Yinyang Cave Heaven's other high-rank open heaven masters will have some other intentions. What if the person sent by Yinyang Cave Heaven to investigate is not Su Linggong? This was also a problem, causing everyone to fall into contemplation. Yang Kai clapped his hands and diverted the topic. Let's talk about this later. Right now, the ones we need to deal with are Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui. If my guess is right, they should be arriving soon. All the great emperors nodded slightly. Good. 26th Order Masters and 1,300 cultivators below the 6th Order, almost all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland, were quietly waiting in ambush outside the territory gate for Heavenly Sword Union. Now that things had reached this point, there was no need to conceal their strength anymore. Yang Kai had hidden Ironblood Great Emperor and the others for this long to catch Zuoquan Hui off guard. However, while man plans, the heavens laugh. He He and Lan Sun had met with an accident, and Zuoquan Hui had learned of the location of the star boundary and the world tree. The battlefield inevitably shifted from void territory to the star boundary's territory. In this battle, they would definitely give it their all. In this battle, one side would die. The newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master naturally couldn't be hidden any longer. Waiting was the greatest torture. For half a month, the territory gate remained still and calm. Yang Kai almost suspected that his judgment was wrong and that Zuoquan Hui had no intention of coming to the star boundary. Or else why would he have not seen his shadow even after such a long time? However, there was a violent surge of energy a few days later. When Yang Kai opened his eyes, he saw the territory gate glowing and a colossal illusory phantom slowly emerging from it. "They're here." Yang Kai's eyes went wide as he raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. At the same time, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland also noticed the changes of the territory gate and began circulating their world force. In a flash, the void began to tremble and distort. What everyone saw was Heavenly Sword Union's Heavenly Sword Palace emerging from the territory gate. A moment later, the Heavenly Sword Palace rushed out, entering the great territory where the star boundary was located. Yang Kai raised his spear and pushed his world force madly while shouting, "Kill!" A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky from behind Yang Kai's back. In this sun, a three-legged exotic bird could vaguely be seen flying about. Facing such a large artifact like the Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai did not hesitate to use his golden crow cast the Sun Divine Manifestation in the opening salvo. The great sun took its spot on the Azure Dragon Spear as Yang Kai thrust it forward, ignoring the barriers of space as it crashed towards the enemy fortress. At the same time, rays of light from various divine abilities and artifacts shot towards the Heavenly Sword Palace like meteors. In that instant, the entire void lit up as if it was daytime as waves of world forces surged and crashed out. When the Heavenly Sword Palace was shuttling through the territory gate, they had naturally activated a protective barrier, but under the might of the countless divine abilities and artifacts, this barrier didn't even last for a breath before it shattered like a bubble. The people from Heavenly Sword Palace seemed to panic for a moment. Although they had guessed that they would be ambushed after crossing through the territory gate, no one had expected this ambush to be so ruthless. As far as the eye could see, there were nothing but enemies around them, and all of them asked the same question: how did so many people arrive here ahead of them? Martial Peak. Chapter 4592, Astonishing. Zuoquan Hui, who was sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, wore a gloomy expression as he quickly formed a series of hand seals to control the Heavenly Sword Palace's grand array. He knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could travel extremely fast. If Yang Kai insisted on pursuing him, the Heavenly Sword Palace would definitely be unable to escape. However, he didn't see any signs of Yang Kai chasing after him along the way, so he guessed that the latter had chosen another route to return to the star boundary to set up defenses. And facts proved that it was indeed the case. The Heavenly Sword Palace had just arrived in this great territory when it was ambushed. He had already expected that Yang Kai would bring some helpers, but he hadn't expected there to be so many. Over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if they were ants in his eyes, they were Open Heaven Realm Masters nonetheless. How did these people get here? Even if Yang Kai is a master of the Tao of space, he couldn't bring so many people with him. With a series of hand seals, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays began to activate layer by layer, but they shattered and collapsed one by one. The entire Heavenly Sword Palace surroundings were crazily flashing, and it was violently shaking, causing everyone to lose their footing. "Meet the enemy!" Zuoquan Hui shouted, issuing a command. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was extraordinary, in the end it was still just a large-scale palace artifact. While it could defend, attack, and fly, there were limits to everything. Right now, Zuoquan Hui was still a bit wary and didn't dare to appear, so he could only rely on his subordinates to defend. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his eyes. Zuoquan Hui looked up and saw a great sun at the tip of a spear smashing towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. It even left scorched marks in the void everywhere it passed through, which remained for a very long time. Divine manifestation. Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted before raising his hand and pointing towards the approaching sun. The pressure of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spread out as a streak of light shot from his fingertip. In the next instant, the sun collapsed as a wave of violent energy spread outward. Zuoquan Hui, who was sitting in the main hall, swayed slightly and his brow twitched. Although they were enemies, Zuoquan Hui had to admit that Yang Kai was a once-in-10,000 years genius, actually able to use a divine manifestation when he was just in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Zuoquan Hui himself had yet to comprehend his own divine manifestation. To a certain extent, he was actually inferior to a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. Furthermore, rumor had it that Yang Kai had comprehended this divine manifestation when he was still in the Emperor realm, which was simply unbelievable. With Yang Kai being in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and having his divine manifestation, he was able to unleash an attack comparable to a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. Although Zhuo Quanhui managed to block this attack fairly easily, he couldn't help but feel his blood and energy roil slightly. He is already so powerful when he is just in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. If that brat were to break through to the 7th Order, I would not be his opponent. Thinking so, Zhuo Quanhui's killing intent became even stronger. I have to kill him before he breaks through to the 7th Order no matter what. Otherwise, I will really die without a burial. Multicolored lights flashed as an overwhelming barrage of attacks flew towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. Heavenly Sword Union naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death, so after Zhuo Quanhui gave the order, they immediately began to counterattack. In a flash, both sides started exchanging attacks as world force flowed out in all directions, churning up the void and warping space as a result. However, not a single person was injured or killed despite it being such an intense battlefield. Needless to say, whether it was 6th Order masters or those below that realm, Voidland had more people than the other party. The divine abilities and secret arts from Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted before they could even approach. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union also had their own advantages, which was that they could hide inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. As long as the Heavenly Sword Palace was not destroyed, they would have a layer of impregnable protection and would not need to worry about being killed. However, how could the Heavenly Sword Palace, which had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command, be so easily destroyed? This massive artifact was the fruit of unimaginable resources and manpower of Heavenly Sword Union. Most of the divine abilities and secret arts aimed at the Heavenly Sword Palace were intercepted, and only a few of them actually managed to hit the palace itself. However, due to the spirit array barriers, it was difficult for Voidland to cause much damage in a short time. On the battlefield, Voidland had the absolute advantage, but the Heavenly Sword Palace was like a hedgehog, making it difficult for anyone to swallow. If this continued for a long time, Voidland would be pushed into a great disadvantage. The Azure Dragon Spear in Yang Kai's hand danced as he used his limitless spear techniques freely. Each spear strike was powerful enough to shatter a star and break through a layer of the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses, but the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays kept regenerating, annoying him greatly. At the same time, inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Ziyin and the others also noticed that something was wrong. After fighting each other for more than a year, they had long known that Voidland had both strength and numbers on their side, but the previous Voidland forces were not strong to this extent. After observing for a while, they finally discovered that there were some 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Voidland side they had never seen before. And there were not just 1 or 2 but there were as many as 8. These 8 were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not 8 cabbages one could find in a local market. Where did they come from? After a quick count, there were actually 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland's side. All of Heavenly Sword Union members were shocked. They only had 10 such masters on their side, so the other party had twice their number. If it weren't for Zhuo Quanhui presiding over this place, everyone would have fled long ago. Master! Ziyin called out to Zhuo Quanhui, while defending and attacking. I know. Zhuo Quanhui sat still, but his eyes were scanning the surroundings as they shone brightly, astonishing, simply astonishing. All of them have just advanced to the 6th Order. That star boundary really does carry great fortune with it. As the situation was quite tense, the others failed to pay much attention to the details, but Zhuo Quanhui, on the other hand, could tell with a single glance that the 8 new 6th Order auras were unstable, meaning all of them had just advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm recently. However, Zhuo Quanhui didn't think that these people had advanced straight to the 6th Order. After all, that would make them core disciples if they were placed in any of the cave heavens and paradises with such aptitude. How could there be so many genius-level talents in Voidland? The only explanation he could think of was the world fruit. Perhaps these people had advanced to the 5th Order, and consumed a mid-rank world fruit before reaching the 6th Order. Suddenly, he remembered something. Rumor had it that Yang Kai had achieved the 5th Order Open Heaven realm outside the shadowless cave heaven. It was impossible for him to fake this in front of so many masters, But he had actually reached the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm when he participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Previously, Zuoquan Hui had been unable to understand what was going on, but now everything was clear to him, or so he thought. So it turns out that Yang Kai consumed a world fruit a long time ago to raise his cultivation to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Martial Nephew Yin, according to your investigation, has the world tree in the star boundary borne fruits? Zuoquan Hui asked. Yin Xian Zhao pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know. Although I used a soul-searching technique on that woman, the information I obtained was incomplete. I only know that there is a world tree in the star boundary. Zuoquan Hui gently nodded his understanding. If that's the case, then it must be true. The world tree has indeed borne fruits. I really didn't expect for such a miracle to occur in this remote backwater. In his opinion, since the world tree had already bloomed and borne fruits, the people of Voidland must have benefited from it. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for him to obtain a high-rank world fruit here. If he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he would be able to instantly advance to the Eighth Order. At that time, he would be able to destroy Voidland with a flick of his finger. Even if he were to face off against the divine spirit Zhu Jiuyin and Bai Shi, he would still have the strength to fight back. The temptation of a high-rank world fruit was incomparably great. Originally, he had been somewhat afraid that Zhu Jiuyin would follow Yang Kai here and ambush him, but now he couldn't care about that. No matter what, he was an elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He might be branded as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise now, but everyone knew what was going on behind the scenes. Zhu Jiuyin might not even have the courage to kill him. Thinking along the lines, Zuoquan Hui made up his mind and changed his hand seal. The next moment, the Heavenly Sword Palace let out a thrumming sound as it flew straight towards the star boundary, forcefully resisting the bombardment of the many Open Heaven Realm Masters in the void. Stop him! Yang Kai shouted at the sight of this. The shockwaves from the battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters were too great, so if the Heavenly Sword Palace really rushed to the vicinity of the star boundary, Voidland would be forced to be in a passive situation. At that time, Voidland's hands would be tied while Heavenly Sword Union would be able to fight without fear. Stronger and more fearsome attacks rained down on the Heavenly Sword Palace from everywhere. Even though Heavenly Sword Union's numerous Open Heaven Realm Masters tried their best to stop them, they were still unable to do so completely. Divine abilities and secret arts landed on the Heavenly Sword Palace one after another, causing its barriers to flicker and shatter. However, new barriers were erected in the next moment, spreading out layer by layer and protecting everyone inside the Heavenly Sword Palace from the oncoming attacks. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes cracked wide open. He instantly teleported to the front of the Heavenly Sword Palace before shouting, "Dragon Transformation!" The next moment, a deafening dragon roar resounded as a huge golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai before it plunged into his body. Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's figure swelled under the stunned gazes of Heaven Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters, soon becoming a several thousand meters long colossal half-dragon in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. The dragon tail on his back swung back and forth, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. And when he shook his head, his dragon beard fluttered about. The next moment, a rich dragon pressure spread into the surroundings. What was even more shocking was that the azure dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand had also grown bigger. The massive Heavenly Sword Palace was actually shorter than Yang Kai, who had assumed his half-dragon form. Seemingly affected by Yang Kai's dragon pressure, another loud and sonorous dragon roar reverberated as Zhu Qing suddenly transformed into a dragon that was several thousand meters long as well. This dragon was crimson red, giving the impression as if it was covered in raging flames. Compared to Yang Kai's half-dragon form, Zhu Qing's dragon form was clearly that of a pureblood. Zhu Qing soared straight up before unleashing a flaming dragon breath straight at the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust his spear out. The huge azure dragon spear crashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive arrays without any fancy moves. The azure dragon spear was already a peerless weapon, and coupled with Yang Kai's fearsome strength that could shake the sun and moon, the defensive arrays were pierced through like paper. The people in the Heavenly Sword Palace were thrown into panic as the enormous spear shadows rapidly filled their vision, and an imminent threat of death gripped their minds. At the critical moment, a cold snort rang out from within the Heavenly Sword Palace as the dragon pressure collapsed. Suoquan Hui, who was in the main hall, promptly lifted his sword before swinging it down. His movements were graceful and elegant. A 1-meter-long sword wave cut through the air, directly slicing into Yang Kai's half-dragon form. The next moment, a fountain of blood gushed out. Martial Peak, Chapter 4593, Star Boundaries Change. A gaping wound so deep that even his bones could be seen appeared on Yang Kai's shoulder as a rain of golden dragon blood spluttered across the void. Suoquan Hui's attack was clearly extraordinary despite its simplicity. It would have been disastrous for Yang Kai, had he not tilted his head at the last moment. Nonetheless, he did not retreat. He thrust the azure dragon spear forward as if he was unable to feel any pain. Hong hong hong. One after another, the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were broken through. Even its walls were pierced through. Over a dozen open heaven realm masters who couldn't dodge in time were swept up by the spear's power, and exploded into a blood mist before they could even make a sound. When their small universes collapsed, world force dissipated and flowed out into the void. Before Yang Kai could even pull out his spear, he saw the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly light up, shooting a beam straight at his face. This beam of light came out of nowhere, but its power was extremely terrifying, comparable to an attack from a high-rank open heaven master. Yang Kai couldn't even figure out whether this beam of light had been shot by Suoquan Hui, or if it had been launched using the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays. Yang Kai instinctively raised his spear to block, and the next moment, he let out a suppressed grunt as he was sent flying out. At the same time, countless beams of light shot out from the interior of the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although they were not as terrifying as the one that attacked Yang Kai, each one was still comparable to an attack from a fifth-order open heaven realm master. There were more than 1,000 such beams of light. Such an attack was obviously not something mere Heavenly Sword Union disciples could release, so it was definitely the power of the palace's grand array. At the sight of this, Voidland's disciples, who had been attacking from the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, didn't dare hesitate and quickly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves. However, there would always be some flaws. Blood splashed as dozens of Voidland disciples were pierced through. Most of them instantly lost their lives, while a few with tenacious will managed to hang on. Their fellow disciples quickly responded and hurriedly retreated from the battlefield with them to find a place for them to recover. Even Zhu Qing, who had revealed her dragon form, had suffered a blow. Fortunately, Flower Shadow Great Emperor had protected her at the last moment, so she was only slightly injured. For a moment, Voidland's open heaven realm masters no longer dared to approach the Heavenly Sword Palace and retreated one after another. This was the terrifying aspect of a large-scale palace artifact. This kind of artifact was like a moving fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it extremely difficult to deal with. This was the first time the people from Voidland had come into contact with such a weapon, so they were not experienced enough to deal with it, resulting in some unnecessary damage. The next moment, a dragon roar reverberated across the void as Yang Kai, who had been sent flying, returned in a flash. When he saw the casualties among his forces, he immediately shouted, "Everyone below the Fifth Order, retreat and coordinate from afar. The rest of you, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and raised his massive azure dragon spear before smashing it down. Immediately, a transparent barrier appeared above the Heavenly Sword Palace, but it was unable to block the fearsome might of the blow. The barrier shattered as the fearsome force slammed into the Heavenly Sword Palace like a meteor, causing it to sink slightly. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he appeared directly below the Heavenly Sword Palace and swept out with his spear again. A blinding flash of light surged as the Heavenly Sword Palace was knocked back again. After a few rounds, several small universes collapsed, and the aura of world force dissipating came from inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Obviously, some people had been killed. Meanwhile, Voidland's open heaven realm masters never stopped attacking. However, those below the Fifth Order open heaven realm could only support them from a distance, and their usefulness was limited. The only ones who could pose a real threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace were the Sixth Order open heaven realm masters other than Yang Kai. and the dozens of fifth-order open heaven realm masters. Even after the original advantage in numbers had been leveled, Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators were able to resist the oncoming attacks and defended themselves. With the exception of a few unlucky fools who had died due to carelessness, the number of casualties for the time being remained mostly unchanged. Previously, Voidland was able to pose a certain degree of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace's occupants by relying on their numerical advantage, but now that most had to attack from a distance, very few of them were able to achieve anything. Basically, all of them were intercepted halfway. Furthermore, Zuoquan Hui attacked from time to time as well, forcing Yang Kai to be cautious in making moves lest innocents get hurt. Although Yang Kai could pose some level of threat to the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still difficult for him to stop it from advancing towards the star boundary. If this situation continued, if they were unable to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace, the star boundary would certainly face a great catastrophe. Yang Kai flew into a rage and shouted, "Old dog, if you have the guts, come out and fight. What kind of coward hides away inside his palace when the enemy is before him?" Zuoquan Hui's response was an even fiercer attack, forcing Yang Kai to dodge. As they clashed and cursed, both sides fought in the void for half a month, but neither side was able to do anything to the other. On the contrary, they were getting closer to the star boundary. Yang Kai's heart was gripped with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. He was now a sixth-order open heaven realm, but he still felt powerless. All of the great emperors were feeling the same. They communicated with each other via their divine senses, discussing how to deal with the enemy, but in this situation, none of their plans could be used. The star boundary was in danger. After a few more days, Yang Kai could already see the star boundary and demon realm, the two universe worlds in the distance. In the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai was no longer able to maintain his dragon form and had reverted back to his human form. Maintaining his dragon transformation for a long time was quite taxing on him. After more than half a month of fierce fighting, Yang Kai's entire body was covered in blood, and his murderous intent was seemingly tangible as it lingered around his body, turning his surroundings as cold as ice. Is that the star boundary? Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Zuoquan Hui raised his brows slightly as he gazed ahead. When the star boundary entered his eyes, he couldn't spot anything special about it, and couldn't understand why a world tree would appear here. Although Yin Xi and Zhao had managed to obtain some information from Lan Suan, soul-searching techniques had drawbacks. Even if his strength greatly surpassed hers, Lin Xi and Zhao had no way of knowing what kind of information he could obtain from Lan Suan, as the process was quite violent and destructive. In other words, what he could obtain from Lan Suan with a soul-searching technique was entirely up to luck. Just like how he did not know if the world tree had blossomed and borne fruit or not, he also did not know that this world tree was planted by Yang Kai, causing Zuoquan Hui to think that it was naturally bred. The world tree was undoubtedly extremely eye-catching, so when Zuoquan Hui laid eyes on the giant tree standing in the middle of the star boundary, his eyes gleamed with joy. It really is a world tree. He had never seen a real world tree before and had only read about it in a few ancient books, but when he laid eyes on it, he saw that the entire star boundary was filled with thick vitality. Looking at the star boundary from the distance, it actually looked completely green. If this divine tree was not a world tree, then what could it be? After taking a closer look, Zuoquan Hui furrowed his brow a little. He actually didn't see any world fruits. Perhaps it's because I'm too far away that I can't spot them, or maybe they have been harvested by someone. In any case, as long as I can get my hands on this star boundary, the world tree and its world fruits will all be mine. At the same time, Pei Wenxian, who was fending off an enemy at some place in the Heavenly Sword Palace, stared at a different spot. Unlike Zuoquan Hui, who was looking at the star boundary, he was looking at the demon realm. For some reason, he felt an extremely familiar aura from the demon realm, as if there was something there that was connected to him. On top of that, the demonic chi of this universe world was obviously extremely compatible with his small universe. In other words, he could directly devour the demon realm's world force to strengthen his foundation. If he could do so, it would definitely advance his cultivation, saving him a great amount of time. He had come to help Zuoquan Hui this time mainly because he had some personal grievances with Yang Kai, and wanted to use Zuoquan Hui's strength to deal with Yang Kai to vent his anger. But much to his surprise, He actually encountered this kind of opportunity. The energy of an entire universe world was enough to save him several hundred, or even 1,000 years of hard cultivation. He believed that after Zuoquan Hui had destroyed Voidland and captured the star boundary, he would not be stingy about giving this demon realm to him. I managed to get a hold of a treasure this time. While Pei Wenxian was secretly excited, a streak of light suddenly shot over from the side. It was the diving ability cast by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Voidland called Hua Yong. He waved his hand as his demon chi surged, canceling the oncoming attack. How did the star boundary become like this? And what's going on with the World Tree? While he was trying his best to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's advance, when Yongkai glanced towards the star boundary, his heart was filled with shock. He had returned to the star boundary a month ago, but it had undergone a massive change since then. While things were different the previous time he returned, it was certainly not to this extent. The star boundary was currently covered in extremely rich vitality, causing the entire universe world to appear warm and inviting. Everyone gasped in amazement at the sight of this. Even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Yongkai could still feel the vitality of the star boundary. And the World Tree. Although it was already tens of thousands of meters tall back then, it was obviously taller than before, almost twice the size it was compared to just a month ago. It was now nearly 100,000 meters tall, truly making it an existence that held up the heavens themselves. The changes in the star boundary are definitely related to the World Tree's growth and nourishment. But why has the World Tree's feedback become so much stronger in this 1 month, even allowing it to grow to such a height? Yongkai couldn't understand. At that moment, fluctuations of a small universe collapsing came from the Heavenly Sword Palace, indicating the death of another Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace's defenses were strong, the joint attack of 26th Order and dozens of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was no joke. Along the way, at least 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had lost their lives. On the other hand, because the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 5th Order were all helping from a distance, their side hadn't suffered many losses, with the exception of the couple dozen people who had died in the initial clash. However, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all injured and exhausted at this point. The next moment, Yongkai suddenly looked towards the Heavenly Sword Palace in shock before his gaze shifted back to the star boundary. When the unknown Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union died, his small universe collapsed and his world force dispersed. Almost immediately after, Yongkai could clearly feel this free world force being drawn straight towards the star boundary, pouring into the World Tree where it was cleanly absorbed. In a flash, realization dawned upon Yongkai. When Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters died previously, Yongkai had vaguely sensed the dispersion of their world force, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Now, when he observed more closely, he realized that this free world force was clearly flowing towards the star boundary. He was able to feel it so easily this time because they were now much closer to the star boundary. Martial Peak Chapter 4594, Defending at the Price of Blood. In the past, the growth of the World Tree was mainly fueled by the energy absorbed from the stars and void in the great territory where the star boundary was located. Its growth had been slow because such energy wasn't very rich. However, during this month-long battle, over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union and several dozen from Voidland had died. After their deaths, their small universes had collapsed, and their world force had dispersed into the void before being drawn in and absorbed by the World Tree. Naturally, the World Tree would be able to rapidly grow with nourishment like this. And owing to the corresponding feedback, the star boundary had also reaped great advantages. This was why the World Tree and the star boundary had undergone such massive changes. This was what Yongkai believed. Otherwise, there was no way he could explain what he was seeing. This kind of change would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to the World Tree and the star boundary, but with such a powerful enemy in front of him, Yongkai did not have the time to consider such things. In a flash, Yongkai instantly moved right before the Heavenly Sword Palace and pointed his spear forward. A determined and serious look could be seen on his face. They were only 10 million kilometers away from the star boundary now, so if he allowed the Heavenly Sword Palace to continue advancing, the star boundary would definitely fall into enemy hands. They had to stop the Heavenly Sword Palace from advancing any further no matter what. The only option they had left was to fight to the death. Shwa shwa shwa. One figure after another flew over and stood beside Yang Kai, as if they sensed his determination. Iron Blood, Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, and Ice Feather Great Emperors all arrived together without a word. Immediately after Yu He Mo Mei Maozhe Gengqing, Zhou Ye Huayong, Shu Mu Dan, Hui Gu, Qing Kuei, Suing Shui Fong Yu, and Xiangying also appeared in a flash. 26th Order Masters stood in a line in the void, blocking the path between Heavenly Sword Palace and the star boundary like an impregnable wall. Behind these 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood dozens of 5th Order Masters. The next moment, streaks of light shot over as more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were below the 5th Order, flew over to help. As the army assembled, their momentum soared. This scene seems familiar. Iron Blood Great Emperor smiled. Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang clenched his fists as a series of popping sounds rang out. Reminds me of the Great War. When they had fought against Great Demon God in the past, the Great Emperors had joined forces to fight the enemy. This was the first time that the strongest masters of the star boundary had all gathered together, and fortunately, they achieved their goal. Although the ones attacking today were Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui, the situation was quite similar. In the past, they had joined forces to kill Great Demon God, and today they had joined forces to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and kill Zuoquan Hui. The situation of facing a strong enemy with weaker forces had stirred up the pride and sentiments in their hearts. Young boy, don't die this time. Bustling World Great Emperor turned his head and warned Yang Kai. Yang Kai had died during the battle against Great Demon God. Fortunately, by refining the immortal tree, he was able to reconstruct his body and return to life, allowing him to continue battling Great Demon God. Yang Kai grinned, "Don't worry, I won't die." Then he shouted, "Kill!" Using his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure reached the height of several thousand meters once more. A great sun appeared on the tip of the enormous azure dragon spear, as he thrust it towards the Heavenly Sword Palace. At the same time, all the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to launch attacks against the Heavenly Sword Palace. After nearly a month of fierce fighting, although a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Zuoquan Hui had personally defended it, the Heavenly Sword Palace had still suffered some damage. Be that as it may, this artifact's defensive capabilities were quite impressive, and it was still holding up relatively well. With a dazzling flash, the Heavenly Sword Palace launched another wave of attacks to intercept the incoming barrage. Countless divine abilities collided in the void and cancelled each other out as void cracks appeared before quickly closing one after another. Most of the attacks were blocked, but a small number of them still made it through and struck the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing layers of protective barriers to shatter and disappear. But before Voidland could launch a second wave of attacks, the Heavenly Sword Palace burst with another blinding flash as thousands of sword lights shone. The next moment, another barrage of attacks headed straight towards Voidland's cultivators like a storm, drowning everyone in its path. Yang Kai immediately stood at the forefront. With a flash of thought, a giant towering tree appeared behind him, covering the void as its branches drooped down to form a protective shield, blocking the countless sword beams. Ripples appeared on the protective shield one after another as the towering evergreen divine manifestation became much dimmer. The towering evergreen was powered by his wood element power, condensed from the immortal tree. So not only could this divine ability heal injuries, it also had an extremely sturdy defensive ability. However, the towering evergreen was not all powerful, and was unable to shield all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland. Although it was able to block most of the attacks, there were still some that managed to slip through. Even though the many Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had been prepared for this counterattack, every single sword light from the Heavenly Sword Palace was comparable to an attack launched by a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Blood splashed as dozens died on the spot the next moment. With a deafening crash, Yang Kai's spear smashed into the Heavenly Sword Palace, causing its advance to slow as it shook violently. Hong hong hong. Yang Kai kept smashing his spear out again and again, releasing a massive amount of violent energy. The enormous Heavenly Sword Palace was actually stopped in place. Furthermore, under the continuous barrage of attacks, the aura of several small universes collapsing could be felt coming from inside the palace. But before Yang Kai could rejoice, a dazzling sword light slashed towards him. Zuoquan Hui had personally made a move. The might of a seventh-order open heaven realm was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and sending their vitality tumbling. When this sword light struck the protective barrier of the towering evergreen divine manifestation, it became even dimmer. After another sword attack from Zuoquan Hui, the towering evergreen was instantly destroyed, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Yang Kai's heart shook and his small universe became agitated, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Just like Yang Kai's continuous attacks, Zuoquan Hui didn't stop at all, swinging his sword again and again. At this moment, Yang Kai's ears were ringing and his head was spinning. He shook his head to regain his bearing but still staggered back, unable to defend himself. However, after his small universe was shaken, he felt a strange connection with the star boundary for some reason. At this critical moment of life and death, the great emperors joined forces and stood in front of Yang Kai. Each of them used their own divine abilities to resist the oncoming sword lights. With a dazzling flash, the great emperors were forced back. All of them were vomiting blood and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Even with the combined strength of all the great emperors present, they were unable to resist Zuoquan Hui's assault and were instantly injured. But the silver lining was that the sword light shooting at Yang Kai was intercepted. Overconfident brat. Inside Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui sneered as another sword light slashed out. Yang Kai vigorously shook his head before he finally stabilized himself. He then promptly raised his spear to meet the oncoming attack. At the same time, the injured great emperors also gathered their strength and joined forces to resist. Yu He and Mo Mei also rushed over at that moment. With everyone's strength combined, they were finally able to barely resist Zuoquan Hui's sword strike. However, the situation had grown worse. The Heavenly Sword Palace, which had finally been stopped by Yang Kai, had once again started moving forward. Even if the Void Land Masters refused to back down as they made their last stand, they were still unable to stop the enemy from closing in. 10 million kilometers, 9 million, 8 million. A long road paved with blood was floating in the void. Mangled and mutilated corpses of Open Heaven Realm Masters were scattered all over. Every time the Heavenly Sword Palace's arrays erupted, a few cultivators from Voidland would lose their lives. Although the Heavenly Sword Palace was also on the verge of collapsing under the relentless bombardment of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still a hair's breadth away from being completely destroyed. Had there not been so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Voidland's side, the outcome of this battle would have already been decided. Be that as it may, everyone from Voidland was on their last leg. Yang Kai was already fighting like he had lost his mind. He had simply stopped caring about saving his strength as he continued to pour his world force into every attack. He had already used Golden Crow Cast the Sun several times, and each time he did he chipped away at the Heavenly Sword Palace, but he was still unable to break it. His small universe had long been shaken to the point that it was already unstable. Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate right now, but he knew that his small universe would definitely crash if he did not stop. But the more turbulent his small universe became, the clearer Yang Kai could feel the strange connection between himself and the star boundary become. Yang Kai quickly dispelled any doubts he had and cleared his mind before understanding the epiphany. So that was how it is. Martial Peak. Chapter 4595. Lend me your strength. So that was how it is. I have actually neglected my greatest reliance, my greatest foundation. The world lives. Yang Kai lowered his head and mumbled to himself in a low voice. The next moment, he shouted as his long hair fell over his forehead. You want the star boundary, but have you asked the star boundary's will? Sitting in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui scoffed. When this monarch occupies that place, this monarch will become its will. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Zuoquan Hui's face sank as he suddenly had a bad feeling. It was inexplicable. As if something terrible was about to happen. Yang Kai grabbed his spear with one hand and suddenly formed a series of hand seals with the other, muttering in a low voice, "Heavens and earth, lend me your strength." Wang. The void trembled at that moment as everything came to a halt. In the next moment, the world tree, which had reached the height of 100,000 meters, began to sway violently. Its giant canopy rustled as a beam of green light shot out from the star boundary and struck Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained still, but his aura, which had become incredibly weak due to overexhaustion, started rapidly rising, soaring upwards seemingly without limit. His turbulent small universe calmed, reaching a state of tranquility that he had never felt before. Furthermore, his small universe's foundation was also rapidly strengthening. A terrifying pressure erupted from Yang Kai, spreading out in all directions, causing space itself to tremble. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union inside the Heavenly Sword Palace were dumbstruck at the sight of this. In the void, 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland also wore looks of amazement. Yang Kai's aura rapidly reached a peak, one far higher than his original. Although he had yet to reach the 7th order, he was just a hair's breadth away from it now. The corner of Zuoquan Hui's eyes twitched as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Borrowing the world's strength, so that's how it is. Zhan Wuhen's eyes flickered with realization. The great emperors also quickly understood what just happened. Yang Kai was borrowing the power of the star boundary. Any great emperor who was recognized by the will of his universe world could borrow its strength. But this time Yang Kai was borrowing power far beyond their imagination. In general, there was a vast difference between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm. Any Open Heaven Realm Master, even of the lowest order, could easily kill an Emperor Realm cultivator. But at certain times, in certain special circumstances, an Emperor Realm cultivator could display the strength comparable to a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Just like how the great emperors had fought against Great Demon God in the past. Great Demon God definitely had the strength of the Open Heaven Realm at that time. But in the end, he was killed by the combined forces of the Star Boundary's great emperors. The fundamental reason for this was that the great emperors had borrowed the world strength of the Star Boundary to display enough power to kill Great Demon God. Back then, when the Star Boundary had been nearly destroyed and the people had fallen into misery, the great emperor still had the strength to fight against Great Demon God by taking advantage of the Star Boundary's remaining strength. Now that the Star Boundary had received the World Tree's nourishment, and its foundation had become many times stronger, the world strength Yang Kai could borrow from it was naturally far greater than before. At this moment, it was as if he had the support of the entire Star Boundary's world force. Zuoquan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with rich experience, so it wasn't that he didn't know about the secrets of universe worlds and great emperors, but under normal circumstances, how much strength could a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai borrow from a mere universe world? It was a little better than nothing, that's all. However, the situation in the Star Boundary was completely different from that of ordinary universe worlds. Its foundation was extremely rich due to the World Tree's feedback. Furthermore, the World Tree had also absorbed the world force of all the Open Heaven Realm Masters from both sides who had lost their lives in this battle, allowing its heritage to become even stronger. The world was alive. When Yang Kai was giving his all to defend the Star Boundary, even willing to put his life on the line to protect it from danger, the Star Boundary itself had sensed it. The feeling lingering in Yang Kai's heart was a sign of acknowledgement from the Star Boundary will. Yang Kai understood a bit too late, but he still managed to deduce it in time. Zuoquan Hui, you made your biggest mistake by making things difficult for my Star Boundary in this great territory. Yang Kai's world force surged as he felt an indescribable power coursing through his body. Borrowing the power of the Star Boundary, not only had he recovered, but his strength was also only a step away from the 7th Order. You're still only a 6th Order ant. How dare you boast so shamelessly? When you have broken through to the 7th Order, then you can act presumptuously before this monarch. Zuoquan Hui was extremely angry. As he finished speaking, sword waves once again shot out from the Heavenly Sword Palace. Furthermore, he had also launched a divine ability personally at Yang Kai. Yang Kai promptly raised his spear to block the incoming assault. Although he was forced back tens of thousands of kilometers again, he was no longer incapable of resisting. The gap between him and Zuoquan Hui had been greatly reduced. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. Voidland's morale immediately soared as they all took action to block the Heavenly Sword Palace's attack. The great emperors glanced at each other but didn't say anything. Nonetheless, all of them could tell what the other was thinking. "Young boy, I'll leave this place to you," Ironblood Great Emperor suddenly shouted. Yongkai turned his head in surprise and saw Ironblood Great Emperor's figure instantly disappear from his spot. When he looked back at the others, he saw that Bustling World, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, and the other great emperors were also nodding at him expectantly. Yongkai instantly understood and shouted, "Everyone, don't worry. I'll definitely kill this old dog at our doorstep." The next moment, several figures suddenly appeared atop the World Tree's crown in the star boundary. They were none other than the great emperors who had disappeared from the battlefield. They had never cultivated the Tao of space, so under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to travel millions of kilometers in an instant, but the star boundary was their homeland, and since Yongkai was able to return from the territory gate with the help of the star boundary, it was naturally possible for them to do something similar. Traversing a few million kilometers was as easy as stepping through their front door for them. They were old friends who had known each other for over 10,000 years, so with just a glance at each other, all of them smiled and sat down cross-legged, opened their small universes, and poured their world force into the star boundary. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's assistance caused the entire star boundary to tremble slightly, as if it was welcoming their return. In the void, Yongkai's aura, which was slowly stabilizing, suddenly shot up again. Naturally, this was due to the support of the great emperors, carrying with it the hope of countless living beings in the star boundary. Nonetheless, Yongkai was still unable to break through the shackles of the Sixth Order. Although he was now just half a step away from the Seventh Order, there was still a thin barrier blocking his path. If he could not break through this barrier, he would not be able to glimpse the broad horizons of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. The Sixth Order was in the mid-rank, while the Seventh Order was the beginning of the high rank. The gap between them was simply too great. Just a little more. Just as Yongkai thought he had reached his limit, another wave of energy suddenly surged through his body. This wave of energy came at just the right moment, shattering the already cracking shackles. Hong! An invisible shockwave burst out from Yongkai as the prestige of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master filled the void. Atop the World Tree, two figures slowly descended. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he muttered, "Luckily, we were not too late." The other person stated, "What a pity. I thought that after advancing to the Sixth Order, I would be able to enjoy a good fight with old friends, but I didn't expect I wouldn't have such an opportunity." Ironblood Great Emperor opened his eyes and gently smiled. "The two of you aren't good at fighting anyway, so it's best if you don't cause trouble." Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations looked at each other and had no choice but to agree. Fair enough. The two of them had been cultivating in Voidland all this time, attempting to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Just when they somehow broke through and were preparing to head to the territory gate to assist, He happened to bring Lan Sun to Voidland. When the two of them learned of the situation, they anxiously rushed to the star boundary, but they were still a step behind Heavenly Sword Union. By the time the two of them finally returned to the star boundary's great territory, Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland had already fought for a long time. When they finally caught up with the Heavenly Sword Palace and arrived at the edge of the battlefield, they happened to see Yongkai borrowing the star boundary's world force and their old friends returning to the star boundary to support him. Seeing that Yongkai was still only at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, just half a step away from breaking through to the Seventh Order, the two of them didn't hesitate to return to the star boundary. "I wonder if Yongboy has reached the Seventh Order yet." Wondrous Pill Great Emperor looked up into the void and muttered, "Old dog. Next year today will be the anniversary of your death." In the void, Yongkai was in high spirits. The world force around him surged as he thrust out his spear, transforming it into a barrage of spear shadows that filled the sky and rained down towards Heavenly Sword Palace. How could he lose this battle, carrying the hopes and expectations of all the great emperors and countless living beings in the star boundary on his shoulders? Dazzling lights flashed across the Heavenly Sword Palace as its defensive arrays shattered and collapsed. Multiple small universes collapsed one after another at the same time. Although Zhou Quanhui was desperately repairing the arrays, he could not catch up with the storm of attacks. His greatest reliance was that he was an order higher than Yongkai's cultivation, but now he had even lost that advantage, which had immediately pushed him into a corner. Attacks rained down at the Heavenly Sword Palace from every direction. Heavenly Sword Union disciples tried their best to resist, but it was impossible for them to keep up. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the Heavenly Sword Palace suddenly cracked with a blinding flash as an inexplicable and fearsome aura surged from it. Everyone dodge! Yongkai promptly realized that something was not right and shouted aloud, immediately using his space principles to wrap up those around him and quickly retreating. Not only were Voidland's cultivators retreating, but countless figures fled from the Heavenly Sword Palace as well. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shockwave suddenly swept out, as if the sun in the sky had exploded. Some of the slower Heavenly Sword Union cultivators didn't even have time to make a sound before they were enveloped by this blinding flash and instantly lost their lives. The fallout from this explosion crashed into everyone, causing them to feel as if they were standing in the middle of a vast ocean, unable to even stand firm. Everyone promptly used their defensive divine abilities and artifacts to protect themselves as stray bolts of energy and rubble flew out randomly. Yongkai stabilized his footing and stared straight ahead. The Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. After defending for over a month, crossing trillions of kilometers, they had finally managed to crack this hard nut. Voidland's cultivators had evacuated in time, so apart from some minor injuries suffered by a few low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, no one had lost their life. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters had suffered heavy casualties. Heavenly Sword Union had spent unimaginable resources and effort to build the Heavenly Sword Palace, so the instant it was destroyed, the resulting explosion was not inferior to a full-powered attack launched by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When the dust settled, only about 400 Open Heaven Realm Masters remained on Heavenly Sword Union's side, and all of them were in a sorry state. Martial Peak, Chapter 4596, Huang Quan. A giant black hole had appeared where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. It was surrounded by thousands of cracks that extended to the depths of the void. Space had shattered, making it look like the end of the world. Zuoquan Hui stood somewhere in the void, surrounded by a group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. His face was twitching, as if he had yet to recover from the series of events just now. The Heavenly Sword Palace occupied an absolute advantage. Just a few million more kilometers and it would have reached the star boundary. At that time Voidland would have been at his mercy. But much to his dismay, Yongkai had borrowed the power of heaven and earth to instantly break through from the 6th Order to the 7th Order, destroying the Heavenly Sword Palace, shattering his greatest reliance, and dragging him down into the dirt. Yongkai raised his spear and sneered, "Old dog, you're finally willing to come out." Zuoquan Hui narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yongkai. When their gazes met, it seemed as if sparks were flickering. "Kill!" Yongkai shouted as his enormous dragon form, wrapped in a supreme dragon pressure, appeared before the Heavenly Sword Union Masters in a single move. The next moment, Yongkai swept his massive azure dragon spear that seemed to hold up the sky as a rich world force burst out, wantonly releasing the power of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Even Zuoquan Hui did not dare to casually take such an attack. Although Yongkai had acquired the strength of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, he did not obtain it by cultivating himself, but because he had borrowed the world force from the star boundary, an external aid. Even so, when Yongkai attacked with the azure dragon spear using his several thousand meters tall half-dragon form, Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to cherish his own life. Facing this attack, he used a divine ability to block as a feint before pulling back. Seeing this, the 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him quickly dispersed. Heavenly Sword Union's formation collapsed in the wake of this attack. Behind Yongkai, a tide of Open Heaven Realm Masters swarmed towards him. Having been under extreme pressure for so long, it was now their turn to vent, which they did without holding back in the slightest. Everyone used their respective divine abilities and artifacts to their heart's content to attack the enemy. The few hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters on Heavenly Sword Union's side were nearly frightened to death. Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators had suffered heavy casualties thanks to the Heavenly Sword Palace's explosion. Now there were less than 400 of them left. On the other hand, Voidland still had over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side. With almost 3 times the difference in number, there was no need for any kind of battle formation, just charging forward was enough to crush the enemy. Not to mention, Voidland had a huge advantage when it came to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Including Yang Kai, Voidland had a total of 22 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. With the 8 Great Emperors having returned to the star boundary, 14 still remained. Even if Yang Kai wasn't included, there were still 13 on their side. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Union only had 10. So Voidland had a 3-person advantage. Back then, during a meeting with Suoquan Hui in the Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had proposed to send a message to Xian Zhao, inviting him to come and help. He had said that as long as they had one more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on their side, they could completely turn around the situation. With one more, they would be able to gain an advantage of 2 against 1 in a battle, which would become the key to victory. If just one more 6th Order Master could be the difference between victory and stalemate, what more need be said if one side had 3 more? 26th Order Masters from both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, and for the moment they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the 3 Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain, Maozhe Gengqing, and Zhouye quietly blended into the 1,000-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland's side and rushed into Heavenly Sword Union's army, leaving bloody carnage in their wake. With 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining forces, how could Heavenly Sword Union's army, who were at most 5th Order Masters, be a match for them? In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the number of Heavenly Sword Union cultivators had been reduced by half, and the remaining people were now surrounded by Voidland's forces. There was no way for them to escape, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. After settling the overall situation, Maozhe and the others rushed back to the battlefield of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Huang Quan suddenly had his hair stand on end, as if he had fallen into an ice house. A chill ran up from the tip of his toes to the crown of his head. At that moment, Huang Quan was fighting none other than his old nemesis, Hui Gu. Both were from Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star, and had developed a loose friendship during their hundreds of years of imprisonment. However, Hui Gu had infiltrated the prison league under Yang Kai's orders after being subdued by the latter, only to be exposed in the end. As a result, Huang Quan killed Hui Gu's only loyal servant, Mo right in front of him. That day, Hui Gu swore that one day he would kill Huang Quan and avenge Mo. By some coincidence, when Hui Gu returned to Voidland with Yang Kai, Huang Quan had fallen in with Suoquan Hui. Both sides had fought several times in Void territory, but neither of them had been able to gain the upper hand. In fact, Hui Gu's strength was actually slightly inferior. After all, Huang Quan was the league master while Hui Gu was just one of its protectors in the prison league. There was a difference between their status and strength as well. After exchanging several blows several times over the past year, both of them knew each other's techniques like the back of their hands. Huang Quan naturally wouldn't be afraid if he was only facing Hui Gu. However, the 3 mountain lords of the Profound Yang Mountain were now rushing over. Huang Quan was extremely unlucky. Maozhe and the others didn't intentionally target him. Rather, they were just providing support to the closest battlefield. Huang Quan and Hui Gu just happened to be on that battlefield. Seeing these 3 rushing towards him, Huang Quan didn't hesitate to escape as he knew that he couldn't remain. Not to mention a 6th Order Master like him, even someone in the 7th Order like Suoquan Hui might not be able to escape this debacle. After Yang Kai had borrowed the Star Boundaries World Force, strengthening himself to the point where he reached the 7th Order, he had destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace and stopped Heavenly Sword Union's momentum. If Huang Quan did not flee now, when would he? As for whether Suoquan Hui would settle the score with him later or not, he could worry about it after he had escaped. However, Hui Gu kept desperately hounding him, which was very annoying. A fierce gleam flashed across Huang Quan's eyes as he ignored Hui Gu's incoming palm strike and ruthlessly launched a divine ability towards him, seemingly wanting to trade a life for a life. In truth, Huang Quan had no intention to fight to the death with Hui Gu. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the prison star and regain his freedom, so he valued his life more than anything. With his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and a long life ahead of him, he still had many good days to look forward to. He was simply doing this to force Huigu to stop and back off so he could escape. But much to his dismay, when faced with this divine ability, Huigu didn't even try to dodge or block. His eyes burned with unquenchable hatred, as he appeared completely ready to sacrifice his life if it meant killing his enemy. Huang Quan turned pale in shock as he cursed, "Madman!" In a panic, he hastily withdrew some of his strength to defend himself. The next instant, both of them shook and threw up a mouthful of blood each, their auras weakening as their world force unstably fluctuated. Mao Zhe Gengqing and Zhouya arrived just in the nick of time. The three of them formed a triangle and rushed towards Huang Quan. Their world force surged as they fired their divine abilities before even reaching him. "My destined time has come." Huang Quan's face turned ashen. Even if he was at his peak, he would most likely die if he was facing these three, not to mention the fact that he had been forced into a dead end by Huigu. A blinding flash of light appeared before Huang Quan's body flew out like a rag sack as it was struck by three divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, he was left in a sorry state. His hair was a mess and he was covered in blood. Suddenly, an angry and gnashing face appeared right in front of him like a ghost, almost touching his nose. Its eyes were burning with flames of hatred and blood was flowing from its 7 orifices, making it look like a real devil. Huang Quan's heart almost burst in fright as he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Huigu transformed into a streak of light as he brushed past Huang Quan. About 1,000 meters behind Huang Quan, Huigu looked up into the void and smiled. "Rest in peace, Biamo, I've avenged you." He raised his hand, holding a bloody head in it as 1,000 meters behind him stood the headless corpse of Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huang Quan hadn't died yet, as the vitality of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely tenacious. He would not immediately die even if his head was twisted off, but he obviously knew what kind of situation he was in right now. Blinking his eyes, he also looked up into the sky and heaved a sigh. Why? Back when he left the prison star, if he hadn't sought refuge with Zuquan Hui, he would have been living a happy life right now. He didn't hold a grudge against Huigu for killing him. From the day he started cultivating, he knew that when one walked the martial Tao, even if he did not kill others, he would be killed by them one day. The martial Tao was long, and there was no one whose hands weren't dyed in blood. How many people were there who did not take life and death lightly? Such a day was bound to come sooner or later. Be that as it may, he named himself Huang Quan, meaning Yellow Spring. He might receive some kind of preferential treatment in the underworld, but King Yama was not someone to be trifled with. He slowly closed his eyes as his vitality rapidly dissipated. 1,000 meters away, the small universe of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master collapsed, releasing a massive amount of world force that transformed into a violent wave of energy which was visible to the naked eye. The violent energy was immediately pulled in by the world tree that was still a few million kilometers away. Huigu's hand trembled and he shattered the head in his hand before keeling over and coughing, spitting out pieces of his internal organs. Zhouya flashed over. "Are you all right?" Huigu shook his head. "I'll survive." Although he had taken Huang Quan's divine ability head-on and was seriously injured, he would live. Furthermore, a weight had been lifted off his heart after he had killed Huang Quan, allowing his mind to become much clearer. "Retreat and heal yourself first," Zhouya urged before following Mao Zhe and Gengqing to the next battlefield. Although many of the 6th-order masters were fighting their own life-or-death battles, Huang Quan's fall could not escape their senses. The commotion caused by the collapse of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe and subsequent dissipation of his world force was not small. Even the dullest of people could sense it. A 6th-order master on their side had died in such a short period of time, naturally causing great fear among the remaining Heavenly Sword Union masters. Some of the smart ones immediately began to flee, but how could Void Land allow them to escape? Naturally, they tried their best to stop and suppress them, so the enemy's efforts yielded little result. Under normal circumstances, when two masters with the same cultivation fought, if one of them insisted on escaping, the other would have no way to stop him. Let alone one, even if two of the same cultivation tried to stop someone together, they still might not be able to. This was why the higher one's cultivation was, the easier it was to determine victory or defeat, but the harder it was to determine life or death. If they couldn't beat the enemy, they still could run, unless one cultivated the Tao of space like Yang Kai and had unmatched speed. Or they had arranged a heaven-sealing earth-locking array in advance, making escape impossible. Yang Kai was currently locked in a fierce battle with Zuoquan Hui. Even though he had obtained the strength of a seventh-order open heaven realm master by borrowing world force from the star boundary, he was unable to divert his attention. Fortunately, there happened to be an array master on Voidland's side. Zhe. Martial Peak. Chapter 4597, Growing Stronger as the Battle Rages. Somewhere in the void, when Luan Baifeng saw Heavenly Sword Union's sixth-order masters wanting to flee, she immediately sent a transmission to Mao Zhi. The three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had originally planned to assist Yu He to capture that sixth-order open heaven realm female cultivator named Ziyan, but after receiving Luan Baifeng's transmission, they immediately changed directions and flew towards her. A moment later, Luan Baifeng withdrew from the battlefield and the three mountain lords joined forces to fight her original opponent, Heavenly Sword Union's Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Qi Xian. Qi Xian was originally an older generation sixth-order master of Heavenly Sword Union. He spent most of his time in secluded cultivation in order to break through to the seventh order. Even most of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples didn't know that they had an old ancestor like him. Only a few of the higher-ups knew of his existence. Besides Seven Mysteries Heavenly Monarch, Heavenly Sword Union also had another sixth-order Red Sun Heavenly Monarch, Dan Yang. Zuoquan Hui had forcefully taken over Heavenly Sword Union with his seventh-order cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't allow these two to freely do as they wished. Qi Xian and Dan Yang had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Originally, although Qi Xian was shocked by Luan Baifeng's unpredictable methods when he fought her, he was still able to gain a slight advantage. He even had the room to ask Luan Baifeng why she had betrayed Zuoquan Hui and joined Voidland instead. When Luan Baifeng left and Mao Zhi Gengqing and Zhouya took her place though, Qi Xian couldn't help complaining bitterly. 1 against 3, and with all of them being sixth-order masters, forget about fighting, it would be difficult to even escape. From the start, Mao Zhi's cultivation was about the same as his at the peak of the sixth order. As for Gengqing and Zhouya, although they were slightly weaker, they weren't too far off. I guess things are not looking good for us today. Unless Zuoquan Hui manages to take down Yang Kai. Qi Xian was barely able to deal with the three mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, and was forced to only defend under their combined attacks while secretly praying for a miracle. On the other side, after Luan Baifeng broke away from her opponent, her figure shuttled through the void, wandering the various battlefields as she sent out her array plates one after another, instantly activating the arrays engraved on them. She had quite a number of array plates in her possession and of various types, but because masters on both sides were fighting, Luan Baifeng had chosen to only use trapping arrays or illusion arrays. Basically, all the array plates she had thrown out were non-lethal. Although the arrays activated from these array plates could not kill or injure the enemy, and might even disturb the judgment of her own allies, they could temporarily trap these sixth-order masters in place and prevent them from escaping. A moment later, 8 arrays took shape in the void. Although no figure could be seen inside these arrays, the cultivators outside were able to clearly sense the shockwaves and fallout coming from inside. Obviously, the masters of both sides trapped inside were fighting fiercely. After having done all this, Luan Baifeng took a break and turned her head to look at Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui, and saw the two of them exchanging blows, constantly releasing their divine abilities and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, he was still able to hold on. After seeing this, Luan Baifeng could finally feel relieved. She then rushed into the array in front of her to help her companion kill his opponent. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were locked in a heated battle with their respective opponents, but the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators below the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm were getting slaughtered one-sidedly. The original 300 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered great casualties under the hands of the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain. Now less than half the original number remained. On Voidland's side, over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters formed a huge encirclement, surrounding all of Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators and steadily pushing inward. As the encirclement continued to shrink, the Heavenly Sword Union's cultivators suffered more and more casualties. Under the constant barrage of the divine abilities and secret techniques, the Heavenly Sword Union cultivators would explode into blood mists at a steady pace. The huge gap in numbers made it impossible for Heavenly Sword Union to turn the tide. No matter what the outcome of this battle ultimately was, Heavenly Sword Union, a peak second-class force that had enjoyed countless years of glory, would cease to exist. On another side of the void, Yang Kai and Zhuo Quanhui were locked in a heated confrontation. It was a battle between high-rank open heaven masters. The void would shatter every time they clashed, and their battlefield spanned millions of kilometers. Their world force kept constantly clashing, causing the space to crack like a broken mirror. This was especially true for the place where the Heavenly Sword Palace had exploded. A black hole had appeared there after the explosion. This black hole should have slowly closed under the self-repairing properties of the world principles if it was not subjected to any external forces. However, under the influence of the intense battle between the two, not only did this black hole not show any signs of closing, it even grew larger instead. A chaotic aura of nihility was coming from inside the black hole. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had fought Zhuo Quanhui. The last time they had fought was in void territory, but that time, he had still been beaten miserably by Zhuo Quanhui even with the support of the three mountain lords. Yang Kai would have been killed on the spot if it weren't for the fact that his strength far exceeded an ordinary sixth-order master's. Although he had managed to force Zhuo Quanhui back in the end, he had suffered significant damage and had even exposed his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. When they fought again after several years, the disparity between the first and this time was obvious. A high-rank open heaven realm master was indeed on a completely different level from a mid-rank one. Even if he had reached the high rank by borrowing world force, Yang Kai was still able to exert the might of a high-rank open heaven realm master nonetheless. On the surface, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. After all, Zhuo Quanhui was a veteran 7th-order master, so he had better command of his strength and skills. However, Yang Kai was confident that it was next to impossible for Zhuo Quanhui to kill him with his current strength. Moreover, he could feel his strength growing with every passing breath. His current strength came from the Star Boundaries world force. Thus, his strength was directly related to the foundation of the Star Boundary. Previously, Yang Kai gained the might of the 7th Order and instantly destroyed the Heavenly Sword Palace with the help of the various great emperors who had entered the Star Boundary, causing countless Heavenly Sword Union cultivators to die. It had to be known that the world force released by every Open Heaven Realm Master who died would fuel the World Tree's growth, which in turn would strengthen the Star Boundary's foundation. The more Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters that died, the more energy the World Tree could feed back to the Star Boundary, thereby further strengthening its foundation. This was the main reason why Yang Kai became more confident as he fought. With the Star Boundary as his backer, he had an endless supply of energy, unless the Star Boundary exploded and collapsed. Obviously, this had not gone unnoticed by Zhuo Quanhui. In the beginning, Yang Kai was obviously much weaker than him, but as time passed, Yang Kai became stronger, soon almost equaling him in strength. The world force colliding with each other's divine abilities and secret techniques was the best indication of this change. Zhuo Quanhui's confidence slowly sank to the bottom. He thought that since Zhu Jiuyin wasn't here, victory was in his grasp, but it never crossed his mind that something like this would happen. Zhuo Quanhui could feel his small universe shake every time they clashed. Although it wasn't a big deal, it meant that Yang Kai had the strength to threaten him. The only thing Zhuo Quanhui could rejoice about right now was that Yang Kai had not reached this realm through painstakingly cultivating himself, so his control wasn't perfect. It was akin to a child holding a huge blade that weighed several dozen kilograms. Although the blade was sharp and deadly, the child could not wield it properly. However, he was having a really hard time dealing with Yang Kai's space principles. Zhuo Quanhui did not find them that troublesome when Yang Kai was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. But now that Yang Kai's had reached the might equivalent to that of a 7th-order master, he truly found the Tao of space difficult to handle. Yang Kai would appear and disappear without a trace, often appearing right at his most defenseless corner, and then thrusting his spear out without a shred of mercy. These attacks were simply impossible to guard against. Occasionally, he would be able to determine Yang Kai's position in advance and launch a divine ability to attack him, but Yang Kai would simply disappear like a ghost. Yang Kai's usage of space principles had almost reached perfection. Zuoquan Hui's expression became solemn as Yang Kai's world force became stronger and stronger. And with the continuous increase in his strength, he couldn't help but feel an urge to retreat pop up in his mind. I have no choice but to admit that I have grossly underestimated the Lord of Void Land. It's just as he had said, it was a wrong choice to make enemies of him in this great territory. But if he wasn't here, where could he fight with Yang Kai? He couldn't fight in Void territory, as that was even more disadvantageous for him with two divine spirits lurking in the shadows. What's more, Yang Kai had still not used his Sun and Moon divine wheel. It was a divine ability that had injured him before, so its power was immense. The battle is already as good as lost. It would be unwise to stay here any longer. It would be better to retreat for now and plan what to do next. Although Zuoquan Hui had decided so, it was extremely difficult to escape from someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. While the two of them fought, Yang Kai also exerted his space principles to turn the surrounding space viscous, making it feel as if they were trapped in a swamp. Had it been any other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even if the opposite party's cultivation was much higher than his, Zuoquan Hui was confident he could escape, but facing Yang Kai, he really didn't have that kind of confidence. Suddenly, fluctuations of another small universe collapsing spread out. It was Seven Mysteries' heavenly monarch from Heavenly Sword Union, who had perished under the siege of the Three Mountain Lords. Zuoquan Hui's face became dark and gloomy. The situation would only become more dire as his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates fell one after another. And once the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were to join forces with Yang Kai, he would be doomed. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Zuoquan Hui turned his head towards the direction of the black hole. Since things have come to this, I can only take the risk. Knowingly or unknowingly, his body began to move towards the black hole. Yang Kai followed him like a shadow as his azure dragon spear thrust out, releasing world force in bursts all over the void. The shockwaves from the battle between the two caused the black hole to expand further as the chaotic energy became even denser. Zuoquan Hui, you will die today. As Yang Kai shouted, he felt his strength sharply rise. This increment was far bigger than before, allowing him to feel as if he was now on par with Zuoquan Hui. Without a moment of hesitation, a golden crow's cry reverberated as a great sun leapt out, lighting up the void. Golden Crow casts the sun. In that instant, Zuoquan Hui's figure seemed to freeze for a moment. Yang Kai's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of this. He promptly thrust the spear with the great sun on its tip straight towards Zuoquan Hui without a moment of pause. Space shattered under this attack, and so did Zuoquan Hui's figure. As the great sun exploded, Yang Kai vaguely felt as if he had broken something, but he couldn't figure out what it was. And before he could think about it, a mighty sword wave shot towards him. He promptly raised his spear to block the incoming attack. The next moment, a violent energy drowned Yang Kai, sending him flying 10,000 kilometers back. Martial Peak Chapter 4598 Territory Gate. Yang Kai's vitality was in turmoil as his small universe trembled. Zuoquan Hui's all-out counterattack was truly terrifying. Yang Kai didn't even see how Zuoquan Hui had managed to avoid his first spear strike. It could only be said that a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was truly beyond common sense. After quickly stabilizing himself, Yang Kai looked up again before his pupils shrank. Zuoquan Hui's figure stood straight as a sword in front of the giant black hole, and beside him were several other figures. They were Ziyan in Xian Zhao, and several other Sixth Order Masters. After repelling him, old dog Zuoquan Hui still had the strength to spare to save his trusted subordinates. At this moment, Ziyan and the others were still in a state of shock. They had expended a great deal of their strength during their respective battles. Furthermore, they had been trapped by Luan Baifeng's array plates. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't broken the arrays and rescued them, they would have died here, their remains scattered across the void. Now that they were standing beside Zuoquan Hui, they finally felt a sense of security. When they looked around, their eyes filled with sorrow. The Heavenly Sword Palace had long since been destroyed, and the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered countless casualties. Although there were still over 100 people left who were tenaciously holding on, it was only a matter of time before they would be defeated and killed. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch's lips trembled violently as his face turned ashen. Heavenly Sword Union was done for. Heavenly Sword Union, which had been gloriously standing for countless generations, was completely destroyed after this battle. Danyang felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Although he was resentful over the fact that Zuoquan Hui had dragged Heavenly Sword Union into this mess, he didn't dare say anything. For better or worse, he and Huang Mao had been saved by Zuoquan Hui, so as long as they could escape with their lives this time, with their sixth order cultivation, they might still have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Honored Master. Ziyan suddenly looked towards Zuoquan Hui's waist with a look of horror on his face. Much to her shock and dismay, there was a bloody hole in Zuoquan Hui's body which was surrounded by raging golden crow's true fire. Master was actually injured. Ziyan couldn't believe her eyes. Yang Kai had injured her honored master the last time they fought in Void Territory, but that was because Zuoquan Hui had been too careless, and Yang Kai had joined forces with two other sixth order masters. The situation was much different compared to now when he was injured in a one-on-one fight. It was shocking to think Yang Kai was actually this strong. Zuoquan Hui didn't seem to have heard Ziyan's concern as he simply stared indifferently at Yang Kai from a few thousands of kilometers away. Yang Kai was also looking at him, his gaze slowly shifting down to the bloody wound as a big grin appeared on his face. It turned out Zuoquan Hui did not come out completely unscathed from their last clash. Just now Zuoquan Hui had used some kind of unknown technique to avoid his fearsome strike, while simultaneously repelling him and rescuing Ziyan and the others. Yang Kai thought that there was still a big gap between him and Zuoquan Hui, but by the looks of it, Zuoquan Hui had paid a great price to achieve this. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he hadn't been able to kill Zuoquan Hui with that blow, if he could seriously injure him, he was not that far from killing him. Raising his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai looked at Zuoquan Hui with a defiant expression on his face. Zuoquan Hui took a deep breath and indifferently stated, "This monarch will pay you back 100-fold for the gift you have given me today." Yang Kai sneered, "You don't need to wait. Let's settle this grudge now. Let us see if you die or I perish." Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head in response, "The time has yet to come." Having said so, he turned around and slashed his sword towards the black hole behind him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the sight of this. He was completely unable to understand what Zuoquan Hui was doing, but he instinctively felt that something was not right. The next moment, the black hole suddenly expanded under the influence of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm World Force pouring out from this sword strike. Zuoquan Hui summoned his strength without a moment of hesitation, wrapping it around the few 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him before diving in. Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Is he courting death? That black hole is filled with nihility and chaos. Even if he's a 7th Order Master, it's impossible for him to find his way out once he's inside. Sooner or later, he would be lost in the void crack and suffer a fate worse than death. But right then Yang Kai felt a strange aura from the black hole. It wasn't an aura of nihility and chaos, but rather a trace of the power of the stars. He's trying to escape. Yang Kai shouted in anger, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles madly, he thrust his spear forward, straight into the black hole. Yang Kai heard a muffled groan as he withdrew his spear and could see blood dripping from the tip of his spear. Be that as it may, Zuoquan Hui and the others were nowhere to be found, and it was unknown who had been injured by that spear. Standing in front of the black hole, Yang Kai's gaze turned serious as he carefully examined it for a moment. The next moment, he ground his teeth in anger and shouted, "A territory gate." This black hole had formed due to the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace, and along with constant barrage of attacks, the void in this region was completely shattered, which actually resulted in the formation of a territory gate that was connected to another great territory. Yang Kai's face turned extremely dark and gloomy. He actually let Zuoquan Hui escape, even when he had such a good opportunity before him. Earlier, Zuoquan Hui deliberately stood in front of this black hole to lure him into attacking with his spear even at the expense of being seriously injured. At that time, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spear had broken something. However, Zuoquan Hui's quick counterattack sent him flying thousands of kilometers away, so Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate it. "I guess I broke the territory barrier at that time." He lured me into attacking him at the risk of his own life so that he could borrow my space principles. Oh. Although Zuoquan Hui was a 7th order open heaven realm master, he was not proficient in the Tao of space, so even if he personally took action, he might not be able to achieve this. On the other hand, Yang Kai could. He knew that he could not escape from Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, so the only way out was to borrow Yang Kai's strength to shatter the territory barrier and create a new territory gate to another great territory. If it was the past Yang Kai, he might not have been able to do this. After all, his cultivation wasn't high enough. However, the explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace resulted in the formation of a weak spot in the territory barrier, which should have closed up soon after, but due to the fierce battle between the two, not only did it not seal itself, it expanded, which made it possible for this to happen. The right conditions and the right person with the right timing made this possible. If even a single factor was missing, this would not have been possible. The fact that Zuoquan Hui was able to come up with such a plan and find a lifeline even in such a desperate situation was a testament to his rich knowledge and experience. He really was an old fox. Yang Kai's teeth were about to break from all the gnashing. He gripped the azure dragon spear so tightly that the veins on his hand were bulging. Although he was filled with unwillingness, he was unable to launch a pursuit. His current cultivation was thanks to the world force borrowed from the star boundary, so once he chased after them and left this great territory, he would lose that boost. At that time, not to mention the sudden loss of his 7th order might, his original 6th order cultivation would be too exhausted to be utilized. Yang Kai had consumed a great deal of his energy before borrowing the world's strength and had yet to recover. Mercy, please. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to follow Voidland's orders from now on. Amidst the chaos, firm gold heavenly monarch's begging could be heard from nearby. After Zuoquan Hui repelled Yang Kai, although he had managed to rescue a few of his subordinates, he did not get them all. Apart from Ziyan, Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao, he only took Heavenly Sword Union's Red Sun Heavenly Monarch and Huang Mao with him. Ziyan was his only remaining disciple, so no matter what, he couldn't ignore her. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao were both Cave Heaven disciples, so he couldn't leave them behind either. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape today, Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven wouldn't let him go. He only helped Heavenly Sword Union's Dan Yang and Huang Mao because it was convenient. As for the remaining Jin Gang, Song Yan and Heavenly Sword Union's Liang Su, Zuoquan Hu, he couldn't do anything about them and had no choice but to abandon them. Now that Zuoquan Hui had escaped and Heavenly Sword Union had almost been completely wiped out, how could Jin Gang and the others still have the courage to fight? Hearing his request, Mao Zhe and the others who were surrounding them couldn't help but slow down their attacks. Mao Zhe even retreated and turned his head towards Yang Kai with a look of inquiry. A 6th order open heaven realm master was considered a powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Although there were currently over 20 such masters in Voidland, no one was going to complain about having a few more. The more masters a force had, the stronger their foundation would be. Mao Zhe could not tell what Yang Kai was thinking, but he faintly felt that Yang Kai should not refuse such a good opportunity. To his surprise, Yang Kai just coldly glanced over and shouted, without a moment of hesitation or mercy, "Kill them!" Mao Zhe's heart clenched, but he joined the battle once more without any delay, unleashing his divine abilities and attacking Jin Gang with everyone else, causing the latter to curse and complain incessantly. Luan Baifeng rushed over and stood next to Yang Kai, asking in a low voice, "No matter what, those 3 are 6th order masters. Isn't it a pity to just kill them?" Yang Kai let out a cold snort. Anyone who only knows how to bully the weak while currying favor with the strong can only have the courage of a mouse. What's the point of keeping such trash alive? What's more, if a 6th order open heaven realm master tries to rebel, who can suppress them? If I still had pages in my loyalty list, I wouldn't mind keeping them alive, but now that all 9 pages have been completely filled, there is no place to write their names, unless I remove someone else's, of course. Luan Baifeng's face twitched. "I was just making a suggestion. If you want to kill them, it's your choice." Luan Baifeng could tell that Yang Kai was in a particularly foul mood, so she didn't say anything else, lest she offended him somehow. However, she still found it a bit regretful. Those three are sixth-order open heaven realm masters. It would be better to throw them into the Black Territory as our slaves than to just kill them here. She had been in charge of the Black Territory for many years, and was always interested in acquiring all kinds of open heaven realm masters who had been pushed to the end of their ropes. She was not trying to plead for leniency for Jean Gang and the others, it was just her instinct to acquire manpower. Any open heaven realm master she could use was just an or slave in her eyes. However, if Yang Kai wanted her to give up her position in the loyalty list, it would be impossible. Once someone had entered the loyalty list, he or she would forever be a slave, unless her name was erased. And having her name crossed out meant her death. However, after she gave it another thought, she realized that the current situation of the Black Territory was very different from before. Yang Kai could go deep into the Black Territory and bring back her stars to mine, so it didn't matter if she had sixth-order open heaven realm masters or not. What about those guys over there? We don't need to kill all of them, do we? Luan Baifeng turned to look at the remaining Heavenly Sword Union forces. They're all below the sixth order. If we train them a little, they'll be good at mining and will be easy to control. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'll leave them to you. In any case, there weren't many open heaven realm masters left from Heavenly Sword Union, so whether they killed them or not didn't matter. If Luan Baifeng wanted them, he could just give them to her. She had made many great contributions in this war, and if she hadn't risked her life to save He He and Lan Suan, Suoquan Hui would have definitely gained an absolute advantage over Void Land. A bright smile immediately bloomed on Luan Baifeng's face. Many thanks, sir. Martial Peak Chapter 4599 Old Dog's Trap. Luan Baifeng was just about to take over the remaining open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union when suddenly, the aura of the sixth order open heaven realm burst out from inside the huge encirclement formed by the 1000 Void Land open heaven realm masters. Immediately after, a figure shrouded in demon chi broke through the layers of the blockade and rushed out, sending many open heaven realm masters tumbling in the process. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this breakthrough during a battle. Luan Baifeng knew exactly how many sixth-order open heaven realm masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union. After all, she had been there for several years and knew all of them like the back of her hand. But at this moment, someone had broken through to the sixth order during this fierce battle. Luan Baifeng was shaken, and a storm blew through her heart. On the martial Dao, aptitude, opportunities, and destiny were all indispensable. Below the open heaven realm, cultivators would often be able to break through to a higher realm under great pressure, allowing them to turn around desperate situations by killing enemies originally stronger than themselves. This was known as breaking through in battle. Forget about others, Luan Baifeng herself had experienced this once before. She couldn't remember how many years ago it was, but at that time she was only in the Saint King realm. A man who lusted after her beauty and wanted to do something heinous to her had chased after her relentlessly. Luan Baifeng was still unable to escape from that man even after fleeing for a month. However, during a cruel battle, she suddenly broke through to the origin returning realm in a moment of life and death, and defeated that sadistic bastard. She clearly remembered that she cut off all that bastard's limbs, severed his manhood, peeled his skin from his muscles and tortured him for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally died. From the beginning to the end, she didn't know the name of that bastard. She only remembered his cries and pleads before he died. His pitiful begging was music to her ears and truly unforgettable. However, she had broken through like this only once on her own path of growth, and she was a proud daughter of the heavens. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the sixth order open heaven realm. Yet, someone with aptitude like her had only broken through like this once in a much lower realm, so one could only imagine how rare such an experience was. This was also just for the realms below the open heaven realm. Once someone's cultivation had broken through to the open heaven realm, he or she would need time and accumulation above all else to advance further. It was practically impossible for any open heaven realm master to break through due to a life or death battle, because even if they did gain some insights during that moment of crisis, it would only advance their state of mind or comprehension, not their order. But now, she had personally witnessed a fifth-order open heaven realm master advance to the sixth order in such a crisis. This came as a huge surprise to her. It's that myriad demon's heaven's disciple. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she developed a strong interest in this person. If such a man was captured and carefully examined, she might be able to gain some benefits. "I'll go capture him," Luan Baifeng stated before rushing forward. Impatience was clearly written on her face, as if she would miss out on something good if she was a moment late. But right then, a spear suddenly appeared in front of her. Luan Baifeng turned her head in shock and saw Yang Kai staring at the myriad demon's heaven disciple who had just broken through to the sixth order open heaven realm, silently. Even when the man rushed into the newly formed territory gate and disappeared, Yang Kai showed no sign of stopping him. Although he could easily stop this man with his current strength of the high-rank open heaven realm and his proficiency in the Tao of space, he still didn't make any moves. Luan Baifeng blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, unable to understand what Yang Kai was up to. Nonetheless, Yang Kai's intention to let this man live was extremely obvious, so how could she not see it? An extremely audacious idea suddenly popped up in Luan Baifeng's mind as she narrowed her eyes. "If you don't go now, none of Heavenly Sword Union's disciples will be left," Yang Kai indifferently stated, withdrawing his azure dragon spear. Luan Baifeng promptly turned her head and saw that the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union were all on their last legs. She could not delay any longer, so she immediately rushed over and shouted to stop Void Land's people. Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards the 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before his figure left a long streak of light as he shot towards them, thrusting his spear out. The eyes of Jin Gang, who was still struggling at death's door, suddenly bulged as he stood there in a daze. He looked down and noticed that a giant hole had appeared in his chest at some point. His heart had been eviscerated and his vitality was now leaking out. Before he could recover from his shock, a series of divine abilities came crashing down on him from all sides, instantly reducing him to mist. The other two battlefields did not fare any better. Song Yan and the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Liang Su were already exhausted, so how could they possibly withstand the might of Yang Kai's spear? Not to mention, they were besieged by 4 or 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters each by now. The 3 enemy Sixth Order Masters died one after another, and their massive world force instantly dispersed into the void. With their deaths, the shockwaves of the fierce battle slowly subsided. On the other side, Luan Baifeng had also taken over the battlefield of the cultivators below the Sixth Order. There weren't many Heavenly Sword Union cultivators left, just 70 or 80. In this battle, Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters had suffered overwhelming casualties. 5 Sixth Order Masters had lost their lives, while the casualties below the Sixth Order were in the hundreds. The death of so many Open Heaven Realm Masters had caused the World Tree's growth to reach unimaginable levels. In the star boundary, the massive canopy over 100,000 meters tall now blocked out the sun over a vast swath of land. One could even see the towering giant tree clearly from millions and millions of kilometers away in the void. "Recover as much as you can. 2 hours later, follow me to pursue the enemy," Yang Kai ordered before immediately sitting down cross-legged and cutting off his connection with the star boundary. He knew to hit a dead snake to avoid any future trouble. He had managed to injure Zhuo Quanhui with great difficulty, so if he let him escape again, it would only be more difficult for him to kill him next time. The last time he escaped, Zhuo Quanhui returned with Heavenly Sword Union under his command. Who knows if he would return with some earthly sword union or something next time. It didn't matter which great territory this territory gate led to, or what kind of dangers they might encounter on their way there. Yang Kai was determined to kill Zhuo Quanhui. Yang Kai's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation rapidly started receding like a deflated balloon. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that his cultivation would fall back once he cut off his connection with the star boundary, he still could not bear the backlash entirely. Only after coughing a mouthful of blood did he feel any better. His cultivation returned to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and even his small universe was completely barren as his world force had hit rock bottom. He secretly rejoiced that he had not chased after Zhuo Quanhui immediately, as he would not have been able to defeat any Open Heaven Realm Master in his current state. How could someone in the Open Heaven Realm without world force be called an Open Heaven Realm Master? After consuming a large number of Open Heaven Realm pills, Yang Kai's dry small universe finally received some nourishment and slowly recovered its world force. A short 2 hours was not nearly enough for Yang Kai to restore his strength to its peak, but time was not on his side. Zuoquan Hui already had a head start, so if he didn't chase after him now, he would not even be able to catch sight of his shadow. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a long deep breath as he looked up. 22 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had gathered around him, including Heaven's Revelation and Wondrous Pill. Yang Kai had already sensed their auras when he was borrowing the world force from the star boundary, so he wasn't surprised by their appearance here. However, since the 8 great emperors had previously poured their world force into the star boundary to allow Yang Kai to borrow more power, their current condition was quite similar to his. Their auras were weak and they were probably at less than 40% of their peak. Yang Kai nodded slightly to the 2. Iron-Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen, on the other hand, sized up Yang Kai from top to bottom. When he spotted Yang Kai's gleaming eyes, he could not help but ask in surprise, "Did you gain something?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "It saved me at least 500 years of cultivation." Yang Kai was able to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven realm for a short period of time by borrowing the strength of the star boundary. Although his connection with the star boundary was cut off and his cultivation had receded back to the 6th Order now, it wasn't like he had gained nothing. His 6th Order Open Heaven realm foundation had been greatly strengthened because of this, but because his small universe still had not recovered its world force, he was unable to display too much strength right now. Once he did recover his world force, Yang Kai believed he would be much stronger than before. This kind of gain was not inferior to when he entered the Divine Armament world. Furthermore, he had experienced the strength of the high-rank Open Heaven realm firsthand, which would be of great help to him when he advanced to the 7th Order in the future. "That's wonderful." Zhan Wuhen nodded his acknowledgement, though he felt a little envious. Bustling World Great Emperor asked in surprise, "If you can borrow some strength a few more times, wouldn't you be able to step into the 7th Order directly?" Yang Kai waved his hand and explained, "Don't speak about it so lightly. I had to consume a great deal of the star boundary's foundation when I borrowed its strength. The star boundary has not shown any signs of degradation because many Open Heaven realm masters died in this battle, and the world tree has received a great deal of nourishment from their collapsing small universes, which is why its foundation has strengthened instead of weakening. If I were to do this a few more times though, the star boundary's foundation would be damaged, and the consequences will be unpredictable." Bustling World Great Emperor nodded lightly. "That's true." Since Yang Kai was able to borrow the world strength of the star boundary, the other great emperors of the star boundary could naturally do the same. Originally, Bustling World Great Emperor was considering whether he should use the same method to rapidly increase their strength, but by the looks of it, although this method was feasible, it would damage the star boundary. No one was willing to do this. Yang Kai turned to Qing Kuei and asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong?" Qing Kuei had been observing the newly appeared territory gate all this while. Unlike a normal territory gates, this new territory gate was constantly twisting and distorting for some reason, giving off an extremely uneasy feeling. "It's not very stable." Qing Kuei frowned. "I don't know what we'll encounter if we enter it rashly. We might end up torn apart by the void if we aren't careful." Right, never mind, if you lead the way we don't need to worry about that." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally had a method to deal with this situation. How did he create a territory gate? Yang Kai couldn't understand this, but Zuoquan Hui seemed to have anticipated this development. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lured him to attack the black hole in the first place. Qing Kuei pondered for a moment before explaining, "Rumor has it that the great territories were not connected with each other in ancient times. Each great territory existed independent of the others. Everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire universe. However, the great experts of ancient times saw through the mysteries of the world and were somehow able to open passageways to other great territories, which was how the original territory gates came to be, similar to the one in front of us. As more and more territory gates appeared, the number of great territories they could explore increased, eventually forming the current 3,000 worlds." Suing Shui added, "If one is strong enough, they can break through the territory barrier between the two great territories and open a new territory gate." Yang Kai's expression became ugly. "I knew it. I fell into that old dog's trap." Marshall Peak Chapter 4600, The New Great Territory. Under normal circumstances, even a fight between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to break through a territory barrier, but Yongkai happened to be proficient in the Tao of Space. Along with the previous explosion of the Heavenly Sword Palace and various chances and coincidences, Zuoquan Hui was able to borrow his strength to open a passageway between the two great territories, which ultimately gave him a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zuoquan Hui to escape from Yongkai's grasp even if he was an experienced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yongkai could pin him down until Void Land's 6th Order Masters had taken care of all their opponents, Zuoquan Hui would not be able to resist once they had also joined and besieged him. Unfortunately, Yongkai had missed such a great opportunity. Who knows whether the old dog's time had not arrived or the heavens just did not want to side with Yongkai. I have no idea which great territory is on the other side. Qin Kuei frowned. I'll go in and take a look, Yongkai stated as he took a step forward. Allow me. Huigu arrived in front of Yongkai in a flash and rushed towards the territory gate without giving the latter a chance to say anything. After having personally killed Huang Quan and obtaining his revenge, Huigu had no regrets in this life. No one knew if there would be an ambush waiting for them on the other side of the territory gate or not, so the first one to rush in would be at a disadvantage. Yongkai hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't appropriate for him to lead the way. From this point alone, one could see the difference between Huigu and Maoji's group. Both of them had left their names on the loyalty list, but Huigu was far more loyal. Yongkai could not let him enter the territory gate alone though. Although this territory gate had been formed by his piercing through the territory barrier, it had just been formed and wasn't stable yet. With his proficiency in the Tao of Space, Yongkai didn't need to fear the void turbulence. Huigu, on the other hand, was different. He might even lose his way in the void if he was unlucky. Yongkai followed behind Huigu like a shadow while the others quickly chased after them. The territory gate really was very unstable. It gave everyone a feeling of distortion as everyone passed through it. The void turbulence around them churned wildly with the air of chaos and nihility, causing everyone's heart to clench. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and in the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the territory gate and arrived at the great territory on the other side. Everyone immediately circulated their world force as they secretly raised their guards. But much to their surprise, there was no ambush waiting for them. Zuoquan Hui probably didn't have the courage to remain here and wait for Voidland to pursue him. He had lost more than half of his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates in the previous battle, and all those below the 6th Order had been killed or captured. If he remained here, he would just be waiting for his death. He might as well escape as soon as possible and find a place to recuperate, then look for an opportunity to make a comeback. When everyone came to their senses, all they saw were dazzling nebulas and stars all around them. It was quite a beautiful sight. Everyone was stunned by this gorgeous and stunning scene. Even Yongkai raised his brow slightly. Although he had seen many great territories, a beautiful great territory like this was still extremely rare. No great territory could compare to this place. There were many stars in the sky, indicating that there were many universe worlds in this great territory. There was also a sun star just a few million kilometers away, shining brightly while the occasional golden flare would arc up around it. Yongkai turned his head and looked around, silently investigating. To his side, Qin Kuei took out his universe chart and checked his location, trying to determine their position. A moment later, his eyes went wide in shock. Suing Shui, who was standing next to him, curiously turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Kuei raised his eyes and stared at her in a daze, muttering, "This great territory is not marked on the universe chart." Suing Shui was stunned for a moment before asking in astonishment, "Really?" Yuhi Huigu and the others also turned to look at him, their eyes filled with shock. "What do you mean?" Duan Hongchan didn't understand, and the other great emperors also wore similar expressions. They could not understand why the others were so shocked. Although the various great emperors of the star boundary had been brought to Void Land by Yongkai many years ago, they had been cultivating in seclusion almost the entire time and had only recently advanced to the 6th Order. They didn't know much about the outer universe, so naturally, they didn't know what a great territory that was not marked on the map represented. Even Yongkai didn't dare to be certain, and could only make some speculations. Yu He and the others also took out their universe charts and checked to confirm it themselves. They discovered that Qing Kuei was not lying to them. This great territory was not marked on the universe chart, which also meant that they were unable to determine their current location on the universe chart. It had to be known that even the great territory where the star boundary was located was marked on the universe chart. However, it was given a generic identification code as it was too remote and desolate, showing just how comprehensive the universe chart was. The universe chart contained all of the great territories that had been discovered and explored. Not a single one was left out. But now, the great territory they were in was not marked on the universe chart, which left only one possibility. This is a great territory that has not yet been discovered, Qing Kuei excitedly stated. Bustling World Great Emperor and the others were stunned for a moment before understanding the meaning behind Qing Kuei's words. A new great territory. Qing Kuei repeatedly nodded and a new great territory. A new great territory meant unimaginable resources and wealth that could be obtained. Presumably, if news of this new great territory were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. How could there be a new great territory? Martial Beast Great Emperor furrowed his brow. He had just heard from Qing Kuei that in ancient times, every great territory existed on its own, and everyone thought that the great territory they were in was the entire world. It was only after the great experts of ancient times created many territory gates, connecting many great territories, that the current 3,000 worlds was formed. But after so many years of exploration, all of the great territories had been discovered. There should not be any new great territories, Qing Kuei replied, shaking his head. I don't know, perhaps some ancient great expert did not mark it when they were developing the territory gates, or perhaps it's a newborn great territory. Suddenly Yang Kai, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. This great territory is very young. Using the word young to describe a great territory was undoubtedly strange, but everyone immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. The mysteries of a universe world's life and death were difficult to comprehend even for those with extraordinary cultivation at the sixth order open heaven realm. The annihilation and rebirth of a great territory was even more out of their reach and definitely not something they could comprehend with their current cultivation. No one knew when this great territory was born, but Yang Kai could sense the young and tender age of the nearby sun star. Just like how he felt that the sun in the black territory was getting old thanks to his golden crow's true fire having a special connection with sun stars. In contrast to the sun of the black territory, which was like an old man with one foot in the grave, the sun star in front of him was a newborn baby. I must lay full claim to this place. If it were any other time, such a great discovery would have made all of them ecstatic. However, everyone was chasing after Zhuo Quanhui now and their futures would be fraught with worries and dangers if they couldn't find him. Yang Kai was originally a bit worried that Zhuo Quanhui would escape completely. After all, he was already 2 hours behind him. 2 hours for a 7th order open heaven realm master was plenty of time to do many things and travel a great deal of distance. However, since they had confirmed that this was a new great territory, there was no need to worry about that. Zhuo Quanhui had borrowed Yang Kai's strength to break through the territory barrier and escape to this place. Before, it seemed like he had managed to find a slim chance of survival by some stroke of luck, but by the looks of it, it was a stroke of bad luck and he had fallen into a hopeless situation. There was only one territory gate, so Zhuo Quanhui had nowhere to run. He was like a turtle hiding in his own shell. Let's leave the matter of this new great territory for later. Pursuing Zhuo Quanhui comes first. Yang Kai shouted as he headed in a certain direction without giving anyone an explanation, following some traces which were left behind. Everyone quickly restrained their excitement and followed closely behind him. Along the way, they all did their best to recover their strength and energy. Yang Kai was not using space principles. First of all, doing so would consume a lot of his strength and he was trying to conserve every bit of his energy now to increase his chances of winning against Zhuo Quanhui. Second of all, it would be inconvenient for him to track the traces left behind while using instantaneous movement. Luan Baifeng was right behind Yang Kai, so she was both shocked and impressed. If she had just made a guess when she saw Yang Kai let that 6th order open heaven realm myriad demons heaven disciple go, she was dead certain now. The man who had broken through to the 6th order from the 5th order must be Yang Kai's spy. But how is that possible? That guy was obviously a myriad demon's heaven's disciple, so when did Yang Kai get involved with him? She vaguely remembered that when she was in Heavenly Sword Palace, Pei Wenxian had addressed that guy as junior brother Emo Shang. Oh, there were almost undetectable traces of demon qi left in the void, so it was obvious that this guy named Emo Shang had deliberately left a trail for Yang Kai to follow. If not for this, Yang Kai might not have been able to find Zuoquan Hui in this vast void, no matter how much he wanted to find the latter. Luan Baifeng couldn't help but admire him. The more she looked at Yang Kai, the more she felt that this guy was even more scheming than Zuoquan Hui. What kind of sly and scheming mind is hidden behind this young man's face? It's one thing to send me into Heavenly Sword Union, but to think he can even put his nose into Myriad Demons Heaven is another thing altogether. It's Myriad Demons Heaven, one of the famous 36 cave heavens. What is it? Yang Kai turned his head to look, sensing Luan Baifeng's strange gaze. Luan Baifeng shook her head and failed to hold her laughter. This mistress is thinking that her losing to you back then was not undeserved, sir. Yang Kai snorted lightly. If you have something to say, just say it. Luan Baifeng slowly shook her head, not saying anything. Yang Kai looked at her with a perplexed look on his face. After seeing that she really had nothing to say, he couldn't be bothered with her and focused on chasing after the enemy. Although Zuoquan Hui only had a head start of 2 hours, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not slow. It was not easy to catch up to him. Fortunately, Yang Kai and the others also needed to recover, so they were not in a rush. After 5 days, a rich universe world aura blew on their faces as a star appeared in front of them. It was an azure world and should have been peaceful and tranquil, but looking at it from the void, they could clearly see that the weather on the surface of the universe world was rapidly degrading. Thunderstorms could be seen everywhere. Over there. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks as he looked towards that universe world, narrowing his eyes. Wu Kuang's trail pointed directly towards the universe world in front of him. Qin Kuei frowned for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, Zuoquan Hui is trying to refine the world force of that universe world to recover. Suing Shue's pretty face sank. To think that someone from Thousand Crane Paradise would use such despicable methods. Martial Peak. Chapter 4601, The Heaven's Judgment. Refining the world force of a universe world was a despicable act that went against the heavenly way. After all, doing so would damage the foundation of a universe world, which in turn would bring calamity to the trillions of living beings. What the great demon god had done back then was more or less the same. Only the lawless and wicked would do something so disgraceful. No matter what else, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Crane Paradise. Before he was labeled as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise, he was an inner sect elder, so it really was unthinkable for him to do something like this. However, when everyone remembered how he had not hesitated to have Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch wreak havoc in Void Territory's 3 Brilliance world in order to lure Yang Kai out, killing countless people in the process, it became apparent that there was nothing he would not do. Zuoquan Hui had resorted to unscrupulous means before in order to avenge his disciple, so he would naturally do so again. Supplementing your own energy by refining a universe world's foundation was not something that could be done so easily, however. It was only possible if the universe world's foundation was compatible with one's own small universe. Otherwise, if their energies conflicted with each other, the cons would outweigh the pros. Since Zuoquan Hui was doing something like this, it meant that the foundation of this universe world was compatible with his small universe. Nonetheless, even if he could refine it successfully, Zuoquan Hui would still need to spend a great deal of time and effort to eliminate the sequelae caused by this. There was no doubt that the foundation of the universe world here was beneficial to him, but if he failed to remove the harmful energy, it would damage his foundation instead. It was not as safe as painstakingly refining open heaven realm pills and cultivation materials of different orders, but it won in speed. Apparently, Zuoquan Hui's condition wasn't very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Let's go. Yang Kai shouted as he took the lead and rushed towards the universe world. Since he knew what Zuoquan Hui was scheming, how could he let him have his way? On the Blue Clouds continent, Lu Baiyang was leaning against a large tree with his body drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, and his face completely pale. He was the strongest master in the Blue Clouds continent. He had gained some insights into the heavenly way, and had gone into retreat for hundreds of years just to comprehend his own Tao. He didn't know what kind of mysteries lay further ahead on the martial Tao, but he could faintly feel that his path had not yet reached its end, and that there was still a vast future ahead of him. He could not prove this point, nor could anyone tell him about this. No one on the entire continent had this qualification. After being invincible in this world for so many years, he longed for an even stronger master to guide him. He had once fantasized about a wider world outside the continent, where cultivators stronger than him existed. He even once thought that it would be great if a stronger master really came to the Blue Clouds continent. No matter if the other party was someone good or evil, he could at least ask for some advice from them. Even if he had to pay a steep price, it was still acceptable to him. And such a day had really come. When the world shook, it shook Lu Baiyang wide awake. He immediately came out of retreat and looked around. The next moment he spotted 7 figures descending from the sky and landing on Tranquil Heaven's peak where he lived. This was the sacred peak of the Blue Clouds continent, the holy land of the martial Tao that everyone on the continent yearned for, because this was where Lu Baiyang lived. Tranquil Heaven's peak was the source of all earth veins of this world, and Lu Baiyang was its protector. The auras of these 7 people were as deep as the sea, and Lu Baiyang could tell each of them had a cultivation far greater than his own with a single glance. Even someone like Lu Baiyang didn't know how to face them. He had longed for a stronger cultivator to guide him, but he hadn't expected that when such a cultivator arrived, their cultivation would be so high that he couldn't even see the opposite party's back. Just a casual attack from the other party had left him severely injured. His foundation almost collapsed and his cultivation had nearly been crippled because of this. He hadn't even been able to clearly see how the other party had attacked. In the eyes of the other party, Lu Baiyang's title of strongest under the heavens was no different than a scrap of paper. What caused Lu Baiyang to be bitterly disappointed even more was the fact that after attacking him, the other party no longer paid any attention to him. They did not even care if he was dead or alive. They let him lie on the ground barely breathing, not even showing the slightest bit of vigilance. Only if the disparity between them was too great would they ignore their opponent like this. Lu Baiyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaning against the tallest tree on Tranquil Heaven's peak. He didn't know what these uninvited guests had done, but half a day ago, the heavenly way roared and the wind and clouds changed color. Immediately, Lu Baiyang noticed that the Blue Clouds continent was losing something very important at a rapid rate. He had been able to comprehend a trace of the heavenly way after painstakingly cultivating for so many years in the retreat, so he was able to faintly perceive the changes in the world. It was not just world energy that was being drained away, but something far more important. This was the foundation of the entire world. Hung long long. Deafening rumbles came from the ground as it cracked and the sky shook to no end. Lu Baiyang felt as if he was hearing the wails of all living beings in the world. Each and every one of the heart-wrenching cries were so real that they seemed to echo in his ears. He shook his head vigorously, but he was unable to shake off the noise. He heard countless prayers and pleas. He saw the world collapsing, volcanoes erupting, and living beings fleeing in a desperate attempt to seek shelter. The world was ending. Lu Baiyang's eyes went wide. He didn't know why he was hearing these strange noises and seeing these strange scenes, but he knew that they were real and were happening all over the Blue Clouds continent. This was the home where he was born and raised. Yet these invaders wanted to destroy it. Lu Baiyang actually broke into a fit of coughing as he braced himself and slowly stood up. Not far away, Ziyan, who was recovering, opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her eyes flickered with a cold gleam as she indifferently stated, "If you don't want to die, just lie there. I actually failed to kill him. This guy is quite tenacious." Lu Baiyang coughed violently again, spitting out pieces of his internal organs before lowering his head and mumbling in a low voice, "This is Blue Clouds continent. I, Lu Baiyang, am the strongest master of the Blue Clouds continent. Everyone in the world knows that even if the sky collapses, someone will always appear to hold it up. If I, Lu Baiyang, don't stand now that it is collapsing, who will?" He stated his inner thoughts word by word, taking a step with each one he spoke, leaving behind clear bloody footprints. After a few steps, his dispirited face slowly brightened as his hunched back straightened. The world hummed. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Lu Baiyang stopped in his tracks. He felt as if something had appeared in his body. The grand Tao that had always eluded him, like it was covered in a layer of fog even after having been in a retreat for so many years, suddenly became as bright as day at this moment as a seal appeared in his body. A steady stream of energy was flowing out from the seal, causing Lu Baiyang to feel as if he possessed the same power as the heavens and the earth, and that he was able to control this omnipresent might of the world. Oh, you obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor, allowing you to form a Tao seal? In Xian Zhao looked towards Lu Baiyang with interest. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch indifferently stated, "This world is sentient. It doesn't want to be destroyed. So naturally, it will strive to find a chance to survive, but unfortunately." So what if Lu Baiyang had become a great emperor? In front of several Sixth Order and a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was still nothing more than an ant. If he had found such a genius in the past, Dan Yang might have been interested in taking him under his wing and meticulously nurturing him. However, after the battle with Voidland, Heavenly Sword Union had almost been wiped out, with only him and Huang Mao surviving until now. There would be no Heavenly Sword Union in the future. Dan Yang even didn't have the heart to take in disciples and teach them at this point. While Lu Baiyang was still in a daze, Ziyan had already lifted her hand. The next moment, she sent a burst of energy towards Lu Baiyang's heart with a flick of her wrist. In the moment of crisis, Lu Baiyang instinctively dodged to the side, borrowing the might of the world to instantly teleport to another location, but the energy followed after him like it was alive. This time Lu Baiyang was unable to dodge and his chest was pierced through, causing a fountain of blood to spurt. Lu Baiyang was shocked and fell into despair. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to fight against these invaders after his strength had greatly increased. He would be able to take a few of them down along with him even if he lost his life. However, he now finally realized that the gap between him and these people was simply too great. The woman had heavily injured him with a flick of her wrist, so it would obviously be a simple matter for her to kill him. Lu Baiyang looked up in anger and roared, grounding his teeth, "You will surely suffer the heaven's judgment for committing such vile acts. The trillions of dead souls of my Blue Clouds continent will haunt you day and night. We will not let you rest in peace." Hearing this, In Xian Zhao sneered, "Haunt us? The heaven's judgment? Ignorant fool." Mid-speech, In Xian Zhao looked up and a look of fear appeared on his face as he shouted, "How did they find us?" The others also felt that something was wrong, and all of them looked up as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Zuoquan Hui, who was refining the foundation of the Blue Clouds continent, suddenly opened his eyes as a dark and malicious gleam flashed across his eyes. Lu Baiyang finally realized what was happening and also looked up as well. He then saw an upheaval in the void as a giant crack appeared in the sky. From the crack, a group of more than 20 people appeared, descending upon the world like divine soldiers from the heavens. The person in the middle was a young man who looked even more youthful than himself. He wore a tight-fitting outfit and had a majestic and dignified expression. In an instant everyone became tense. The invaders who were ridiculing Lu Baiyang just now wore ugly expressions, as if their parents had just been murdered. Although Lu Baiyang didn't know where this second group of guests came from, it was clear that these two groups were enemies. More importantly, the first group was obviously afraid of the newcomers. Lu Baiyang's heart was filled with joy as he burst into loud laughter. "Those who act unjustly will die. The heaven's judgment has arrived." No one was in the mood to pay attention to this fellow who had just become a great emperor. In Xian Zhao and the others became extremely focused as they began circulating their world force. Up in the sky, Yang Kai stated in a calm and composed manner, coldly staring down, "Zuoquan Hui, you won't escape this time." Zuoquan Hui clenched his teeth and coldly snorted, "And how are you going to fight me exactly? You can't borrow the world's strength after leaving that great territory, can you?" Previously, Yang Kai had advanced to the Seventh Order by borrowing world force from the star boundary, obtaining the qualifications to fight him. Now that he had left the great territory, his cultivation had reverted to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Although he only had 6 Sixth Order masters beside him, including one more who had just broken through, a Seventh Order master like him alone was enough to bridge the gap between them, so the current situation was not necessarily worse than before. As long as he could take down Yang Kai, he would be victorious. Looking down at the blue clouds continent, Yang Kai sighed softly and sympathetically mumbled, "Many people are going to die today." Martial Peak Chapter 4602 Sneak Attack. If so many Open Heaven Realm Masters were to fight here, it would definitely have a huge impact on the entire universe world. If the fight went on for too long, this universe world might even be torn to pieces. However, they could not remain still either. Once Quan Hui had refined this universe world's foundation, he could do as he pleased and this continent would plunge into misery anyway. All Yang Kai could do was quickly end this battle to reduce the losses. Yang Kai's gaze turned to the nearby Great Emperor, who was lying in a pool of blood. Lu Baiyang also happened to have noticed him. As their eyes met, Lu Baiyang requested in a low voice, "Blue Cloud's continent's Lu Baiyang begs for your excellency's assistance in slaying these evil people and returning peace to this world." "I won't disappoint you." Yang Kai nodded slightly before raising his spear and pointing it towards Quan Hui. "Today either he dies or I perish." Seeing this, Lu Baiyang's figure flickered and he instantly disappeared from his spot. After having obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and becoming a great emperor, he was able to travel freely on the Blue Clouds continent. Even if he had never cultivated the Tao of Space, he could still travel to any corner of this world with its assistance. A great battle was about to break out. Although he had no way of speculating what kind of profound cultivation both sides had, he knew that the gap between him and them was too great. If he stayed here, not only would he not be of any help, but he might even be accidentally injured. Since that was the case, the better choice was to quickly evacuate everyone in the vicinity. Regardless of how many he could actually save, he had to at least try. Quan Hui and the others had no intention of stopping him. The life and death of an indigenous great emperor did not matter to them. The next moment, the aura of 22 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters slowly spread out, causing the entire world to freeze. Ziyin and the others couldn't help but let out muffled grunts as they felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to even properly breathe. They had no choice but to use their full strength to resist the pressure. At the same time, they quickly moved towards Quan Hui. The gap in their numbers was simply too great, with Yang Kai's group being almost 3 times bigger than theirs. They had no choice but to rely on Quan Hui, a high-rank Open Heaven realm, to even the odds. The atmosphere instantly became tense as both sides unleashed their auras, seemingly wanting to seize the initiative in this silent battle, but neither of them actually took the initiative to attack. Immediately after, void cracks began to appear right in the middle of the two groups, distorting the surrounding space. They were evenly matched. Surprisingly, they were able to block the invisible pressure emanated by Voidland's masters under Quan Hui's leadership. Ziyin and the others were ecstatic, and they pushed their auras even harder. Voidland was losing ground. Among the 22 people who stood in midair, a few of them suddenly stumbled and their faces went slightly pale. They looked like they were about to collapse. Heavenly Sword Union's masters became even more excited at the sight of this. They immediately wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to push further and crush the arrogance of Voidland. If they could achieve this, Voidland would be at a disadvantage in the actual battles. With such a huge disparity in numbers, Heavenly Sword Union's side should have been at a disadvantage even if they had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But the fact was that Voidland were the ones losing momentum. They appeared to have the upper hand but actually didn't. Ziyin failed to understand why they were gaining the upper hand, and could only guess that Voidland's side had consumed too much energy in the last battle, and had yet to recover. This was great news for Heavenly Sword Union's group. Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Dan Yang, and Huang Mao also had similar thoughts. Perhaps this time they would be able to turn defeat into victory. But the next moment, something happened that took everyone by surprise. Palm shadows filled the sky as they rained down on Quan Hui's back like a violent storm. Then, the fearsome world force of someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm suddenly erupted. Quan Hui fell victim to this sneak attack even though he was a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. His eyes widened in anger as he slashed his sword behind him without a moment of hesitation. This sword light seemed to be able to cut through space, leaving only the brilliance of the attack behind. A figure quickly retreated, But it was still unable to avoid that sharp attack and was slashed from head to toe, almost splitting in two as a result. Fortunately, the figure immediately retreated after launching their sneak attack. Its quick escape saved its life, but it was still seriously injured. This attack left a huge gaping wound spanning from the middle of its brow to its abdomen. Red-hot blood immediately gushed out of the wound as the figure was sent flying, crashing into tranquil Heaven's Peak. The 10,000 meters tall mountain split and collapsed into rubble. This sneak attack came out of nowhere, and Zuoquan Hui's counterattack was not slow either, so everything was over in a flash. It wasn't until this moment that Ziyan and the others came to their senses. When they turned their heads, they recognized the attacker to be the myriad demon's heaven disciple named Emo Shang, who claimed to have broken through at the last moment and fought his way out. Pei Wenxian's mind went blank as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He could not believe his junior brother Emo Shang launched a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui. Why would he do that? As impossible as it seemed, the truth was right in front of him. Emo Shang had already been sent flying, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive, so Pei Wenxian had to accept the reality before his eyes. Suddenly he felt a cold gaze focused on him, filled with murderous intent. Pei Wenxian was startled and quickly turned his head, explaining himself in horror. "Martial Uncle Zua, I don't know." Before he could finish his sentence, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was none other than Void Land's cultivators who had been forced to retreat previously and were now counterattacking. The pressure emanating from the Void Land masters was tremendous, completely opposite to the weakness they showed before. The pressure felt like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, sweeping away the world as it passed. They were feigning weakness. In an instant, Pei Wenxian understood everything. No wonder they didn't attack just after they arrived and deliberately used their pressure to suppress us instead. They wanted to distract us so that Zuoquan Hui would have no choice but to exert his pressure to resist, allowing Emo Shang to launch a sneak attack. Once Zuoquan Hui fell into this trap and used his pressure to counterattack, he could not stop. Their every step was meticulous and carefully planned. Those from Voidland were too cunning. Pei Wenxian also finally understood how those from Voidland had found them so quickly. This great territory was vast, and they had not left any trail behind on their way here. Furthermore, it was just a coincidence that they found this continent. However, those from Voidland had arrived here less than half a day later. It was simply too quick. Since Emo Shang was a traitor though, it was naturally not difficult for him to secretly leave behind some clues. Emo Shang was a myriad demon's heaven disciple like him, so after Zuoquan Hui was ambushed, one did not need to be a genius to understand why he was showing such murderous intent towards him. However, Pei Wenxian couldn't come up with anything to prove his innocence. He had no intention of betraying Zuoquan Hui, but he had been implicated by Emo Shang. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Emo Shang had betrayed Zuoquan Hui, and when he had teamed up with Yang Kai. Now, after he gave it another thought though, he found Emo Shang's breakthrough to the Sixth Order extremely suspicious. However, when Emo Shang had rushed over, no one had the time to look deeper into this matter. In addition, he was also a myriad demon's heaven disciple, so asking too much would inevitably cause the other party to feel some displeasure, which could lead to a conflict they couldn't afford right now. In their situation, even one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master meant better chances of survival. At this moment, none of them had the time to think about these things. Everyone, including Zuoquan Hui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, buckled under the fearsome wave of pressure. Their energy was sent into turmoil as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Kill!" Yang Kai angrily roared as he raised his spear. Immediately after, the 22 people on his side, who had been suppressing their auras since they appeared, rushed down like a tiger hunting its prey as they each went looking for their opponent. Iron Blood Great Emperor and Bustling World Great Emperor headed straight towards Pei Wenxian together. Martial Beast and Serene Soul charged straight at Enex Xianzhao. Flower Shadow and Ice Feather attacked Dan Yang together. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation fought Huang Mao together. Fang Yu and Xiang Ying were thus left with no choice but to go after Ziyan. As men, they really did not want to gang up on a lone woman, but since everyone had already decided on this strategy, they had no choice but to accept it. The 8 great emperors as well as Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, were sixth-order open heaven realm masters who had advanced in recent years. Their foundations were shallow and could not compare with veteran sixth-order heavenly monarchs like Dan Yang and Huang Mao, or even Ziyan, Pei Wenxian, and Yin Xian Zhao. In a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not their opponent. But 2 against 1 was naturally not a problem. They were also in desperate need of a fierce battle to consolidate their cultivations and adapt to the battles between open heaven realm masters. In the Star Boundary's great territory, the great emperors had not had a chance to act because they had all gone to the Star Boundary to support Yang Kai. Now their wish had finally come true. Although the Voidland cultivators weren't at their peak because of the last battle, the same was true for Yin Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian and the others. Everyone's situation was similar, and neither was better off than the other. On top of that, Yin Xian Zhao and the others had just suffered under the joint pressure exerted by those from Voidland just now, which had put them at a disadvantage. For the moment, Voidland had the absolute upper hand in their respective battlefields, leaving Yin Xian Zhao and the others bruised and battered. The peaks in the vicinity collapsed one after another as the heavens were torn asunder, and the earth was split apart. The fallout from a battle between sixth-order open heaven realm masters were extremely terrifying. Liu Baiyang would have lost his life had he not left, even if he was a great emperor. On the other side, the 3 mountain lords Hua Yong and Xu Mudan, Qing Kuei, Suing Shui, Yu He Mo Mei, Hui Gu, Luan Baifeng, and Yang Kai as the leader together fought the 7th Order Master, Zuoquan Hui, in a 12 versus 1 battle. To be honest, even 12 ordinary 6th Order Masters might not be able to defeat a 7th Order Master. Even if they somehow won by putting their lives on the line, the price they had to pay would be quite steep, and they might even be dragged down with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai was no ordinary 6th Order Master. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely precious to Voidland. So how could Yang Kai bear to let Zuoquan Hui kill anyone? Wu Kuang's sneak attack played an important role here. Zuoquan Hui had not expected that a myriad demon's heaven disciple would attack him from behind. When he had lured Yang Kai into attacking and piercing through the territory barrier, he had suffered severe injuries from Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear. On his way here, he did not have the time to heal himself and had only thought of a way to disperse the Golden Crow's true fire lingering around his wound. And the sneak attack had only made his injuries worse. At this moment, Zuoquan Hui could only exert about 70% of his peak strength, perhaps even worse. If Zuoquan Hui escaped even in these conditions, Yang Kai would simply stab himself to death with his own spear. As soon as they began fighting, Zuoquan Hui was forced to retreat again and again. Although he was recklessly waving his sword and spending his world force, he was still unable to withstand the combined onslaught of 12 Sixth Order Masters. Yang Kai's spear struck his shoulder and sent him flying in just a few breaths of time as a dozen or so divine abilities and secret techniques followed closely behind. It immediately caused Zuoquan Hui's eyes to widen in anger as he drew a circle with his sword, barely managing to block the oncoming attacks. Even so, his vitality was sent into turmoil from the impact. Martial Peak, Chapter 4603, Fighting a 7th Order Master Together. Voidland's group launched another salvo without giving Zuoquan Hui even a moment to catch his breath. One after another, multicolored flashes of their divine abilities and secret techniques glimmered before bursting into dazzling halos, destroying everything in their path. With a loud crash, dust and pieces of rocks flew into the air, as a figure draped in demon chi flew out from the cloud of dust and smoke. It just so happened that Zuoquan Hui's back was towards the figure. The demon chi in the figure's hands transformed into 2 demon dragons as they flew straight towards Zuoquan Hui, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Close behind the demon dragons was the figure, heading straight at Zuoquan Hui. Zuoquan Hui let out a cold snort and slashed out with his sword, blasting the demon dragons into smithereens. Afterwards, the long sword that was wrapped in intense world force continued moving straight towards the figure's head. With a deranged smile on its face, the figure wrapped in demon chi didn't even try to dodge. Its body was covered in blood as if it didn't seem to care about its life and was ready to die with Zuoquan Hui. Just when the sword wave was 100 meters away from the figure, the Azure Dragon Spear broke through the barrier of space and shot straight towards Zuoquan Hui's back. There was a fist-sized black ball on the tip of the spear, releasing the aura of nihility and chaos. Zuoquan Hui furrowed his brow and he flicked his wrist, sending his sword flying towards the spear. The black ball instantly exploded, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. Yang Kai was also sent back flying by the violent blast of energy. From the left, Mao Zhe Gengqing and Zhouya left 3 long streaks of light as they brushed past Yang Kai, while from the right, Luan Baifeng, Huigu, and Hua Yong swooped in, filling the gap in their defenses. The 7 of them used their divine abilities to bombard Zuoquan Hui, not giving him a single moment to regain his balance. At the same time, Yu He and Mo Mei flew over, supporting Yang Kai's tumbling body and stabilizing him in midair. Yang Kai, taking a deep breath, and rejoined the attack with the 2 women as their momentum soared. In this chaotic confrontation, the 12 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were like a wheel, attacking Zuoquan Hui in turn without rest. Even though Zuoquan Hui was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he was struggling to defend himself. Not dead yet. Yang Kai glanced over at Wu Kuang, taking a moment away from the intense fight. The figure clad in demon chi was none other than Wu Kuang. He had been sent flying by the sword strike when he tried to sneak attack Zuoquan Hui. The sword attack left a gaping cut on his face, as well as on his chest and abdomen. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain. Rather, the more he fought, the more berserk he became. Wu Kuang laughed loudly. A good man does not live long, but a scourge lives 1,000 years. This king is destined to exist for as long as the universe does. Yang Kai curled his lips and stated, "At least you have some self-awareness." Wu Kuang's expression suddenly became serious. "You owe me this time. I expect to be compensated fairly." Yang Kai replied, "Fine, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. Whether or not I'll fulfill them will depend on my mood though." Wu Kuang moved to Zuoquan Hui's flank, waiting for an opportunity to unleash a series of divine abilities as he shouted, "I want this old dog." As he stated his request, his eyes lit up as he stretched out his tongue, licking his lips as an evil aura started emanating from him. Yu He and Mo Mei beside Yang Kai suddenly shivered at the sight of this. They still didn't know what kind of friendship Yang Kai had with this myriad demon's heaven disciple for him to be willing to cooperate with them and ambush Zuoquan Hui, a 7th Order master, but they instinctively felt that this guy wasn't a good person. Wu Kuang's request further caused Yu He and Mo Mei's brows to inexplicably furrow. Yang Kai's face twitched as he resolutely declared, "Ask for something else." Others might not know what Wu Kuang meant, but Yang Kai did. Wu Kuang cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, so it was obvious he was interested in Zuoquan Hui's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. "No," Wu Kuang firmly refused. The last time he had devoured a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with his heaven-devouring battle law, his cultivation had soared tremendously. After having tasted such sweetness, Wu Kuang simply found anyone in the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th Order bland now. How could he be willing to give up such a big pie like the 7th Order Open Heaven Master before them? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to risk his life. "Arrogant brat!" Zuoquan Hui roared in anger. Yang Kai and Wu Kuang were talking like he was already a fish on the chopping board, completely at their mercy. As a 7th Order master, how could he not be angry? He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not reverse this situation. The last time he was in Void territory, Yang Kai and the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain had been able to barely match him. Although they had been at a disadvantage in every aspect, they were already qualified to fight him. Now there were 12 Sixth Order Masters of Voidland fighting him, 3 times more than previously. He had also suffered multiple injuries and was no longer at his peak, so how could he be their opponent? With a dazzling strike, Zuoquan Hui split the ground and the sky before putting a distance from his attackers. The next moment, his figure flickered and actually transformed into 3 clones. Everyone promptly spread their divine sense, but the next moment, all of them looked surprised. The 3 figures were exactly the same. They were unable to differentiate which one was real and which one was a decoy. They had never heard or seen such divine ability before. The 3 Zuoquan Hus wore the same expression and even their movements were fluid and lifelike. As soon as they appeared, they rushed forward in 3 different directions. As everyone worked together to block the three Zhuoquan Hues, they were shocked to discover that these three Zhuoquan Hues possessed the full strength of his true body. For a moment, everyone was thrown into confusion. The power of a high-rank open heaven realm master was really frightening. Suddenly, two of three Zhuoquan Hues distorted and collapsed, leaving behind only one of them who had broken through everyone's encirclement and was now less than 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai. He wore a grim and serious look on his face. The sword in his hand thrummed as he poured his world force into it and swung it towards Yang Kai. Immediately after, a shocking sword wave shot out, shattering space wherever it passed. An indescribable sense of crisis engulfed Yang Kai, causing his heart to clench tight. He realized that Zhuoquan Hui knew that it would be difficult for him to fight everyone at once, so he had decided to attack him. Everyone understood the principle of killing a general to subdue his men. Yu He and Mo Mei, who had been standing together with Yang Kai, transformed into two streaks of light as they fearlessly rushed forward. They released their divine abilities, but were still unable to slow the sword wave even a bit. Muffled grunts escaped from their mouths as the sword intent struck them. Under the unbearable pressure of the world force, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were thrown back. Yang Kai promptly put his azure dragon spear aside and quickly formed a series of hand seals. The next moment, the golden crow cried out and a great sun rose, brightly illuminating the world. After the sun, a cold round moon also rose up as frigid moonlight slowly spread out. The sight of the sun and moon shining together was a wondrous sight. Yang Kai pushed both his space principles and time principles to their limit. The golden sun and the silver moon began rotating, transforming into a golden and silver wheel that seemed to cut through thousands of years of time. Everything else in this world seemed to have come to a standstill at that moment, with only the lone high-rank open heaven realm master remaining unaffected. The sun and moon divine wheel had appeared again. Zhuoquan Hui's pupils instantly shrank. Last time, he had been injured by Yang Kai's sun and moon divine wheel in a moment of carelessness, which forced him to retreat from void territory and head to heavenly sword territory to recuperate. He still remembered the strange power that gnawed at him like maggots on rotting bones. He had never seen such a strange power in his entire life. It was a mixture of time and space principles, a might that transcended anything he had comprehended or experienced before. He had spent a great deal of effort to disperse the space-time strength which had invaded his body, and had lost hundreds of years of his lifespan as a result. He knew better than anyone how difficult and terrifying this strange power was. Originally, Zhuoquan Hui thought that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to grow much in just a few years, but now that Yang Kai's sun and moon divine will appeared before him again, he realized he was wrong. In just a few short years, Yang Kai's comprehension of this divine ability had clearly risen to a whole new level. Compared to when he had used it that day, the sun and moon divine wheel today was far more powerful. The sun and moon divine wheel's foundation was its composite space-time strength, contained both time and space principles. The Tao of space was Yang Kai's grand Tao, and Yang Kai had already reached the 7th level, summiting the peak in his comprehension of it, bordering on transcending the mundane. However, his comprehension of the Tao of time was vastly inferior to that of his Tao of space. Fortunately, Voidland had the legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Flowing Time Great Emperor was the true master of the Tao of time. Entering retreat in the Flowing Time Temple while engaging in discussion with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had allowed Yang Kai to make a breakthrough in his mastery over the Tao of time. Although it still wasn't as good as his own Tao of space, it was more than enough for him to improve the might of his sun and moon divine wheel. The current sun and moon divine wheel was more than 20% stronger than the past. Yang Kai had specially kept this as a surprise for Zhuoquan Hui. Originally, he had wanted to use this move to end everything, but the situation on the battlefield had completely changed. Since Zhuoquan Hui wanted to consign him to death, regardless of the cost, Yang Kai had no choice but to reveal this card. At this moment, each passing breath felt like a million years had passed. A loud bang reverberated through the sky as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The shocking sword wave shattered and transformed into countless thin strands of sword chi, causing the surrounding space to be riddled with cracks. Even the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were unable to withstand this fallout, and were all covered in blood. Yang Kai was also struck in the chest by the remnants of the sword qi, and was sent flying with wounds so deep that even his bones were visible. Zhuo Quanhui didn't fare any better. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's power had been reduced by more than half by his sword wave, the remaining space-time strength still continued to head towards him. Even with his cultivation, he was unable to avoid this blow. Just like last time, when the Golden and Silver Divine Will crashed into his body, a terrifying power burst out and strangely seeped into his body, directly attacking his small universe. In an instant, Zhuo Quanhui's footing became unstable and everything went white before his eyes. His small universe became even more unstable and at the same time, his exposed skin began to wrinkle and crack. A dragon swimming in the shallows could be toyed with by a shrimp. A tiger could be bullied by a dog if it left its mountain. Zhuo Quanhui was livid. In order to lure Yang Kai into breaking the territory barrier, he had taken a great risk. Although he had successfully forced Yang Kai to open a territory gate, he had not been able to completely avoid the blow at that time and was seriously injured. If not for this, he wouldn't have come to this Blue Clouds continent to refine its foundation to supplement his energy. On top of that, he had been caught off guard by the sneak attack of the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple, making a bad situation worse. If that wasn't the case, how could he be at such a disadvantage? After a while, the shockwaves from the collision gradually subsided. Yang Kai's figure left a trail in the air as he struggled to stabilize his retreating figure. When he finally stood firm and looked up, he saw a streak of light flying towards the horizon. "You want to run?" Yang Kai fiercely shouted as he raised his azure dragon spear and chased after him. The Sun and Moon Divine Will had exhausted him greatly and he had not fully recovered to begin with, so now he was even more exhausted. However, Yang Kai could not miss this opportunity. If he did not eliminate Zhuo Quanhui this time, he might not have such a good opportunity next time. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he turned around and thrust his spear out. He happened to be standing right before Zhuo Quanhui, who was fleeing straight towards him. Martial Peak Chapter 4604. Manifest My Universe. Zhuo Quanhui was obviously prepared for this, as escaping in front of someone who was proficient in Tao of Space was simply too unrealistic. As a result, this spear strike didn't do anything to him and instead, he managed to hit Yang Kai several times until the latter was coughing up blood. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was no match for Zhuo Quanhui. Fortunately, Voidland's 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had caught up in this brief delay, unleashing their respective divine abilities as their world force surged violently, pushing Zhuo Quanhui back down to the ground. A strong wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Next to Tranquil Heaven's peak, Zhuo Quanhui stood with disheveled hair, his long robe stained with blood. It was unclear whether this blood belonged to him or his enemies, but he no longer possessed the aloof air of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. With Yang Kai in the lead, a total of 13 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Zhuo Quanhui from every direction, firmly locking him in place. He could not escape, not to the sky, nor towards the ground. He had never imagined that he would one day fall into such a predicament. Be that as it may, Zhuo Quanhui didn't show any sign of anger or frustration. His expression remained the same as he swept his eyes over everyone present, seemingly trying to imprint their faces into the depths of his soul. His indifferent gaze was like a sharp blade, and when it swept across them, even these masters felt their skin being pricked. Yang Kai took out a handful of Open Heaven pills and tossed them into his mouth and started chewing them, taking this opportunity to restore some of his energy. He then pointed his azure dragon spear at Zhuo Quanhui and stated, "The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. You're already so old, why bother making things difficult for yourself?" Zhuo Quanhui turned his eyes towards Yang Kai as he indifferently replied, "This monarch has underestimated you. This monarch has only himself to blame for falling into such a state today." Yang Kai praised, "It's good to know one's own limits. Since you have realized this, just obediently stand still. Don't worry, I'll end this in one thrust so you won't feel any pain." Zhuo Quanhui slowly shook his head. "It won't be that easy to kill this monarch. Yang Kai, how about this monarch makes a deal with you?" A deal? Yang Kai looked at him with an arrogant look on his face. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate a deal with me in this situation? If I give the order, do you believe you'll immediately be reduced into a pile of mud? As he spoke, he kept tossing the open heaven pills into his mouth, and at the same time signaled the others with his eyes, making sure they were ready to respond. Although Zhuo Quanhui seemed to be at his wit's end, if a high-rank open heaven realm master were to lash out without regard for his own life, Yang Kai couldn't predict what kind of methods he could use. It was impossible for Zhuo Quanhui to escape, but Yang Kai had to be on guard against him dragging some of them down with him before he died. Thus, even though he had the upper hand, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant than before, madly urging his divine sense. The moment he noticed Zhuo Quanhui doing anything suspicious, he would instantly go for the kill. You can give it a try, Zhuo Quanhui calmly stated, showing a fearless expression. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was purposefully trying to mystify things, but he didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only follow up, then tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Yang Kai threw bunches of open heaven pills into his mouth like he was eating candy. He was more than happy to delay things so he could restore more of his strength. In this short time he had already consumed more than 100 open heaven pills. Munch munch munch. Those from Voidland followed suit and began chewing on open heaven pills loudly, annoying Zhuo Quanhui. They could take this opportunity to recover, but he could not. He could guarantee that once he tried, he would be swarmed with attacks from every direction. Put today's matter to rest right here and now and let me leave with Ziyan. Everything that happened in the past will be written off. Zhuo Quanhui earnestly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai quietly looked at him for a while, and when he realized that there was nothing else Zhuo Quanhui had to add, he mumbled incoherently, just like that. Zhuo Quanhui nodded his agreement, yes? Yang Kai mumbled to himself. His throat bobbed as he swallowed before he took out a spirit fruit from somewhere. He then lowered his head and carefully wiped it after finding a clean spot on his clothes. I need to think about it. Your request is a bit excessive. It's not something I can easily agree to. Zhuo Quanhui sneered in his heart. Yang Kai was clearly stalling and using this opportunity to recover. How could he not see through this little trick? But even though this kind of recovery could have some effect, it wasn't very useful. However, when Yang Kai took out the spirit fruit, Zhuo Quanhui furrowed his brows. Because even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't tell what kind of spirit fruit it was. Under his watchful gaze, Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole. His throat bobbed up and down once more, clearly showing him swallowing something. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed as he reached out and covered his mouth before sealing his 7 orifices. Immediately after, loud rumbles came from inside Yang Kai's body, as if thunder was rolling inside him. His clothes even started fluttering on their own as rich world force escaped from his pores. What did you just eat? Zhuo Quanhui suddenly felt that something was not right as he could clearly see Yang Kai's aura rising rapidly. Yang Kai still had his mouth covered as he madly refined the spirit fruit's pulp. He narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zhuo Quanhui as if he was looking at prey trapped in a cage. Zhuo Quanhui's eyes narrowed as he finally reacted. A world fruit. Burp, Yang Kai loudly belched, burping up a gush of world force visible to the naked eye. At the same time he waved his other hand like a rattle drum. No, you are mistaken. How could Zhuo Quanhui listen to his explanation? He angrily shouted, you cunning brat, you forced me to do this. Let's see who dies today, whether it will be you or me. Yang Kai also shouted at the same time. Attack. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Zhuo Quanhui off. Without even mentioning his ridiculous request to negotiate, even if he had proposed a feasible offer, Yang Kai wouldn't have listened to it. After having paid such a huge price to force this old bastard into a desperate situation, how could he let him escape so easily? Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would only lead to disaster, as it would surely return to bite him in the future. The only reason Yang Kai even bothered talking just now was to allow his side to recover slightly, hopefully allowing them to use just one more divine ability at the critical moment to save themselves. Be that as it may, using open heaven pills to recover was simply too slow. It was while Yang Kai was grumbling to himself about this that he suddenly remembered he had a number of world fruits on him. In the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 16 world fruits from the world tree, 3 mid-rank, and 13 low-rank. The 3 mid-rank fruits had already been used up. He had used one to advance from 5th order to 6th order, one had been used by Yu He, and one was used to help Lu Shui advance from the 4th order to the 5th order. On the other hand, Yang Kai had only used one of the 13 low-rank world fruits, giving it to Guizi Yan, which helped him advance from the 2nd order to the 3rd order open heaven realm. Yang Kai still had 12 low-rank world fruits left. Although world fruits were rare and valuable treasures, a low-rank world fruit was quite useless to him now, strictly speaking. This fruit could at most allow a 2nd order open heaven realm master to advance to the 3rd order directly, but it was not enough to allow someone in the 3rd order to advance to the 4th order. Only a mid-rank world fruit could do that. Therefore, Yang Kai had simply held on to the remaining 12 world fruits. It wasn't until this moment that he had a flash of inspiration. He had personally consumed a mid-rank world fruit before, and knew that it was filled with extremely rich world force. And to top it off, it had no impurities. It could easily be refined, it just would not help an open heaven realm master advance by an order. A low-rank world fruit naturally couldn't allow him to break through to the 7th order, but it shouldn't be a problem to supplement his consumption. Figuring it was worth a try, he ate one. The effect was immediate. The world force in his small universe was rapidly growing, and he swiftly regained his strength. Although he had not recovered completely, Yang Kai still recovered about half of his energy. Furthermore, he was slowly recovering the rest of his energy as he refined the rest of the world fruit. Zuoquan Hui had obviously noticed this as well, so he could not hesitate anymore. The trapped beast immediately began fighting back. At Yang Kai's command, the 6th order masters had already prepared their divine abilities in advance and fired them straight towards Zuoquan Hui like a storm at this moment. This time Zuoquan Hui did not dodge though, and instead, a universe world illusory phantom suddenly expanded with him at its center. The next moment, Zuoquan Hui's resolute voice rang out in Yang Kai's ear. Manifest my universe and eliminate my foes. Heaven and earth started spinning, and by the time Yang Kai thrust his spear out, the sight before him had completely changed. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere to be seen, and even the 12 6th order open heaven realm masters had disappeared. Even the environment around him had changed dramatically. Originally they were above tranquil heaven's peak. The picturesque scenery of the Blue Clouds continent's sacred peak had been shattered by their battle. The sky had cracked and the ground was split apart, flipping the mountains and rivers. The entire site looked quite apocalyptic. But at this moment Yang Kai found himself standing in a green field. The sky was blue and there was vast wilderness around him. There was nothing else in sight. Yang Kai's face turned pale. He instinctively thought that he had fallen into some kind of illusion and promptly used the demon eye of annihilation, but he found nothing strange. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was all around Yang Kai, making Yang Kai feel as if Zuoquan Hui was everywhere. Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai as he shouted, "His small universe." Yang Kai was not taken aback after realizing this, rather he burst into laughter. "Oh Zuoquan Hui, are you out of tricks? You even manifested your small universe." Had he not been at the end of his rope, why would Zuoquan Hui have taken such a risk? A high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe had already transformed from ethereal to corporeal, and was capable of accommodating living beings. It could even be said that if one were to raise some living beings in their own small universe, its foundation would be constantly enhanced as they multiplied, which was equivalent to constantly cultivating. Inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the ancestors of Abundant City's cultivators were the ones who had been raised by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in his small universe in the past. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had fallen, but his small universe had not collapsed. Instead, it transformed into a universe cave heaven and survived. This allowed Yang Kai to bring Mo Mei and the others out of Abundance City. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th order open heaven realm master, but even though Zuoquan Hui was just a 7th order open heaven realm master, he too was able to accomplish this. Basically no 7th order open heaven realm master would do this, however. because it was extremely taxing to raise living beings in one small universe. The environment of their small universe was not necessarily suitable for living beings to live and reproduce, and if they did not take care of this population well enough, all their efforts would wind up being fruitless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4605, Opportunity Within Crisis. What's more, when fighting others once their small universe became unstable, it could quite possibly lead to natural disasters, causing the many living beings inside it to die. Therefore, Seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely cautious when it came to raising living beings in their small universes. Being qualified to do so was one thing, but whether or not one would was another. Zhuo Quan Hui wasn't rearing any kind of living beings in his small universe, so he knew his limits. A Seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't invincible, so instead of wasting his time and energy on such a risky pursuit, he might as well refine Open Heaven pills. Nonetheless, as a Seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master, Zhuo Quan Hui's small universe had indeed become tangible. At this moment, Yang Kai was inside Zhuo Quan Hui's small universe. Yang Kai had brought over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Territory all the way to the Star Boundaries Great Territory by putting them into his small universe. However, sending people into one small universe required their cooperation. The people he had placed inside could not have any thought of resisting. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have had to spend a great deal of effort even if he could put them inside. Zhuo Quan Hui was obviously using a different approach because Yang Kai didn't feel any force pulling him in. Zhuo Quan Hui had actually done the reverse, summoning his small universe and manifesting it into the outside world, essentially engulfing everyone and everything that was in his small universe's range. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall some of the things the proprietress had told him before she went into seclusion, including how Seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Masters use their small universes. The proprietress said that once a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master used his or her small universe like this against an enemy, it would mean that he or she had really decided to fight with their life on the line. This was also the most powerful method a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could use, a trump card every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master possessed. Because in their own small universe they ruled over everything just like how Yang Kai once ruled over the small sealed world. So, when he noticed that Zhuo Quan Hui had actually summoned his small universe, Yang Kai was both surprised and happy. What surprised Yang Kai was that Zhuo Quan Hui had decided to go all out. He might have really decided that he would not rest until either Yang Kai was dead or he was. Yang Kai was happy because if he could resolve this situation, Zhuo Quan Hui would definitely die today. This was a crisis but also an opportunity. Yang Kai took a long deep breath as he immersed himself in his thoughts, carefully recalling what the proprietress had said before she went into seclusion. The injured Zhuo Quan Hui was besieged by over a dozen Sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Zhuo Quan Hui realized that he was no match for them, so he summoned his small universe without a moment of hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't know the risks of doing so, but rather that he had no other choice. By pulling everyone in his small universe, he would be able to control the battle more easily. At the very least, he had dispersed Voidland's masters. Now, he could fight them individually rather than as a group. It was just like how Yang Kai was all alone at this moment. Everyone had clearly been with him, but they had all disappeared now. However, doing so was extremely risky as well. Firstly, by manifesting his small universe, Zhuo Quan Hui could only use his full strength to control the various elements inside the small universe, and could no longer interfere with the outside world. In other words, the small universe he summoned became a fixed target. If someone tried to attack him from the outside, he would be unable to resist and could only passively endure. Secondly, taking more than a dozen Sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe posed a huge risk. All the damage Yang Kai and his friends caused to the small universe would damage Zhuo Quan Hui's foundation directly. This kind of damage to one's small universe was extremely dangerous. Only if there was no other choice would a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master be willing to use such a method. As such, Zhuo Quan Hui was obviously desperate. Yang Kai was also certain that not only had Zhuo Quan Hui taken him into this place, but he had also not let any of the dozen or so Sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland escape. After all, everyone had been standing not too far away from him, so he would otherwise have to be on guard against any attacks from the outside. Thinking this, Yang Kai couldn't help but break into laughter. Zuoquan Hui, you really outthought yourself. No one can save you from dying today. Without any more delay, Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded as he let out a dragon roar. His small body transformed into a several thousand meters tall half-dragon, and the azure dragon spear in his hand grew proportionally bigger. He then mobilized his world force as he thrust his spear forward, releasing a violent burst of energy that caused the world around him to collapse. Since this place was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, Yang Kai did not have any scruples when he acted. All he needed to do was use his most powerful methods and wreck the surrounding world as much as possible. There was also no need to seek out Zuoquan Hui, as he could come and go as he pleased in this place. Even Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, might not be able to catch him. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere, but he was also everywhere. All the damage Yang Kai caused to this world would cause some degree of damage to Zuoquan Hui. What Yang Kai could do now was try his best to attract Zuoquan Hui's attention. Yang Kai wanted to make Zuoquan Hui divert at least 60% of his focus onto him. This way, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to focus much of his strength on dealing with the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land. After all, not everyone was as strong as him. If Zuoquan Hui were to use his full strength to deal with any one of them, the others would find it very hard to resist. The ground split apart as huge ravines spread out like a spider web. Even the sky was riddled with tiny cracks. Yang Kai was unleashing his strength to his heart's content, not caring about anything else. Space principles pulsated violently, and every time he thrust his spear out, a giant black ball would explode from its tip, transforming into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. His rupture secret technique was the best method Yang Kai had to destroy the foundations of Zuoquan Hui's small universe. Coupled with his enormous half-dragon form, the entire space around Yang Kai had been shattered after a dozen or so strikes. But much to his surprise, Zuoquan Hui did not even try to counterattack. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and coldly snorted. "You dare ignore me? Zuoquan Hui, you're quite courageous." Yang Kai hadn't encountered any obstructions up until now. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui hadn't paid any attention to him. Zuoquan Hui also knew that Yang Kai was the strongest among the Sixth Order Masters from Void Land, far surpassing what should be possible for an ordinary Sixth Order Master. He could not possibly kill him in just a few moves. As such, his intentions were clear. He was planning to deal with the others first, then he would slowly handle Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai allow Zuoquan Hui to do as he wished? He used his entire strength to cause as much damage as possible here in order to draw Zuoquan Hui's attention, as the more he could cause Zuoquan Hui to divert his focus, the safer the others would be. Seeing that ordinary methods weren't effective, Yang Kai decided to go all out. A golden crow let out a cry as a great sun rose into the sky, followed by a round silver moon. The sun and moon began cycling as a gold and silver wheel expanded, and space and time principles spread into the surroundings. The sun and moon divine wheel had appeared again. This time he did not have to worry about Zuoquan Hui blocking or dodging. This was the latter's small universe, so Zuoquan Hui was everywhere and had nowhere to hide. Originally, Yang Kai had expended a great deal of his energy, so he was unable to display the sun and moon divine wheel again, but after consuming a low-rank world fruit, he was simply brimming with energy, allowing him to use it once more. The strange space-time strength filled the air. Wherever the divine will passed by, everything cracked, crumbled and withered away. Not only did the solid ground become like this, but it was even true for the empty sky. Moreover, the space-time strength was crazily spreading in all directions, forming a crystallized world wherever it passed by. It looked beautiful, but it was also filled with endless murderous intent. Right then, the surrounding world force started surging before transforming into a series of divine abilities that flew straight towards the sun and moon divine wheel, intercepting it. Since Zuoquan Hui had pulled the Voidland Masters into his small universe, he naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death. Once Yang Kai displayed the sun and moon divine wheel, he had no choice but to stop him, no matter how unwilling he was. He had been affected by this space-time strength before, so he was well aware of how terrifying this strange energy was. If he allowed Yang Kai to do as he pleased, his foundation would be greatly damaged, even if he managed to escape this time. Boundless divine abilities and secret techniques blotted out the sky and earth. Furthermore, Zuoquan Hui did it with just one thought. As the ruler of his small universe, he naturally had many advantages in this place. After spending a great deal of energy, Zuoquan Hui was finally able to completely block the Sun and Moon divine wheel, but the battlefield was already a mess and the strange spacetime strength had begun corroding his small universe's foundation. Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to use even more of his strength to seal this spacetime strength, hoping to slowly eliminate it after this battle was over. Elsewhere, Huigu stood there with cold sweat dripping down his forehead and blood dripping down his nose. Just now he thought he was going to die, but for some reason, the might of the sword wave attacking him had greatly reduced at the critical moment, allowing him to survive. He vaguely guessed that someone else must have pulled Zuoquan Hui's attention, saving his life. Without delaying for even a single moment, he promptly pushed his strength to the limit and destroyed everything around him. Since Yang Kai could figure out that this was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, naturally everyone else understood this as well, especially the veteran 6th Order masters like Huigu. Even if they had never fought with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master before, they had at least heard of their unique methods and could match them with their current situation. Similar to the Huigu, Luan Baifeng's figure kept moving like a nimble snake. She never stopped at one place to avoid being targeted by Zuoquan Hui. She was holding a bunch of array plates in her hand and was continuously throwing them out. These array plates would form killing arrays one after another after they were activated, wantonly destroying everything around them. She had used up all of the array plates she had amassed over nearly 1,000 years in no time, causing her a great deal of heartache. Ever since her name had been put on Yang Kai's loyalty list, the array plates she had amassed were being rapidly consumed one after another. Previously, she had used up many array plates to set up a number of illusion arrays and bewildering arrays in the Star Boundary's great territory. Now she had expended most of her killing array plates. The wealth she had gathered over these years was all gone. She secretly made up her mind that after this was all over, she would make Yang Kai compensate her 10 times or even 100 times over. Mao Zhe Gengqing, Zhou Ye Huayong, Shu Mu Dan, Qing Kue, Suing Shui Mo Mei, and Yu He were all separated, but each of them was simultaneously launching their strongest attacks. Zuoquan Hui's small universe instantly became unstable as his world force churned. Even with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he still ran himself haggard, dealing with everyone. One figure in particular, clad in demon chi, stood atop a tall mountain. After entering this small universe, Wu Kuang's eyes lit up as he sensed everything around him. The surroundings were filled with extremely rich world force. It was like a mouth-watering feast was spread before him, exuding a delicious scent. Martial Peak, Chapter 4606. If one suffers, all suffer. Since martial uncles was being so hospitable, then your martial nephew won't stand on ceremony with you. Wu Kuang grinned maliciously as he sat down cross-legged and activated his heaven-devouring battle law. Immediately after, his body seemingly transformed into a bottomless pit as the world force in the surroundings swirled towards him. In an extremely short period of time, Wu Kuang had pushed his heaven-devouring battle law to its limit and devoured all of the nearby world force. Wu Kuang couldn't help the look of glee that appeared on his face, feeling the endless stream of pure energy. His expression gave the impression of a perverted hungry ghost holding a warm and fragrant body, as if he could devour its body and soul. When others were pulled into this small universe by Zuoquan Hui, they could only use everything they had to wreak as much destruction as possible. This was even true for someone as strong as Yang Kai, but Wu Kuang was different. He could devour the small universe's foundation directly and strengthen himself in the process. Zuoquan Hui had not expected this, and this was his biggest mistake. He thought that Wu Kuang had advanced to the 6th Order from the 5th Order during the last battle, but he had no idea that Wu Kuang had reached the 6th Order long ago. It was just that he had been carefully hiding his 6th Order cultivation to the end in order to track down Zuoquan Hui and inform Yang Kai. They might not have discussed any plans beforehand, but Wu Kuang was sure that Yang Kai understood his thoughts, and Yang Kai was sure that Wu Kuang understood his. To a certain extent, their hearts were connected. Destruction and devouring were two completely different things. The reckless destruction Yang Kai and his friends had caused to the small universe would undoubtedly bring great damage to Zuoquan Hui's foundation, but their efficiency was far lower than Wu Kuang's. The small universe's foundation began to rapidly deplete as the devouring took place. On the other hand, Wu Kuang's aura gradually grew stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Zuoquan Hui's interference with him had taken a huge dive and laughed loudly as he continued to bombard his surroundings. You finally noticed? But what to do? It's too late. A figure suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. It was none other than Zuoquan Hui, who had been hiding all this time. At this moment, this high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's face was slightly pale and he was fuming in rage. He raised his long sword and asked, pointing it at Yang Kai and glaring at him, "You knew this was going to happen?" Yang Kai thrust his spear towards him, blotting the sky with spear shadows, his face beaming with joy as he taunted guests. Zuoquan Hui's figure did not move, but an enormous sword wave shot forward, shattering the spear shadows and heading straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated, blocking that enormous sword wave that spanned across the sky, but the next moment, his heart suddenly clenched as he threw himself to the ground. A bolt of lightning came rumbling from behind, brushing past his scalp, burning a few strands of his hair. Yang Kai stood back up again, but he had broken into a cold sweat. It was indeed difficult to fight with someone inside their small universe, not to mention that this opponent was a high-rank master. Although Zuoquan Hui had not fully recovered from his injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. But he had no choice but to fight on. Who are you? You are definitely not a myriad demon's heaven disciple. On another side, Wu Kuang was no longer able to calmly continue devouring in peace. In fact, when he activated his heaven-devouring battle law, Zuoquan Hui appeared before him out of thin air, slashing at him. Wu Kuang was so flustered that he quickly counterattacked and fled. However, after exchanging blows with Zuoquan Hui, Wu Kuang discovered that there was something wrong with this Zuoquan Hui. He didn't appear to be real, but more like a projection. He also didn't have the strength of a seventh-order master. Wu Kuang might be fleeing in panic at the sight of Zuoquan Hui chasing after him, but he was not completely helpless. He realized that Zuoquan Hui could not divert too much attention to his side, which was why he was so weak. Having realized this, Wu Kuang greatly calmed down. While running around in circles, he circulated his heaven-devouring battle law, greedily devouring the surrounding world force. There was a malicious grin hanging on his face as he responded, "Of course I'm a myriad demon's heaven disciple. Why is Martial Uncle Zwa asking such a question?" Zuoquan Hui didn't appear to have taken any action, but he appeared in front of Wu Kuang like a ghost and gently thrust out his sword. Had Wu Kuang not been constantly changing his position, it would have been next to impossible to avoid this sword strike for him. Myriad Demon's Heaven definitely does not have such an evil technique. What kind of secret art are you cultivating? Zuoquan Hui shouted, gnashing his teeth as a sliver of fear could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such an evil technique before, and much to his surprise, it could actually swallow his small universe's foundation and make use of it. This kind of secret art went against the heavens. If everyone could cultivate it, it would not be this difficult to break through to the Open Heaven realm. Among the dozen or so sixth-order Open Heaven realm masters he had pulled into his small universe, Yang Kai's was undoubtedly the strongest, but if there was anyone who posed the greatest threat to him, it would be this myriad demon's heaven disciple before him. Even now, Zuoquan Hui still couldn't understand why myriad demons heaven's own men would ambush him. Meanwhile, Zuoquan Hui's projection also appeared in front of the other sixth-order masters of Voidland. Be that as it may, these projections weren't very strong at all. They were at most on par with their respective opponents, some of them even slightly weaker. Occasionally they would launch a fierce attack, but it was clearly not working. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui was too distracted to control them all. At first, everyone was shocked by Zuoquan Hui's sudden appearance. Even a sickly tiger was quite fierce, so no one was confident facing a seventh-order master. But after exchanging a few blows, they discovered the truth and no longer panicked. The dozen or so battlefields were like a raging wildfire. Each time they clashed, they would cause damage to Zuoquan Hui's small universe to a certain extent, whereas Wu Kuang was constantly using his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Zuoquan Hui's foundation. Yang Kai's several thousand meters tall half-dragon form was riddled with wounds and had many places where his dragon scales were blown off. a shocking sight to behold. Zhuo Hui had placed most of his attention on him, giving Yang Kai a really hard time. Although his life was in no danger, being constantly suppressed was not very enjoyable. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was more than happy to see this status quo maintained. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Zhuo Hui, and once he reached his limit, he would lose for sure. Zhuo Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how could he fail to realize this? He was thinking of taking down Yang Kai first and then dealing with the others one by one. As long as Yang Kai died, it did not matter how many 6th Order Masters Voidland had. But after a while he realized that it was easier said than done. Even if he could push Yang Kai into a corner, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Since things had come to this, he could only change his strategy. As the two figures clashed, Yang Kai's spear struck Zhuo Hui's figure, but no blood flowed out. Yang Kai wasn't surprised either. He had already noticed that Zhuo Hui wasn't a real entity, but a lifelike projection. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his spear and looked around, but he could not spot Zhuo Hui. Even his barrage of attacks, which had never ceased, had stopped. Yang Kai's heart clenched. This undoubtedly meant that Zhuo Hui had no intention of hounding him, and had instead focused his attention elsewhere. And on Voidland's side, Wu Kuang was the biggest threat to Zhuo Hui. Wu Kuang was in danger. Although Yang Kai could take this opportunity to vandalize Zhuo Hui's small universe, Wu Kuang would probably be killed by Zhuo Hui in less than 10 breaths. Yang Kai instantly spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't sense anyone's aura, let alone find Wu Kuang's location. Zhuo Hui's aura was all around him and disrupting him. What should I do to get out of this? Yang Kai asked himself. He couldn't save Wu Kuang if he couldn't find him. Furthermore, once Zhuo Hui killed Wu Kuang and the others, he could not be stopped. And Yang Kai would definitely not be able to completely destroy Zhuo Hui's small universe before then. After a moment of consideration, Yang Kai slammed the Azure Dragon spear into the ground and pressed his palms together before fiercely pulling them away from each other, as if he was trying to separate the whole world, shouting word by word, "Heaven and earth, open!" His small universe rapidly rotated before it suddenly manifested. The reason why Zhuo Hui was able to manifest his small universe was because his small universe had already turned tangible. This was a trump card that could only be displayed by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Ordinary 6th Order Masters would not be able to do such a thing. However, Yang Kai was able to do so, because his small universe had materialized from the very beginning. Yang Kai had no idea what the consequences of doing so would be. After all, he had never tried something like this ever before, but he knew that if he didn't do so, Wu Kuang would die without a doubt, and then the others would follow suit. Yang Kai's small universe instantly spread out, and he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a whole new world. He could clearly feel that his small universe was now nested inside Zhuo Hui's small universe, and the two small universes were overlapping each other, one within and the other. The bigger one belonged to Zhuo Hui, while the smaller one belonged to him. An extremely uncomfortable feeling coursed through Yang Kai's body. He felt as if he was trapped in a cage and was being squeezed from every possible direction, causing him to let out a muffled groan. But the next moment, Yang Kai sensed the auras and locations of the others. He knew everything within his small universe like the back of his hand. Wu Kuang was indeed hanging by a thread, one of his arms limply hanging, connected only by skin and muscles. His body was covered in blood as he desperately tried to escape from Zhuo Hui's assault. In the moment of life and death, he no longer had the time to use the heaven-devouring battle law to devour energy. All he could focus on was preserving his life. Zhuo Hui was everywhere, his sword following him like a shadow. Just when it looked that Wu Kuang was about to die, Zhuo Hui's movements suddenly became sluggish. As Yang Kai's small universe spread out, he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he was trapped in a cage, but Zhuo Hui did not feel good either. In contrast, he felt like his small universe had become bloated, like he had eaten far too much. He even found circulating his world force a little difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a slight pause just now. With such a good opportunity before him, Wu Kuang was finally able to escape from the jaws of death. Fear was clearly visible on his face. Zhuo Hui didn't give chase and instead gazed around with a look of shock hanging on his face. Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, alongside the dozen or so other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everyone had gathered. The others obviously hadn't realized what was happening, but since they were together again, it was better than fighting on their own. They looked at each other, and seeing that they had not lost anyone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You're only a Sixth Order. How could you possibly manifest your small universe? Zuoquan Hui stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of your damn business. Yang Kai raised his spear and pointed it at him with an arrogant and unyielding look on his face, suppressing the surging blood in his heart. Your small universe has become tangible when you are only in the Sixth Order. You really are a rare genius. Zuoquan Hui sighed. Yang Kai sneered. Don't think that you can save your life just by some ass-kissing. Today you are going to die no matter how unwilling you are. Zuoquan Hui suddenly smiled and stated, now that our small universes are overlapping, if one of us suffers we both suffer. This monarch wants to see how you will kill me now. Martial Peak, Chapter 4607. Do you have any last words? Oh. Then you better open your dog eyes wide and watch. Yang Kai pointed his spear at Zuoquan Hui and coldly shouted, kill. But the people around him remained motionless. He nervously looked at him nervously. Young master. If everyone failed to understand what just happened before, why were they suddenly together when they were clearly separated? How could they not understand after hearing what Zuoquan Hui said? Much to their dismay, Yang Kai had actually manifested his small universe inside Zuoquan Hui's small universe world, endangering himself. It was really reckless of him, and just as Zuoquan Hui said, both of their small universes now shared the same fate. Whatever happened to one would happen to the other as well. If they were to really attack, it would not only destroy Zuoquan Hui's small universe, but also Yang Kai's small universe. Unless they could find a place where their small universes weren't overlapping, only then could they have a chance to only affect Zuoquan Hui. But as things stood, how could Zuoquan Hui allow them to do so? He was more than happy to see Yang Kai's fate tied to his. No one dared to act rashly in this current situation. What are you all waiting for? Attack! Yang Kai shouted. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we don't act now, we won't get another chance in the future. Yuhi's eyes turned red as she grit her teeth and shouted, Young master, you must hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and charged straight towards Zuoquan Hui, closely followed by the other Sixth Order master. Zuoquan Hui was extremely stunned. Boy, you're insane. Before Zuoquan Hui could finish cursing, he was forced to flee as a series of destructive divine abilities came shooting at him. His heart filled with shock at Yang Kai's ruthless determination. A series of explosions reverberated as the ground and the sky cracked at a spot where the small universes overlapped. Yang Kai spurted a large mouthful of blood as he felt his soul violently trembling. What he was doing was akin to sacrificing 800 of his soldiers to kill 1,000 of the enemies. Now, it all came down to who fell first, Zuoquan Hui or him. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and cursed, Wu Kuang, you bastard! Wu Kuang didn't attack Zuoquan Hui, but instead sat down sitting cross-legged, madly using the heaven-devouring battle law to devour the surrounding world force. Yang Kai was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Wu Kuang's act of devouring world force like this might be harming Zuoquan Hui, but Yang Kai couldn't escape from it either. Furthermore, he was so brazen that he actually sat down next to Yang Kai, as if he wanted the latter to protect him. Yang Kai could not wait to take out his azure dragon spear and plunge it right into his heart. However, Wu Kuang shamelessly raised his head and added with a serious look on his face, You should not divert your attention during this life-and-death battle. Yang Kai suppressed the boiling blood in his heart and quickly took out a low-rank world fruit and swallowed it, forcefully calming his nerves. He then turned his head, avoiding looking at him. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Before refining the world fruit's medicinal efficacy, Yang Kai stuffed another one into his mouth. After eating 2 world fruits, Yang Kai finally had the confidence to drag Zuoquan Hui down to his death. He raised his head, looking at the battle that was raging on the other side. Zuoquan Hui was at the end of his rope, though he was still desperately struggling. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to step forward to help, but since the 2 small universes were stacked together now, He needed to exert all of his strength to interfere with Zuoquan Hui's control over the surrounding world. Had he not been suppressing Zuoquan Hui here, how could the latter be so weak? Zuoquan Hui had to divert some of his attention to deal with the attacks of a dozen or so sixth-order open heaven realm masters while enduring the backlash caused by the destruction to his small universe, while at the same time resisting Yang Kai's interference, so how could he not be at a disadvantage? With time, Yang Kai could clearly feel his small universe's foundation rapidly depleting. Fortunately, he had eaten 2 low-rank world fruits, allowing him to slowly replenish what he was losing, but he was still unable to make ends meet. Zuoquan Hui's situation was even worse. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. It looked as if he had reached the end of his road, and as he unleashed his divine abilities one after another, he no longer bore the awe-inspiring might of a 7th-order master. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow twitched as a look of joy appeared on his face. He could feel Zuoquan Hui's small universe rapidly shrinking. Zuoquan Hui was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so his small universe was much bigger than Yang Kai, but now it was actually getting smaller. This way, it would be easier for him to suppress Zuoquan Hui. Sure enough, when their small universes broke that critical point, Zuoquan Hui's performance became much worse. As if this old man realized that he was doomed, his attacks became fiercer. It looked like he wanted to take a few people down with him before dying. How could Yang Kai allow him to do as he pleased? With a single thought, Yang Kai used his own divine abilities and coordinated with everyone else's attacks. In an instant, Zuoquan Hui's figure came to a halt as his imposing momentum suddenly plummeted and he staggered, spurting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, over a dozen divine abilities bombarded Zuoquan Hui, sending him flying like a paper kite before heavily crashing to the ground. It had not been that long, but he was now gasping for breath. However, no one dared to lower their guard as all of them gathered around him and waited. Yang Kai kicked Wu Kuang, who was sitting next to him motionlessly and was only focused on swallowing energy, to the ground. Stop! Your table manners are beyond unsightly. After cursing and venting his anger, Yang Kai covered his mouth and lightly coughed, covering his palm in golden blood. Wu Kuang had obtained a great bargain, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai over his rude actions. He simply stood up and patted his butt, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Shouldering the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Zuoquan Hui, do you have any last words?" Zuoquan Hui, who was loudly wheezing, stared blankly into the void. Yang Kai stood not far from him, looking at him indifferently. "Don't have any unrealistic fantasies? Your cultivation has already fallen to the 6th order, and your small universe has become unstable. There is no hope for you to advance again in this life even if you survive, so why not just die?" When the surrounding crowd heard this, they discovered that Zuoquan Hui's omnipresent aura was rapidly fading. Furthermore, the surrounding scenery was also distorting. It was obvious that Zuoquan Hui's cultivation had fallen to the 6th order open heaven realm, and his small universe was no longer able to maintain its solid form. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were extremely wary of this 7th order open heaven realm master. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a veteran powerhouse, so who knew what kind of trump cards he was still hiding? If Zuoquan Hui really managed to drag some of them down with him, their losses would outweigh the gains. But since he had fallen to the 6th order, the threat he posed was greatly reduced, making him look like a tiger without its fangs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zuoquan Hui moved and slowly sat up straight, crossing his legs as he stared at Yang Kai indifferently. "I'm afraid the future will be quite exciting with a monster like you appearing in the 3000 world." "You flatter me." Yang Kai maintained a stoic face. "Unfortunately, this old master won't be able to see it." Zuoquan Hui sighed. "After I die, that disciple of mine won't be able to escape death either, right?" Yang Kai raised his chin. "Don't worry, I'll let her reunite with you as soon as possible. Well, maybe she's already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." Zuoquan Hui nodded. "It's up to you. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. If you had lost, your fate wouldn't be any better than this monarch's." Yang Kai clapped his hands and scoffed. "You've got quite a vivid imagination." Zuoquan Hui smiled at him. "There will come a day when you will understand." Saying so, he suddenly made a hand seal and asked, looking at Yang Kai, "Do you know why a high-rank open heaven realm master won't easily open their small universe to kill their enemy, even if it is a trump card that every high-rank open heaven realm master can use?" Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. "Please enlighten me." Suoquan Hui replied, "Because if we do this, even if we successfully kill the enemy, there will be no end to the trouble, just like this." The next moment, Suoquan Hui's figure shook. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a small universe collapsing as world force spread out. Everyone watching was shocked. Suoquan Hui's action would undoubtedly disintegrate and collapse his small universe. The small universe world was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once the small universe collapsed, the open heaven realm master would not be far from death. Suoquan Hui had fallen to the sixth order, so even if he still had the strength to mount up a fight, he would only be humiliating himself. Rather than losing his life to the enemy, he preferred to end his own life. Not everyone possessed such courage. Suoquan Hui, who had shattered his own small universe, started loudly laughing. "Boy, this monarch will teach you a lesson with his life. You should cherish it." While he was laughing, Suoquan Hui's head drooped down as he died. An intersect elder of Thousand Crane Paradise had fallen. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he stomped his feet and cursed, "Why can't this old dog just die peacefully?" Yang Kai's figure shook and his world force was mobilized, sealing the surrounding region. With them as the center, everything within a 10,000 kilometers radius was completely sealed. Yang Kai finally understood what Suoquan Hui meant when he said there would be no end to the trouble. The old man had broken his own small universe and poured his world force into Yang Kai's small universe. Not only was this energy not beneficial to Yang Kai though, it was akin to a kind of impurity as it was wholly incompatible with his own body. In short, this foreign energy was corroding his small universe. Had Yang Kai not quickly reacted and sealed off the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, and allowed this energy to fill his small universe, it would have been difficult for him to remove it. He would have had to spend a great deal of time and energy in retreat. In other words, although high-rank open heaven realm masters could use this trump card to kill enemies, and it was their most powerful trump card at that, it could not be used lightly. Regardless of whether the enemy committed suicide or was killed, once their world force leaked out, it would be akin to swallowing a mouthful of poison. The price Suoquan Hui had to pay to teach this lesson was not small, and the price to receive this lesson for Yang Kai was not small either. Yang Kai promptly turned his head to Wu Kuang, whereupon the latter snapped at him, "What?" He still had not forgotten that Yang Kai kicked him before. The heaven-devouring great emperor had never been a magnanimous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused so many deaths. Yang Kai snorted, "If you're willing to take action, then do it. If you're not, then I won't force you. At worst, I'll just cut off this region. In any case, it'll only damage some of my foundation." Wu Kuang pretended to be slow-witted before he agreed. "Since you are asking for help, I'll help." As Wu Kuang activated the heaven-devouring battle law, the world force within the 10,000-kilometer radius madly flowed into his body. The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master watching from the side instantly felt an instinctive sense of dread. Although they had seen Wu Kuang use the heaven-devouring battle law before, everyone had been fighting with Suoquan Hui, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now when they got to see it so closely, they were all shocked. Martial Peak. Chapter 4608. Beg for death or beg for mercy. The universe was huge and boundless. There were 3,000 worlds and countless mystical arts, but they had never seen or heard of one which could refine the world force of others for their own use until now. This was definitely a heaven-defying evil technique that went completely against the heavenly way. So when everyone saw Wu Kuang activate the heaven-devouring battle law and devour the world force, they were completely shaken up. It was just that cultivating this kind of secret art would damage the peace and harmony of the world, and he would be fraught with endless danger. He would ultimately meet an untimely death. So, although they were shocked, they didn't feel much envy. Wu Kuang finished in less than an hour. Yang Kai felt so much pain and anger that he almost vomited blood. Although he had killed Suoquan Hui in this battle, he had paid a huge price for that. Over 10 Sixth Order Masters fought inside his small universe, causing great damage to its foundation, and coupled with Wu Kuang's repeated acts of devouring his world force, the losses he had suffered were so great that it was difficult for outsiders to understand. Previously, when he borrowed the world force from the star boundary, Yang Kai had obtained quite an advantage. His foundation had been greatly strengthened, saving him at least 500 years of bitter cultivation. However, after what had happened today, the benefits he had obtained before had basically been negated. If he hadn't eaten 2 world fruits at the last moment, his situation would have been even worse. After having suffered this kind of loss, all he could do was slowly cultivate to make up for it. However, this way he was certain of one thing. Although he was unable to put a 6th-order open heaven realm master into his small universe, if he were to spread his small universe, he would not be restricted in this aspect. After all, even Zuoquan Hui, a 7th-order master, was technically inside his small universe. The fierce battle inside the small universe had finally come to an end. The battle concluded with Zuoquan Hui's death, and the battle raging outside should be coming to an end as well. After all, Voidland's side was facing the enemy in 2-against-1 battles, so how could Yin Xi and Zhao Ziyan and the others be their opponents? When Yang Kai withdrew his small universe and everyone returned to the Blue Clouds continent, they looked up and saw that the people from Heavenly Sword Union were indeed in danger. Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian were barely holding on. They had just advanced to the 6th order not long ago, and although they had broken through a few years earlier than the great emperors, their foundations weren't that strong. While everyone was fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when they saw Yang Kai appear with other 6th-order masters, the great emperors felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, whereas the faces of the Heavenly Sword Union members were ashen. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that he was dead. Seeing this, Yin Xi and Zhao, Pei Wenxian, and the others quickly used their divine abilities to shake off their opponents before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. But how could Yang Kai give them this chance? With a wave of his hand, over a dozen people rushed straight towards the various battlefields. A short while later, the remaining 5 members of Heavenly Sword Union were all captured and a series of restrictions were placed upon them to seal their cultivation. Yang Kai took a seat on a rock, holding the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand. He would lightly cough from time to time, and his aura was a little dispirited. Yu He and Mo Mei stood behind him like guards. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Ziyan, Yin Xi and Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Huang Mao and Dan Yang were all brought before Yang Kai. Among the 5, Ziyan was glaring at Yang Kai while Huang Mao and Dan Yang's eyes flickered with regret and fear. On the other hand, Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian both stood up straight and wore calm expressions, like they were not captives at all. Especially Pei Wenxian, who was even in the mood to size up Wu Kuang. He still didn't understand why his junior brother had suddenly changed sides. Coincidentally, Wu Kuang also looked towards him with interest. His eyes were shining brightly, like when a lecher saw a beautiful woman, causing Pei Wenxian's face to turn pale and his heart to quickly pound. "Where is my honored master? What did you do to him?" Ziyan gnashed her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Although she had some inkling of an idea, she still refused to believe it. Yang Kai raised his head and sneered. "Since I'm here, can't you guess what happened to your master?" "Impossible." Ziyan's eyes almost started shooting flames, but the next moment, her pupils constricted when they landed on the corpse casually tossed before her by Yang Kai. Before Zuoquan Hui died, he was struck by a dozen or so divine abilities. He might have died in the end, but his body was completely mutilated and beyond recognition. "Honored master." Ziyan's eyes filled with tears as she muttered to herself. Looking at her honored master's body, she couldn't help but recall all the things she had experienced in Thousand Crane Paradise. Her honored master's sincere guidance, her senior brother's love, and her junior brother's respect. She had no worries back then. But now her junior brother was dead, her senior brother was dead, and even her honored master was dead. All of them had died at the hands of this bastard. "I'll kill you." Ziyan leapt forward. Her cultivation might have been sealed and she might not have been able to bring out her strength, but her sharp teeth still bit towards Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai turned the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand and thrust its butt into her soft belly. Ziyan immediately fell to her knees and hunched over, unable to catch her breath for a long time. Yang Kai lifted her chin with the tip of his spear and stated in a cold voice, Zhao Xing died because he provoked me first. Furthermore, he wanted to kill me too, so he got what he deserved. As fellow disciples, if you want to take revenge for him, I have nothing to say. But since you want to take revenge, you should be mentally prepared to be killed by me. At the end of the day, the winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. Ziyan's eyes welled as she looked at him. Her eyes became lifeless and filled with despair. The next moment, she suddenly threw herself forward. Yang Kai withdrew his spear just in time. The sharp azure dragon spear only left a red mark on her throat. Kill me! Kill me! Ziyan madly screamed, wanting to rush forward and beg for death. But Luan Baifeng pressed her down to the ground, causing her to endlessly whimper. Yang Kai added lightly, Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death, but not now. You have more use to me alive than dead. Saying so, he turned to Huang Mao and Dan Yang. The two immediately got down on one knee without a moment of hesitation and cupped their fists together. We are willing to submit to you, willing to lay down our lives for you, come hell or high water. Yang Kai chuckled, Look at her, how unyielding she is. She prefers to die honorably than to live on in shame. On the other hand, the two of you, two grown men, are acting so subserviently, it's really disappointing. If you don't blush, I'll blush. As expected, the faces of the two remaining ancestors of Heavenly Sword Union turned red. However, their pride and honor were nothing when their lives were on the line. Not to mention bowing, they could even endure greater humiliation if it let them survive. Huang Mao lowered his head and stated, Heavenly Sword Union had overestimated itself and made an enemy out of you, Heavenly Monarch Yang, so we have only ourselves to blame for falling into such a situation. However, we were forced to do so. Zuoquan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Heavenly Sword Union was unable to refuse him. Heavenly Monarch, please understand. Dan Yang also added, Although this old master is old, I'm still able to kill enemies for the Heavenly Monarch. Right now, only Huang Mao and I are left of Heavenly Sword Union. If Heavenly Monarch can let bygones be bygones, Heavenly Sword Union will become a branch of Voidland in the future, only following the orders of Voidland from now on. Heavenly Sword Union might be bruised and battered, and they might have lost all of their Open Heaven Realm cultivators except for these 6th Order Masters, but they still had their inheritances which had been passed down through the years, and their foundation was still intact. Anyone would be tempted with such a huge price before them. However, Yang Kai remained indifferent and simply stared into the sky. Hundreds of my Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters have lost their lives in this war. All of them had families, husbands, wives, or children, but none of them had made any mistakes. If I let you two old bastards live, how can my Voidland's dead rest in peace? Yang Kai had clearly made up his mind to cut the weeds and pull out roots. With Voidland's current foundation, they did not need Heavenly Sword Union at all, so it could just disappear from the face of the 3,000 worlds. Although his voice was calm and gentle, it sounded like a thunderclap to Huang Mao and Dan Yang's ears. The two of them immediately fell to the ground, and their faces turned ashen. Yang Kai then turned to Yin Xine Zhao and Pei Wenxian, smiling, What about the two of you? Do you want to die or beg for mercy? Yin Xine Zhao sighed in helplessness. As you said, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. You can do whatever you want, it's your choice. Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, Do you have the guts to kill us? Didn't you mention Zhao Xing just now? Have you forgotten what happened already? Yang Kai indifferently looked at him, while Pei Wenxian stared back at him fearlessly in response. With a flash of light, Yang Kai flicked his spear, all while maintaining that same indifferent look on his face. The next moment, something fell to the ground with a thud. Pei Wenxian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a severed arm lying there. The cut was completely clean, like butter cut with a hot knife. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Pei Wenxian stretched out his other hand and covered the wound left by his severed arm, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. He immediately shouted in horror, You dare! I'm a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai tilted his head, calm and relaxed. So, core disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven also bark like stray dogs. The nearby Yin Xine Zhao gulped hard. Although he looked at Pei Wenxian with a look of sympathy, he didn't dare to say anything. Rather, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart that he hadn't fought back just now. Yang Kai might not dare to kill them, but torturing them was not a problem. Pei Wenxian had lost an arm, so unless he could find a heaven-defying medicine that could regenerate his limb, his strength would forever be greatly reduced. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stated in a deep voice, "Of course, I haven't forgotten about Zhao Xing's Wuquan Hui took revenge for his disciple, even going so far as to rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise. Unfortunately, he still died a miserable death." Saying so, Yang Kai kicked the corpse he had just thrown out and added, smiling, "After you die, who in myriad demons heaven will avenge you? That old dog Zhuobu-kun? Let him try. Today, I can kill Wuquan Hui, tomorrow I can kill Zhuobu-kun." In Xian Zhao's face suddenly paled. "You're really planning on killing us?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "What do you think?" In Xian Zhao didn't say anything, fearing that he might just make things worse. After all, Yang Kai was still young and hot-blooded, so he could easily act on impulse. "Originally, you and I didn't have any deep enmity with each other. It was just that we didn't like one another. Then in Xian Zhao, you hunted me down in the blood monster cave heaven, and if it weren't for Chu Huashang carrying me and escaping, how could I have survived? Pei Wenxian, there was only a small grudge between us. It's normal for young people to fight and compete, but why did you have to act as if you and I had a life or death grudge? Why did you get involved in the mess between Heavenly Sword Union and my Voidland? Since you want to kill me, I naturally can't let you live." The blood drained from Xian Zhao's face. "Wu Kuang licked his lips, boy. I'll ask you for a favor." The moment Wu Kuang stuck out his nose, Yang Kai knew what he was pulling, so he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Pei Wenxian?" Wu Kuang nodded. "It would be even better if you leave the other one too. Are you still not full?" Wu Kuang patted his stomach. "My appetite is big. There's nothing I can do about it." The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but shudder. Martial Peak, Chapter 4609. You've made a huge mistake. Yang Kai remained seated for a while before waving his hand. "Whatever. Just take them away." Wu Kuang guffawed and gave the other man a thumbs up. "You're indeed generous, kid." Upon finishing his words, Wu Kuang pushed his world force and engulfed Xian Zhao and the others with it. Following that, he turned into a demonic cloud and shot into the sky. Yang Kai looked up and shouted, "Clean up everything. Don't leave any traces behind." Wu Kuang's voice was heard coming from the distance. "Don't worry. That old ghost is now a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master." With a conflicted gaze, Bustling World Great Emperor watched as Wu Kuang left. When he was in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, he failed in his attempt to kill Wu Kuang. Instead, his body was almost taken over by the latter. Their souls ended up living in the same body for many years, and their enmity slowly subsided as they had gone through some hardships together. After killing Great Demon God Emoshang, Wu Kuang left and there had not been any news about him since. Bustling World Great Emperor had never expected to come across him on this day. He was able to recognize Wu Kuang even though the latter's appearance was completely different now. Over the past few years, the Great Emperors had been cultivating in seclusion in Void Land. With Void Land as their support, there had never been a lack of resources. However, it wasn't until recently that they made it to the Sixth Order. On the other hand, it appeared that Wu Kuang had achieved an ascension much earlier than them. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang had been making a living on his own, but he was still able to attain such achievements. This fact alone made Duan Hongchan realize that he was no match for him. Wu Kuang lived up to his name as the strongest great emperor in the history of the Star Boundary. That was Wu Kuang? Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen suddenly exclaimed as he had just realized it. Duan Hongchan nodded gently. The corners of Zhan Wuhen's brow twitched. "No wonder I found that guy annoying the first time he entered my eyes." "Junior brother Yang." Qing Kuei dashed towards Yang Kai. Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian cannot die. Earlier he saw Wu Kuang using the heaven-devouring battle law. And now he brought Xian Zhao and the others away. It was obvious to him what fate awaited them. He was also shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. After a cough, Yang Kai turned to look at him and replied with a smile. I know what you're worried about, senior brother Qing. You know nothing. Qing Kuei turned solemn. After you killed Zhao Xing, only Zhuo Quanhui and the others came over to retaliate against you. That was because Yinyang Cave Heaven interfered and resisted most of the pressure for you. Now that traitors on paper like Zhuo Quanhui are dead, those from Thousand Cranes Paradise won't do anything to you even though they're resentful. Otherwise, they'll have to openly offend Yinyang Cave Heaven. However, Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian are different. If you let someone kill them, Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven will never let you off. By then, more than one Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master will come to destroy you. Yang Kai batted his eyes with an innocent expression. No one from Void Land killed them. Did anyone see it? Wu Kuang wasn't a member of Void Land. Strictly speaking, he was just a traitor from Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to bring those people back to the Great Territory where the star boundary was located, and kill them to further nourish the World Tree. However, if Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were really killed there, some faint traces might be left behind. Moreover, after the previous epic battle, the World Tree had obtained quite a lot of nourishment, so there wasn't a need to provide more for it now. That was the reason Yang Kai gave up on that idea. A frustrated Qing Kuei stared at him. It is a well-known fact that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao assisted Heavenly Sword Union to make things difficult for Voidland in the past. Both Heavenly Sword Union and Zhuo Quanhui were destroyed, so if Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao are also killed, even a fool will figure out that it has something to do with Voidland. In fact, there's no need for any witnesses at all. Do you think the two cave heavens will go easy on you? They'll settle the issue with brute force. Yang Kai chuckled. I absolutely agree with you, senior brother Qing. However, Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao repeatedly made things difficult for me in the past. Previously on the Prison Star, I intended to make use of the Prison League's power to kill them, but Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others proved unreliable. That was the reason they managed to flee. Now that there's such a great chance, I naturally wouldn't let them leave. I'll feel nauseated if I ever see them again. Qing Kuei was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the ground. Don't you get it, junior brother Yang? They can't be killed. Although Voidland is fairly powerful now. Yang Kai raised his hand to cut him off. Senior brother Qing. Even if I'm willing to let them off, someone else won't let them live. Why don't you try to persuade that person instead of me? That person. Qing Kuei became startled for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai was talking about Wu Kuang. That's right. Wu Kuang was technically a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, but he launched a sneak attack on Zhuo Quanhui and cultivated an extremely evil secret art. If such secrets were exposed, he would never be able to settle down in any place even though the 3,000 worlds was so expansive. Certainly, Wu Kuang would want to silence all witnesses to his crimes. Therefore, it was pointless for Qing Kuei to keep persuading Yang Kai. A moment later, Qing Kuei snapped out of his dazed state and sighed. You've really made a huge mistake this time. Yang Kai got up with difficulty and patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. I believe that person will not leave any traces behind. Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven might speculate that their disciples were killed by me, but they can't do anything to me since they don't have any evidence. Qing Kuei put on a helpless smile as he thought that Yang Kai was oversimplifying things. If the two cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they didn't need any evidence. A simple doubt was a good enough reason for them to make a move. Junior brother Yang, there's one more thing you need to know. If Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian are really killed, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven will immediately find out about it. After all, they are core disciples of their sects, so they must have left behind soul lamps in their headquarters. Once they die, their soul lamps will go out as well. The two cave heavens will definitely send some people over once that happens. Yang Kai frowned. Will they be able to find out that those people were killed here? Qing Kuei nodded with a solemn expression. Given the powers of the senior experts of those cave heavens, they can definitely do that even though it might take a while. Yang Kai arched his brow. In that case, we're running short on time. Following a pause, he continued. There's one thing I need you to help me with, senior brother Qing. Qing Kuei replied, just tell me straight away. Since Honored Master has sent junior sister and me to help you, we'll follow your commands. Yang Kai cut to the chase and said, I need you to go back to Inyang Cave Heaven and invite Martial Uncle Su to come to the star boundary. Qing Kuei raised his brow in confusion upon hearing that, but soon understanding something, he said in shock, Junior brother Yang Yu? Suddenly, Yang Kai put on a smile, I'm a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, and I've gained some benefits from the sect. Martial Uncle Su has been treating me well, as he had even let me enter the divine armament world once. Now that I have gained some benefits of my own, I naturally can't gobble everything up by myself. When you return to Inyang Cave Heaven, senior brother Qing, please help me inform Martial Uncle Su that I have a gift for him. Suing Shui, who had chosen to take a passive role up until now, appeared surprised as well. Upon realizing the other man's intention, Qing Kuei became excited. In that case, I'll not hide anything about what went on in the star boundary. Yang Kai chuckled, it can't be hidden. The secret of the star boundary will be exposed sooner or later. If possible, tell Martial Uncle Su to invite some of the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises he's on good terms with to come to the star boundary as well. Qing Kuei examined him and remarked, You're pretty audacious, junior brother. There was a bitter smile on Yang Kai's face. It's not possible for us to monopolize such a big piece of fat. Rather than waiting for other people to come snatch it, I'd rather expose the truth myself and negotiate to remain on top. Following the transformation of the star boundary, the world tree started growing madly and amplified its heritage, which allowed the cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Even Yang Kai's father and mother, whose aptitudes were average at best, could still easily make it to the fourth order open heaven realm, with the hope of ascending to the fifth order. If cultivators with exceptional aptitudes started cultivating in the star boundary from a young age, they might be able to directly ascend to the sixth order or even the seventh order. It could be said that star boundary was now the best cradle for nurturing future open heaven realm masters. Nowhere else in the entire 3,000 worlds was comparable to it. Certainly, Yang Kai would have monopolized such a precious place if he could. However, life was not a bed of roses. In the past, no one bothered to come to the star boundary as it was located in a very remote area. Now that the world tree had matured though, it would send a shockwave across the entire 3,000 worlds. No one could stop this secret from spreading. Moreover, following the death of Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian, those from Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would definitely come over to investigate. Yang Kai naturally had to be prepared. It was true that Voidland was fairly strong now as two divine spirits were residing in its headquarters. Even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But in the end, that was just Voidland's headquarters. There were not many powerful cultivators in the star boundary. It could be said that over 1,000 open heaven realm masters, more than 20 of them were in the sixth order, were a force to be reckoned with, but any cave heaven or paradise could easily deploy such a powerful force with ease. Yang Kai didn't think they could win if they were faced with any of those great forces, not to mention that Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would probably join forces to deal with them. In order to survive, those from Voidland had to make use of the power of others. Only other cave heavens and paradises could deal with the cave heavens and paradises. However, without enough benefits, there was no reason for those forces to make a move. Although Su Linggong was close to Yang Kai, he was unable to represent the entire Inyang Cave Heaven. Since they were running out of time, Qing Kuei decided to leave immediately as Inyang Cave Heaven was far away. Fortunately, since he was on his own, he could make use of universe temples to move around faster. It would probably take him 3 to 4 months to go there and come back. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven probably wouldn't be able to find the star boundary in just 3 to 4 months. Suing Shui didn't leave. Since she was a disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, she might prove to be useful if anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai stopped letting his thoughts run wild as he turned his head and raised his hand. Tell him to come over. Earlier, when Lu Baiyang noticed that the battle had ended, he decided to come over and have a look, but he waited at a distance so as not to appear rude. Upon stepping into this place though, he felt his chest tightening when he saw the pale young man who was covered in blood and the people around him. He was already the strongest cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent, but he was still unable to sense the true cultivation of these people. As he swept a glance over them, He realized that the aura of every one of them was extremely imposing. Then, when he recalled the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering noises just now, he realized that the powers of these people far exceeded his own. In a respectful manner he cupped his fist. Blue Cloud's Continent Lu Baiyang. Greet seniors. Yang Kai examined him and nodded gently. A promising man indeed. Faced with formidable enemies, Lu Baiyang was still determined to defend his homeland. At the most critical moment, he even obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will, thus allowing him to become a great emperor and condense his Dao seal. Therefore, it was obvious that even though Lu Baiyang was still weak right now, he was a resolute person. Martial Peak, Chapter 4610, Ownerless Land. Yang Kai recalled that when the great emperors of the star boundary had to face the great demon god, their situation was similar to that of Lu Baiyang. The only difference was that no powerful cultivators showed up and helped them at that time. However, on this day, those from Voidland appeared and killed the enemies, thus solving the crisis for this place. Lu Baiyang appeared somewhat bashful. Many thanks for your compliment, senior. What's this place called? Yang Kai asked. Lu Baiyang replied respectfully, Senior, this is Blue Cloud's continent. He felt his heart pounding against his chest, thinking that these were indeed the senior experts that came from somewhere else. That was the reason they were not even aware of this world's name. He had previously speculated that there was a wider world and greater martial Dao outside the Blue Cloud's continent, but that remained a speculation that couldn't be proven. Nevertheless, what he had gone through on this day proved his theory right. Upon seeing the other man's fervent gaze, Yang Kai put on a smile. You've obtained the acknowledgement of the will of this world and condensed your Dao seal, thus allowing you to become a great emperor. After that, you'll need to refine various resources to condense the powers of Yin Yang and the 5 elements. Once you accomplish this, you must split heaven and earth apart within your body, allowing you to step into the open heaven realm. There was a longing expression on Lu Baiyang's face as he muttered in a dazed state, split heaven and earth apart. Yang Kai went on to say, we will remain here for some time, so I will have someone explain the abstrusity of the open heaven realm to you at a later point. An elated Lu Baiyang saluted him. Many thanks for your kindness, senior. It was like passing through a forest as a blind man when he cultivated on his own. If he could get the advice of some senior expert, it could save him time and allow him to take the correct path. It was expected that he was pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai waved his hand. The calamity that befell your Blue Cloud's continent is partly my responsibility, and your homeland has suffered immense losses as a result. Just see it as my compensation to you. Naturally, Lu Baiyang wouldn't dare to seriously take it as compensation. Then Yang Kai changed the topic by asking, how old is the Blue Cloud's continent? Since Lu Baiyang had obtained the acknowledgement of the Blue Cloud's continent and become a great emperor, he was definitely the one who knew this universe world the best. When Yang Kai became a great emperor in the past, the entire process of the star boundary's birth and growth played out in his mind. He supposed that Lu Baiyang had gone through a similar experience. After giving it a thought, Lu Baiyang replied, it's about 1 million years old. Yang Kai nodded, it's quite young. A universe world that was born roughly 1 million years ago could be considered very young, and it was now confirmed that this place was a newborn great territory. Mo Mei, Yang Kai called out. Mo Mei took a few steps forward. Yes, sect master. Go back to the star boundary and bring some people over. Tell them to form into groups to explore this great territory. If they discover anything of importance, report it to me immediately. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Mo Mei turned around and left. This newborn great territory was a lucrative ownerless land. Since Yang Kai had discovered this place, he definitely wanted to take control of it. If there were any hidden treasures in this great territory, over 1,000 open heaven realm masters would certainly be able to find some traces. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't want to miss such a great chance. Voidland was tight on money right now. With a territory gate blockaded by those from Heavenly Sword Union, which was led by Zuoquan Hui, for a few years and influencing trade, all of Voidland's resources had been used up, so they seriously needed to replenish their reserves. Otherwise, it would be hard for their disciples to cultivate. Business in Voidstar City had to be restored, and the problem regarding the lack of resources in Voidland had to be settled. Yongkai also needed to make some future plans for the star boundary. Even though they had defeated Zuoquan Hui, they had to deal with a lot of issues. All these were giving him a headache, as it wasn't until he began trying to solve these problems that he realized how difficult it would be to do so. He missed his days when he basically acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper despite being a sect master. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy in the epic battle, so Yongkai told them to get some rest and asked Yuhi to teach Lu Baiyang some basic knowledge about the open heaven realm before he started cultivating. Zuoquan Hui collapsed his small universe before his death, allowing his world force to contaminate Yongkai's small universe. Although Yongkai had cordoned off his small universe in time, and Wu Kuang had activated the heaven-devouring battle law to gobble up the mixed heritage, some of Zuoquan Hui's world force still managed to leak into Yongkai's wider small universe. The power that belonged to Zuoquan Hui was no different from impurities for Yongkai. He had to get rid of it sooner rather than later, or else it would affect his foundation. Lu Baiyang personally led Yongkai to a secluded place where he could cultivate, a restricted area of the top 4 sects in the Blue Clouds continent. Tranquil Heaven's Peak was definitely a good place. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land of the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. However, after the Great Battle, the area around Tranquil Heaven's Peak was destroyed, and the peak itself was gone for good. Lu Baiyang was the most powerful cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent who was respected by all. Since he had spoken, no one dared to disobey him. Therefore, Yongkai successfully entered the restricted area of this sect called the Primordial Sect. It wasn't that he insisted on cultivating in a restricted area. As to him, he could just cultivate anywhere. However, since Lu Baiyang had mentioned it, he didn't think it was appropriate to turn him down. The elders of Primordial Sect were beside Lu Baiyang the whole time, and the fact that Lu Baiyang treated this young man respectfully, as though he was the latter's disciple, terrified them. They were fully aware of Lu Baiyang's capabilities. He was the most powerful master in the Blue Clouds continent, so why would he still treat someone else in such a solemn manner? These elderly people were doubtful as they couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Eventually, the sect master of Primordial Sect summoned his courage and asked, "Saint Lu, who is that, sir?" Saint was an honorific given to Lu Baiyang by the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. Other than his cultivation, he also received this title because of his temperament. However, at this moment, Lu Baiyang appeared bashful as he took a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. He reckoned that he didn't deserve the honorific since he was so weak. Upon seeing that there wasn't a change in her expression though, he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and replied, "He's a senior expert from the outside world. The noises we heard before were the fallout of senior clashing with his enemies." The people from Primordial Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Earlier, the world-shattering noises reverberated across the entire Blue Clouds continent. Many of them thought that the end had arrived. It wasn't until this moment that they realized those were the repercussions of a battle. Even the fallout was so horrifying, so how powerful was the person who made the move in the first place? Furthermore, Lu Baiyang had mentioned the words, "senior expert." The people from Primordial Sect still couldn't believe what they had heard. Lu Baiyang waved his hand. "All of you should treat him with respect. No one should approach senior without his permission." All of them obediently saluted. "Yes, Saint Lu." It was then Lu Baiyang bent his back at Yuhi. "Many thanks, senior." Yuhi replied with a smile, "Since it is the young master's order, I will definitely do my best. By the way, stop calling me senior. I'm not that old." Lu Baiyang hurriedly nodded in agreement. While he was excited, he took a glance at the elders of Primordial Sect, but appeared hesitant. Knowing what was on his mind, Yuhi said with a smile, "You're quite generous. The average person who has obtained such an opportunity would never expose it, but you're willing to share it with the others. It is no wonder that you were able to gain the acknowledgement of the world's will, and became a great emperor at the most critical moment." A humble Lu Baiyang replied, "Many thanks for your compliments, and, madam." Yuhi put on a bright smile as she seemed pleased with the title, and then she said amicably, "Others are welcome to join. It's not a secret anyway, just some common knowledge from where we come from. It's just that the Blue Clouds continent is fairly isolated, so you know nothing about the outside world." Lu Baiyong let out a long breath. Many thanks, madam. He then sent a signal to the others from Primordial Sect. These elderly people felt their hearts racing as they said in unison, "Many thanks, madam." They previously thought that this beautiful woman was just a maidservant, but it wasn't until Lu Baiyong called her Senior that they realized they had greatly underestimated her. She was also one of these senior experts. They had no idea what this woman wanted them to listen to, but it must be some valuable information since Lu Baiyong regarded it as important. The sect master of Primordial Sect then led all of them to a grand hall and invited Yuhi to take the head seat. These people in the hall were the cultivators at the peak of martial Tao in the eyes of the commoners in the Blue Clouds continent. But at this moment, they were seated with straight backs and looked attentively at Yuhi, as though they were disciples awaiting a lecture. Yuhi then talked about the classification of the martial Tao. After she was done explaining the Emperor Realm and the World's Will, she went on to talk about great emperors and Tao seals. Lu Baiyong and the elders of Primordial Sect felt as though they had been struck by a huge wave. The classification of the martial Tao was unified across the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, the 3,000 worlds were well connected and communication was frequent. However, in this new great territory, the martial Tao was classified in a slightly different way. It was vaguer than from the outside world. In comparison, they realized that the classification system mentioned by this beautiful woman was more comprehensive and logical. They fell into their thoughts and realized that they were in the Emperor Realm, just like what she had said. At the mention of the World's Will and the great emperors, those from Primordial Sect started breathing rapidly. Yuhi said with a smile, "Every universe world can be thought of as a bottle with certain limits, oftentimes referred to as the world's bottle. The number of great emperors any universe world can support depends on the limit of the world's bottle. Even though there's only one great emperor in the Blue Clouds continent now, there will be more in the future." The sect master of Primordial Sect took a deep breath and looked fervently at Yuhi. "So, all of us have a chance to become great emperors." Yuhi smiled and nodded. "You'll have the chance as long as you manage to gain acknowledgement from the world." These people traded glances with excitement. This was truly a piece of shocking news. They previously thought that Lu Baiyong was already at the peak of the martial Tao, but they hadn't expected to find out there were more powerful beings in the outside world. With a clear goal in sight, they naturally wanted to work hard to tread further upon the martial Tao. The sect master of Primordial Sect asked humbly, "How does one go about gaining such acknowledgement?" Yuhi only shook her head with a smile. They thought that she wasn't willing to expose such a secret, but no one dared to complain. Lu Baiyong on the other hand asked with a frown, "Madam, what happens to the others of the Blue Clouds continent once the world's bottle's limit is reached? Does that mean it becomes impossible for them to advance further on the martial Tao?" Naturally not. The great emperors can make use of the world's will to condense their Tao seals, but it doesn't mean those who are unable to become great emperors can't do so as well. I've never been a great emperor myself. As long as one can find their own grand Tao, they can continue rising. Alternatively, they can make use of heavenly Tao pills or other similar spirit pills. Many people in the outer universe rely on such pills to condense their Tao seals. Dale Ligerkeys, 1 million years old? Seriously? Just Earth is estimated to have formed more than 4 billion years ago. Some Hindu texts, which are also works of fiction in my opinion, say Earth has been around for more than 150 trillion years, and the best you can come up with is 1 million. Martial Peak Chapter 46:11 Chaos stirs and a world is born. In comparison, Yuhi was evidently more amiable to Lu Baiyong, but that wasn't because he was the strongest amongst these people. She was now a 6th-order open heaven master, so emperors and great emperors were no different to her, and she could squash with a snort. The main reason was that Lu Baiyong was truly concerned about his world and people, which was proven to be true in their conversation. The Emperor Realm Masters of Primordial Sect only cared about whether they would be able to secure a place in the world's bottle. On the other hand, Lu Baiyong was concerned about how others could move forward once the limit in the world's bottle was reached. That was why Yuhi regarded him highly. Half a day later, all of them left the place with excitement. Yuhi's narration seemed to have opened the door to a new world for them. allowing them to know that besides the Blue Clouds continent, there were more universe worlds that they were not aware of out there. Outside of their own great territory that consisted of many universe worlds, there were even more great territories. The Emperor realm was followed by the Open Heaven realm, which was divided into high rank, mid rank, and low rank. They had never heard about such things before. Ignoring the sentiment of those from Primordial Sect, Lu Baiyang asked for Yu He's opinion about sharing what they had learned with others. Upon receiving her permission, he gathered all the Emperor Realm Masters in the continent together 2 months later and told them everything he knew. He also explained to them what happened in the Blue Clouds continent on that day. Certainly, Lu Baiyang wouldn't lie to them, so upon hearing his words, all of them broke into a commotion. 5 days after the epic battle against Zuoquan Hui, more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland streamed into this new great territory. Groups of 2 were formed and each pair picked a direction and flew off to begin scouring this great territory. Half a month later, many of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had recovered, could no longer contain their urge to explore the new great territory. The new great territory was full of mysteries. They naturally had to personally find out about the opportunities and risks in this place. Only Yu He and Suing Shui were left in Primordial Sect to handle the more administrative affairs. 1 month later, Yang Kai finally left the restricted area. He had managed to get rid of the impurities from Zuoquan Hui's small universe, but the loss of heritage he had suffered in that battle couldn't be replenished in a short time. His decision to merge his own small universe with that of Zuoquan Hui in a final attempt to kill him turned out to be harmful to him, which was inevitable. Fortunately, he managed to kill Zuoquan Hui in the end. Seeing that Yang Kai had come out of the restricted area, Yu He hurriedly approached him and called out, "Young Master." Yang Kai nodded at both Yu He and Suing Shui, then asked, "How's the situation in this great territory?" An excited Yu He replied, "This great territory is very vast. It's been a short time since the exploration started, so we haven't found out where the boundaries are. However, we've discovered many universe worlds with ample resources, even though their orders are fairly low." Yang Kai arched his brow. That's good news. There was a lack of resources in Voidland now. The issue could be alleviated if they could get some resources from this great territory. Have you discovered any Open Heaven Realm Masters? Yang Kai asked. Yu He shook her head. No. Many of the universe worlds only have the most basic forms of life. There are not even living creatures with sentience. We've discovered 2 universe worlds where there are living beings, but the martial Dao there is even lower than that of Blue Cloud's continent. Yang Kai nodded gently. Now we can be certain that it's a newborn great territory. Only in a newborn great territory would the martial Dao be so low in so many places. There wasn't even a single Open Heaven Realm Master to be found. There's one interesting place though. Do you want to have a look, young master? Yu He asked. Yang Kai shot her a glance and burst into laughter. Since you've said so, it must be very interesting. Let's go. Yu He pressed her lips together and smiled. Please come with me, young master. Upon finishing her words, she leaped into the sky, followed by Yang Kai and Suing Shui. Yu He then shot off in a certain direction. Over 1,000 disciples from Voidland had scattered everywhere in this great territory. Once they discovered a place that was worth their attention, they would immediately head to the Blue Clouds continent to report it to Yu He, who would then let Yang Kai make a decision after the latter exited his retreat. Although 1 month had passed, they were still unable to have a clear picture of the entire great territory. With that said, they had made a lot of discoveries. As they moved forward, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and asked, "What order do you think Lu Baiyang can achieve?" Yu He replied, "I've checked his Dao seal and I believe he'll definitely be able to reach the 5th order. It will be difficult for him to directly ascend to the 6th order." Yang Kai nodded his head. He's the first great emperor in that universe world who has the blessing of the world's will. The 5th order will be pretty good for him. The cultivators who could directly ascend to the 6th order Open Heaven realm were core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. For every sect, they would probably only get one such disciple every 1,000 years or so. Having said that, with the transformation in the star boundary, turning it into an Open Heaven realm cradle, Yang Kai wasn't able to foretell what would happen from now on. Perhaps directly ascending to the 6th order would be the norm in the future. Do you want to ask him to join Void Land, young master? Yuhi asked. Yang Kai replied with a smile, this great territory is like the back garden of Void Land now, so whether or not he joins Void Land makes no difference. Tell someone to send over a set of materials condensed from the gourd vine to help him ascend to the open heaven realm. Given his temperament, I believe he won't be ungrateful. Upon hearing that, Suing Shui rolled her eyes. You've asked senior brother Qing to invite our honored master to come over alongside his friends from the other cave heavens and paradises, and now you also want to keep this entire great territory as Voidland's back garden? I don't think that's feasible. After all, Yang Kai himself had said that Voidland was unable to gobble up so many treasures on its own. This new great territory was also such a treasure. A nonchalant Yang Kai replied, feasible or not, that will depend on how I'm going to make it happen. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction, as there was a world with a golden glow hovering in the void there. Even though it was far away, Yang Kai could still clearly feel a stunning aura coming right at him from over there. He narrowed his eyes when he saw that. Yuhi fished out a jade slip and took a look before stating, there are no living creatures in this universe world, but it contains ample metal element materials. Two disciples looked into it and found out that the materials were only in the second and third order. However, if we dig deeper into the ground, we might be able to get metal element materials of higher orders. Yang Kai sighed. I recall reading from an ancient book that all newborn great territories are extremely rich in resources. I couldn't imagine it in the past, but now it seems that it's true. The currently known great territories in the 3000 worlds were all born at some point in time. During that period of time, they were also stuffed full of resources. However, as time passed, the resources gradually became depleted and disappeared from the people's sight. The universe world before their eyes was a treasure vault that couldn't be found anywhere else in the 3000 worlds. If all the resources were extracted out of this treasure vault, that would translate into immense wealth. Yuhi said, besides this universe world that contains metal element materials, we've also discovered similar worlds that have wood element and fire element materials. There's also a Sealing Yang domain. A surprised Yang Kai asked, a Sealing Yang domain? Yuhi smiled and nodded. In the past, the place where Bai Qi ascended to the open heaven realm was also a Sealing Yang domain. It was originally a restricted zone belonging to Golden Rainbow Province. Those from Golden Rainbow Province discovered it a long time ago, but they used it as bait to lure the proprietress and Bai Qi out. In the end, the Sealing Yang domain was destroyed following an intense battle. The proprietress was thorough at that time as Bao Qi almost lost his life. So, those from Golden Rainbow Province had also suffered immense losses since the Sealing Yang domain was now gone for good. It was during that time when the proprietress made a heart demon oath. Unless she could destroy Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, she would never ascend to the 7th order in her lifetime. Yang Qi was abundant in a Sealing Yang domain as it could infinitely produce Yang element materials of different orders. Out of the Yin Yang and 5 elements, Yin and Yang element materials were the rarest. A Sealing Yang domain was definitely more valuable than the metal element universe world. Yang Kai repeatedly said good in order to express his joy. It strengthened his notion of making this great territory the back garden of Void Land. Even though this move would cause some disputes, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to harm his interests. At that moment, Yang Kai supposed he should thank the old dog Suaquan Hui. If Suaquan Hui hadn't made use of his power and opened up a territory gate, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered this new great territory that would bring tremendous benefits to Void Land. However, this issue was also giving him a headache. There were many places in this new great territory that needed exploration. The small number of universe worlds that contained a huge amount of resources already required a lot of manpower to mine. It had only been 100 years since the star boundary last experienced its biggest war, and since the population had shrunk significantly, they were unable to bear such a burden. Yang Kai believed that he could use the help of Void Territory. After all, Void Land now directly managed over 10 universe worlds, so they could bring some people over to help out. As they kept flying forward, they soon arrived at the Sealing Yang domain. It was a small star that accompanied a dead star, but it contained an abundance of Yang Qi. The Yang Qi permeating the entire star was in the 3rd order. In other words, if any cultivators intended to ascend to the 3rd order, they could just come here and refine the ambient Yang Qi. There wasn't a need for them to look for young element materials elsewhere. It was true that world creation was absolutely abstruse. Then, the trio kept flying forward for 10 more days before they arrived at their destination. As young Kai looked dazedly at the place where swirling clouds of dust and light were weltering, he could clearly feel a chaotic aura coming from it. Lightning would strike from time to time, as though it was ready to claw through the clouds and break free from the chaos. The aura of a new world permeated a large area of the void. Chaos stirs and a world is born, young Kai exclaimed while Suing Shui widened her eyes. Although Yuhi had already learned about it from the exploring disciples, she still fell into a dazed state when she actually saw it. A while later, she nodded her head and continued, "This is our biggest discovery yet, young master. However, we're not sure when the chaos will be broken. Only when that time comes will a new world really be born." Young Kai carefully sensed it but still couldn't figure anything out. He said helplessly, "I have no idea as well." Then he suddenly said through clenched teeth, "If anyone dares to lay his paws on this great territory in the future, I'll definitely cut off his hand." Seeing that he suddenly became so emotional, Yuhi broke into a fit of giggles while Suing Shui just glowered at him. Martial Peak Chapter 46:12, Hogging Everything for Himself. The reason Voidland Star City could gain popularity and become a first-class star city in a few years was because they had Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills wasn't really a secret. After all, it was bought by Yang Kai from the Red Cloud's auction house, so those from Red Cloud's Paradise definitely still had a copy of it. It wasn't that the alchemists of Red Cloud's Paradise were not skillful enough. It was just that they lacked the main ingredient, which was World Source liquid. That was the reason they were unable to refine such pills. Yang Kai could do that because he had World Source liquid with him. World Source liquid would only appear when a new world was born, so it had basically become extinct across the 3,000 worlds. No world in the 3,000 worlds was newly born, which was why they were unable to find more World Source liquid. However, in the depths of this newborn great territory, there was a place where chaos stirred. It was the sign of a new world about to be born. When the new world finally took shape, World Source liquid would probably appear. If someone else obtained it, the advantage of Void Star City would be gone for good. The Star City was a place that those from Voidland relied on to get their cultivation resources, so Yang Kai would never allow anyone to harm their interest. He intended to make this new great territory the back garden of Voidland. Initially, he thought that he could share some of the profits with others if there was too much pressure. However, he had now thoroughly discarded that idea. No one else could have a hand in this newborn great territory other than Voidland. If they gave someone else a chance, it was akin to killing their own future. Nevertheless, the territory gate was there. When the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises arrived at the star boundary, they would also see the territory gate. The problem was how Yang Kai could bar them from entry. Should he try to persuade them to go away? No one would listen to him when there were benefits to be gained. It was also impossible to fight against them. Dealing with Zuoquan Hui alone caused Voidland to suffer immense losses. If there were more high-rank cultivators they had to deal with, it was impossible for those from Voidland to defeat them. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a different solution. As he looked at the place where chaos stirred, he fell into his thoughts. A while later he spoke up, "Yuhi, look for Luan Baifeng and tell her to meet me at the territory gate." Upon hearing that, Yuhi replied, "Understood. But you might have to wait, young master. Everyone has scattered to explore this great territory. I don't even know where she is right now." "It's fine. I'm not in a rush." Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then Yuhi left. After looking around, Suing Shui reckoned that it was inappropriate for her to stay with Yang Kai alone, so she told him that she would also explore the new great territory, and then dashed off into the void. When Luan Baifeng received the news and rushed over to the territory gate 1 month later, she saw Yang Kai squatting on a random shattered spirit province with a frown. There was a stone in his hand as he drew something on the ground. The spirit province was small as it was only a few square kilometers. It was obviously brought here by Yang Kai as it was only 100 kilometers away from the territory gate. "Sir." Luan Baifeng landed on the ground and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for her to wait as he continued drawing on the ground. Luan Baifeng had no idea what he was doing, and when she looked down, she saw many unrecognizable patterns and runes on the ground. She initially pressed her lips together in annoyance, but upon closer look, she arched her brow as her interest had been piqued. When she realized that it was actually a spirit array, she broke into laughter. Given her mastery of the Tao of spirit arrays, she naturally could see that there were many illogical and impossible parts in this spirit array, though it wasn't completely useless. She had no idea why Yang Kai suddenly became interested in spirit arrays. She even thought that he had asked her to come over here to teach him the Tao of spirit arrays. What did you get? Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Well, Luan Baifeng's eyelashes fluttered. Nothing much. Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and looked up at her with a meaningful smile. Luan Baifeng pressed her lips into a line. Really nothing? Yang Kai extended his hand towards her. Luan Baifeng was initially enraged. Then she said in a pitiful manner, "Why are you making things difficult for a small woman like me, sir? It's so hard for me to earn a few measly resources." Yang Kai took a glance at her chest. Small? Luan Baifeng pressed her chest forward, her plump bosom almost bursting out of her clothes. However, she took a few steps back. With a flushing face, she said bashfully, "Sir, I won't sleep with you." Yang Kai burst into laughter and snapped, "Stop spouting nonsense. Give me your space ring." At that instant, Luan Baifeng appeared aggrieved. However, Yang Kai was unfazed. A while later, the woman clenched her teeth and took off her ring before tossing it at Yang Kai. While sniffling, she said, "You're a man, so how do you have the nerve to oppress a woman like me?" Ignoring her, Yang Kai swept his divine sense across the space ring's contents and arched his brow. He then fished out a wisp of purple chi from the ring. The purple chi was like a snake that was somewhere between real and illusory. It was truly mysterious. What was more important was that the purple chi contained a pure but profound power. "What's this?" Yang Kai asked. A furious Luan Baifeng replied, "How would I know? I took it because I thought it was special. I haven't figured out what it is." Yang Kai poked her. "Of the 9 people on the loyalty list, only you dare to speak to me like this." Luan Baifeng kept a faint smile on her face as she saluted him in an elegant manner. This mistress would like to express her eternal gratitude for her loyalty to Sir. As she spoke, she shot a charming glance at the man, her eyes flashing a truly alluring light. Yang Kai examined the purple chi for a while but still couldn't figure out what it was. He had a feeling that it was a kind of material, not a cultivation resource. That was because he had tried to refine it, but it yielded no results. He then asked her where she obtained the purple chi from, but that didn't really help. After that, he put the purple chi inside his small universe, causing Luan Baifeng to become even more aggrieved. He went through her ring one more time, and upon making sure that there was nothing else that was worth his attention, he tossed it back to her. A vexed Luan Baifeng took it with a discontented and aggrieved expression, like a maiden who had been thoughtlessly abandoned by a man after a night of passion. "I asked you to come over because I want you to assist me in arranging a space array." Yang Kai adjusted his clothes. "You're an expert in the Tao of spirit arrays, so only you can help me." Luan Baifeng frowned. "A space array?" Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate that wasn't far away. "For that?" Luan Baifeng looked up, and as she recalled what had happened some time ago, she finally understood Yang Kai's intention. With a smile, she asked, "You want to hog everything for yourself, sir? Aren't you worried that it will invite trouble to you?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "Regardless of the trouble, I just have to gobble up everything first. If I don't even have the appetite for that, how am I supposed to achieve anything great?" So Quan Hui and I opened up the territory gate together, and although it's still not stable, I suppose it will soon become so, as more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters from Voidland have already passed through it safely. I need to arrange a grand array here and refine some jade tokens, so that only those with the tokens can move past it freely. Anyone who does not carry the access token will be exiled to the void. Can you do it? Luan Baifeng fell into her thoughts with a frown. It wasn't until a moment later that she replied, "I can do it as long as you're willing to cooperate." Yang Kai let out a breath. "Good. We need to finish this quickly." Just tell me whatever materials you need. She looked up at him. That purple chi. It's mine, Yang Kai said solemnly. Robber. Thief. Bandit. Luan Baifeng said through clenched teeth as she stomped her foot. She knew that since Yang Kai had snatched it from her, there was no way she could get it back. Even though she was unresigned, there was nothing she could do. She was practically his servant since her name was on the loyalty list, so whatever Yang Kai wanted to take from her, she was unable to disobey him. The man was probably the most thick-skinned person she had ever met. He had no qualms about snatching things from others, even a woman like her. After venting out her anger though, she immediately started working on the Grand Array. For the next 2 months, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng remained beside the territory gate, working while discussing the Grand Array from time to time. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of Space while Luan Baifeng was adept at the Tao of Spirit arrays. They worked together to make up for the weaknesses they respectively had, allowing them to rapidly develop this new Grand Array. The pair used up countless resources and in just 2 months, the space array outside the territory gate finally took shape. A group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood in the void as they looked dazedly at the territory gate. The territory gate, which was opened up by Yang Kai and Zhuoquan Hui, was initially warped and sent out a dangerous aura. However, at this moment, with the support of the Grand Array, it had become stabilized. They could also see that the territory gate was surrounded by an oval-shaped structure that looked like a kind of gateway. In the middle of the structure was the territory gate that connected both great territories. Luan Baifeng was slightly pale. She had spent a lot of energy trying to arrange this Grand Array over the past 2 months. However, when she saw that her work had paid off, she still felt gratified. Yang Kai turned his head and sent a signal to Yu He, who dashed into the territory gate with a jade token in her hand. A moment later, she returned and nodded at Yang Kai. It works. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Although he had repeatedly tested it himself and reckoned that there wouldn't be a problem, he was a master of the Tao of Space after all. If there was really a problem, he might not be able to detect it. Since Yu He managed to shuttle back and forth safely though, it meant that his hard work over the past 2 months had paid off. Yu He approached Yang Kai and said in a small voice, "Senior brother Qing is waiting across from here, young master. He said that our guests have arrived." Yang Kai nodded in. It had been 4 months since Qing Kuei left. Yang Kai calculated the time and realized that Qing Kuei was indeed supposed to return around now. It had been a long time since they started exploring the newborn Great Territory, but they still hadn't gotten a full picture of it. Yang Kai had summoned most of them back. It wasn't that they would stop exploring, it was just that they still wouldn't be able to explore everything even if they kept doing it for decades. This Great Territory wasn't really that expansive, but there were many hidden corners. If they didn't investigate carefully, they would definitely miss some wonderful discoveries. In the 3,000 worlds, many amazing things would still surface in those known great territories from time to time. Even though some places were crammed with people, they might still find something new that they hadn't paid attention to previously. It was the same case for this new great territory. They still had many years ahead of them anyway, and no one else could come here besides those from Void Land. They could still excavate the resources while exploring the great territory in the future. Whatever treasures there were in this place, they now belonged to Void Land, and no one else could lay their hands on them. Marshall Peak. Chapter 46:13. It's someone else. After a long time of exploration, they still hadn't found any Open Heaven Realm Masters in this great territory. The martial Tao of the discovered universe worlds was also generally low, most of which were worse than that of the Blue Clouds continent. A few of them were an equal match for the Blue Clouds continent and only one had a higher martial Tao where a few great emperors had appeared, but that was it. This was a characteristic of a newborn great territory as the martial Tao was still in the development stage. With such a great territory that was full of treasures and resources in its possession, Void Land would have a bright future. However, their heritage was insufficient presently to fully exploit it. In the past, Yang Kai thought that 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was a staggering figure. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only a small number of second-class great forces were a match for Void Land in this regard. Nevertheless, these 1,000+ open heaven realm masters had to protect Voidland, guard Void Star City, and explore this new great territory. Each place required a lot of manpower, especially the last one. In fact, they would probably need 10,000 open heaven realm masters to be stationed in this new great territory, so 1,000 suddenly seemed like a small number. Yang Kai could only console himself that he had to take things slow. Voidland was still in its development stage, and they had already amassed a lot of open heaven realm masters in a short time. If he was too greedy for quick success, he might mess things up instead by rushing. Since a jade token was required for anyone to move past the territory gate, they had to ask some people to stand guard on both sides of the gate. First of all, they could watch over the place so that no one would barge in. Secondly, they could open the doors for trustworthy visitors. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't have to deal with this, as Yuhi would make the arrangements. After passing through the territory gate, he returned to the great territory where the star boundary was located. A few months ago, he led many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to intercept those from Heavenly Sword Palace several million kilometers away from the star boundary. In the end, he borrowed the world strength from the star boundary and temporarily ascended to the 7th Order, which was how he managed to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and expose Heavenly Sword Union's remaining forces. The territory gate he had opened up was only a few million kilometers away from the star boundary itself. Therefore, after he left the new great territory, he immediately saw the star boundary. Upon seeing what was in front of him, Yang Kai became startled and muttered, "Why has it grown taller yet again?" Compared to 4 months ago, the world tree was now even taller. When he most recently returned to the star boundary from Voidland, the world tree was only about 100,000 meters tall. After the great battle, many open heaven realm masters were killed, and the world force which leaked out from their corpses were all absorbed by the world tree. The nutrients allowed the tree to double in height to a 200,000 meters tall giant. Even though Yang Kai was somewhere in the void that was several million kilometers away from the star boundary, he could still clearly see the magnificent and humongous world tree now. What was even more surprising was that the star boundary and demon realm, which were originally far apart from each other, had basically merged together. Presently, the star boundary was filled with greenery as an ample vitality permeated it, while the demon realm was seen with weltering dark demon chi. Both places stood in stark contrast to one another, as one was green while the other one was black. The intertwined roots of the world tree penetrated both worlds, which connected the demon realm and the star boundary. Yang Kai had never expected such a thing to happen, and at that instant, he wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or not. Junior brother Yang. Qing Kuei was waiting somewhere nearby, and upon seeing Yang Kai, he quickly flew over. Yang Kai nodded and saluted him. "Many thanks for your efforts, senior brother Qing." Qing Kuei replied with a smile, "It was just some traveling back and forth, nothing too strenuous." "Has Martial Uncle Su arrived?" Yang Kai asked. Qing Kuei nodded his head and said in a small voice, "Honored Master immediately came over after hearing about the situation in this place. Since he was in a rush, he could only invite a few friends of his who happened to be in Inyang Cave Heaven at the time. More people will arrive later, as Honored Master dispatched messengers to some of the other cave heavens and paradises." After a moment of hesitation, he went on to say, "Honored Master has asked me to tell you something, Junior Brother Yang. In the next few years, the star boundary will be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises will have their eyes on this place. So he hopes that you'll be careful in everything you do." Yang Kai put on a smile. "I know." Then he patted Qing Kuei's shoulder. "Let's go. We shall meet Martial Uncle Su and the other seniors." Taking advantage of his status as a great emperor, he instantly moved across several million kilometers and returned to High Heaven Palace alongside Qing Kuei, Suing Shui, and Yu He. In the Grand Hall, Hua Qingxi was seated on a chair with nothing to do when something flashed across her eyes. Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others, she stood straight up and saluted, "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded while Qing Kuei looked around and asked in shock, "Where are my honored master and the other seniors?" Hua Qingxi replied with a helpless smile, "They said they wanted to take a stroll. I couldn't stop them." Yang Kai activated his divine sense and instantly found them. Then he broke into laughter. "Let's wait for them." With just a casual sweep, He had detected several powerful auras that were scattered across the star boundary. All of them were powerful 7th-order open heaven realm masters, so they could certainly move around the star boundary as they pleased. Yang Kai was unable to stop them, and did not have the intention to do so. After they were seated, Hua Qingxi told someone to prepare tea. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about the transformation in the star boundary. When he returned to this place some time ago, he instantly clashed with those from Heavenly Sword Union at the territory gate, after which he was locked in battle all the way to the star boundary's borders, then crashed into the newborn Great Territory to pursue the enemy. Following that, he spent the next few months arranging the Grand Space Array at the territory gate. It wasn't until today that he returned to this place. An excited Hua Qingxi replied, "The star boundary has gone through a tremendous transformation, Palace Master. Not long after you left previously, the world tree started growing rapidly, and the world energy became increasingly ample, which allowed all cultivators to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao more easily. Over the past few months, we've recorded many people breaking through to the Emperor realm. The ones who are already in the Emperor realm have also shown great improvement in their cultivation. Furthermore, the overall strength of High Heaven Palace has increased by 30% compared to a few months ago." It was inconceivable that such a tremendous transformation had taken place in just a few months. This phenomenon could not be found in any other universe world in the entire 3,000 worlds, but it was happening right here in the star boundary. The rapid development of the world tree had greatly benefited the cultivators in the star boundary, since they were living in this place. They could now easily achieve a breakthrough, and everyone had renewed hopes of achieving greater heights in their cultivation. "What about the demon realm?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi replied, "Sir Embodiment said that it's the same case in demon realm. For some reason, the world tree suddenly connected the star boundary and demon realm together some time ago. Now that the two worlds have merged, the transformation in demon realm is tremendous as well." Yang Kai nodded his head. The limit of the world's bottle also seems to have expanded. In the future, there will be more great emperors and demon saints in the star boundary and the demon realm. Hua Qingxi was surprised as she hadn't realized this. However, since Yang Kai was the star boundary's void great emperor, he naturally couldn't be mistaken about such a thing. The world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors in the past, but since it had expanded, it would allow more to be born. Unfortunately, you've already condensed a Tao seal. Otherwise, you would have stood a chance to become a great emperor of the star boundary. Yang Kai looked regretfully at her. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, "This mistress is already satisfied with the achievements I've made so far. I wouldn't dare to be greedy." "It's great that you don't mind." Yang Kai put on a smile. In fact, there was nothing special about becoming a great emperor. After all, every cultivator would eventually want to become an open heaven realm master. The value of being a great emperor was that one obtained the acknowledgement of the universe world they were from. Therefore, despite being only an emperor realm cultivator, he or she could activate world force and temporarily use the might of the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, the power one could use was only on par with the low-rank open heaven realm, so it wasn't that valuable. But the star boundary was different as its heritage was incredibly rich now. If one could become a great emperor in the star boundary, they could make use of the might of the world and use strength on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master despite only being in the emperor realm. In comparison, the great emperors of the star boundary and the great emperors of the other universe worlds were not even of the same caliber. Furthermore, experiencing such great power in advance would help one's future growth. Just like how Yang Kai had experienced the 7th order open heaven realm power in advance. That was the reason he felt sorry for Hua Qingxi. However, since she had condensed her Tao seal, she would have the potential to become a 5th order open heaven realm master in the future. There was nothing worth regretting in reality. Everyone had their own opportunities. Compared to the other emperor realm masters, the ones from the star boundary were already at a significant advantage. And this was just the current generation. The future generations would gain an even greater advantage, which was the reason Su Linggong and the other 7th order open heaven realm masters couldn't contain the urge to explore the star boundary. After talking to Hua Qingxi for a while longer, Yang Kai looked up as a figure flashed and appeared before his eyes. Su Linggong's brawny figure appeared in the grand hall. "Honored master." Qing Kuei and Suing Shui rose from the chairs and saluted him. Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai immediately stood up as well. Su Linggong seemed to be burdened with worries. He waved his hand and took a seat on a chair, after which Hua Qingxi set down a cup of tea on the table for him. After giving it a thought with a frown, Su Linggong picked up the cup and gulped the tea down. Then he stared at Yang Kai and snapped, "Brat, you've put me in a tight spot." Yang Kai broke into laughter. "What do you mean, Martial Uncle Su?" Su Linggong replied, "I saw many talented youths when I was out taking a stroll just now and wanted to take them all on as disciples. What do you think I should do?" Yang Kai's expression darkened as the corners of his eyes twitched. "It seems that you're here to rob me instead of complaining about anything, Martial Uncle Su." Su Linggong grinned. "I only thought about it but didn't make any moves. It's someone else who has actually done so." As he spoke, he pointed at the entrance of the hall. Following that, another figure flashed as an old man clad in a simple gray robe appeared. What was surprising was that the old man was carrying a toddler that was barely a few months old in his arms. Beside him was a flustered woman whose eyes were drenched in tears. The woman was wearing clothes made from simple linen, and although she was a bit chubby, it was obvious that she wasn't from a wealthy family. She was as ordinary as could be. No traces of cultivation could be found on this woman, and the dirt under her nails and in her hair made it apparent that she was from a family of mortal farmers. Her child was taken away by a seemingly powerful old man, and she was brought to this strange hall at the speed of lightning. At that moment, she was anxious and didn't know what to do. However, her worried gaze remained fixed on her child as he seemed to be the only thing on her mind. Martial Peak Chapter 46:14. This old master must accept a disciple. The toddler in the arms of the old man clad in a gray robe was only a few months old. He was chubby and adorable. Everyone at the scene instantly took a liking to him. At this moment, the toddler could barely contain his excitement as he looked up and pulled the old man's low-hanging beard with his petite hands. The old man didn't mind it as he let the child do what it pleased. Just then a strand of beard was snapped. The child started giggling as though he found it interesting. He then exerted more force with his hands and pulled off more strands of the long beard. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui were drenched in cold sweat at the mere sight of this. Others might not know who this old man was, but they were fully aware of his identity. He was an inner elder of one of the 72 paradises, a powerful 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The average person could hardly meet him, but here he was getting his beard plucked by a baby. If the disciples from his paradise saw it, they would surely break into a commotion. The two of them wouldn't dare to be negligent as they saluted and called out, "Martial Uncle Yu." The old man surnamed Yu nodded, then turned to look at Yang Kai before speaking to the woman who was brought to this place by him. "Don't fret. You're now in High Heaven Palace, and the person in front of you is its palace master." He didn't activate any kind of power, but his words were soothing enough to make the woman calm down instantly. She then turned to look at Yang Kai, and upon making sure that he looked exactly like the person in the picture that she had always paid respects to in her home, she instantly fell on her knees and lowered her head. "Greetings, sir." The old man in gray robes frowned to the side, but he didn't stop her. Yang Kai raised his hand and lifted up the woman, then gazed at the old man in puzzlement. "Senior, she?" He hadn't even figured out which of the cave heavens or paradises this old man came from or the reason the latter brought a child and a woman to this place. The old man said frankly, "This old master must accept a disciple." A surprised Yang Kai took a glance at the woman he was holding up, but he couldn't find anything special about her, making him wonder why this 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had his eyes on her. As though realizing what was on Yang Kai's mind, the old man patted the child in his arms and said, "I'm talking about this child." While he was speaking, one more strand of his beard was plucked. His white beard was initially well trimmed and organized, but it now looked disheveled, which stripped him of his demeanor as a senior expert. Yang Kai appeared even more surprised. If the old man wanted to take the woman on as a disciple, he could accept it even though he didn't understand it. The old man probably had a way to sense some peculiarity or unique characteristic in this woman. After all, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was powerful, so it was expected that he possessed abilities that Yang Kai didn't. However, he couldn't understand why the old man wanted to take a mere baby to be his disciple. The child was barely a few months old, so how was this old man able to see through his aptitude? Nevertheless, the old man carried the child like the latter was a treasure, and he didn't even mind that his beard was being pulled. Yang Kai then looked inquisitively at Su Linggong. Su Linggong, however, was just watching the good show while chuckling. Upon noticing Yang Kai's stare, he explained, "Kid, this is Yu Changdao from Free and Unfettered Paradise. You can call him Martial Uncle Yu." "So it is Martial Uncle Yu. Forgive me for my lack of politeness." Upon learning that the old man was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, Yang Kai instantly became friendlier. Ning Dao Ran was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, and he was on close terms with Yang Kai. Moreover, Yu Changdao came to this place alongside Su Linggong, so it was obvious that he was a friend of the latter. Regardless, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be impolite to him. "Martial Uncle Yu, may I know the nature of your relationship with senior brother Ning Dao Ran?" Yang Kai asked humbly. Yu Changdao replied dispassionately, "He's my second senior brother's disciple." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai realized that Ning Dao Ran was Yu Changdao's martial nephew. Yang Kai then gazed at the woman and the child before asking, "And what is this situation about, Martial Uncle Yu?" There was a helpless expression on Yu Changdao's face as he replied, "The innate Dao body of this child matches my grand Dao perfectly, so I'd like to take him on as a closed legacy disciple." Upon hearing that, Su Linggong was startled as he gazed at Yu Changdao in shock and asked, "Old Yu, are you serious?" Accepting a closed legacy disciple was no laughing matter. Once Yu Changdao did so, he would never take on another disciple again, which meant that the child in his arms would be the last disciple of his life. Xia Ningchong was born with a sacred spirit medicine body, so she had the right to become a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor and learn the alchemic Dao from him. However, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had already accepted Ji Ying, who was the fifth disciple, to be his closed legacy disciple. Therefore, regardless of how outstanding Xia Ningchang's aptitude was, she was unable to become a direct disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. With that said, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had always been generous in teaching her the alchemic Dao. Although there wasn't a formal relationship between them, they were no different from master and disciple. Yang Kai naturally knew what taking a closed legacy disciple would mean. He couldn't help but take another look at the child, but he still couldn't figure out anything, let alone see through the child's innate Dao body. However, as a seventh-order open heaven realm master, Yu Changdao wouldn't make a casual joke about such an important matter. The innate Dao body of this several-month-old child was undoubtedly real. A determined Yu Changdao continued, "With such a legacy disciple, I'll be able to die with no regret." Su Linggong appeared solemn as he nodded. "Congratulations, then." He turned to look at Yang Kai. "Old Yu would like to take on a disciple from the star boundary. Are you fine with it?" Yang Kai chuckled. This child must be extremely lucky to gain the favor of Martial Uncle Yu. Naturally, there is no problem. Su Linggong appeared gratified as he gave Yang Kai an approving look. However, Yu Changdao sighed as he shot a helpless glance at the woman to his side. Although this old master would like to take this child on as a disciple, his mother doesn't agree to it. She said that when the child grows up, he has to enter High Heaven Palace to cultivate. Regardless of how I tried to persuade her, she refuses to listen to me. Why don't you have a talk with her, Martial Nephew Yang? Yang Kai burst into laughter. It was then he realized the reason Yu Changdao brought the mother and baby together to this place was to make him interfere in this matter. He then turned to look at the woman. When he was speaking to Yu Changdao just now, he realized that the woman kept stealing glances at him, and then she would hang her head low with self-abasement. When she saw Yang Kai gazing at her now, she became flustered and was ready to fall on her knees again. A helpless Yang Kai shot Hua Qingxi a glance to motion for her to talk to the woman. It was easier for a woman to approach another woman after all. Upon realizing his intention, Hua Qingxi stepped forward and helped the woman up. As she hospitably took the woman's rough hands, she invited her to have a seat. The woman was clearly anxious. She was just an ordinary farmer, so it was expected that she was flustered when she suddenly arrived at a magnificent palace. Moreover, the person she paid respects to every day and night without fail was now standing right before her eyes. She initially wasn't even able to speak clearly, so Hua Qingxi poured her a cup of tea and placated her before they could start communicating. Yu Changdao was seated beside Su Linggong with the child in his arms. Su Linggong extended his head in an attempt to tease the child, but Yu Changdao moved his figure a little to block the child out of the other man's sight. Su Linggong pressed his lips together. How petty. He then stuck out his head and took a proper look before breaking into laughter. So he's a boy. Don't worry, old Yu. I'll look for a suitable partner for him from Yinyang Cave Heaven. When he grows up, he'll marry into my sect. Yu Changdao glared at him and snarled, if you dare to do that, I'll kill you. His loud voice must have scared the laughing child as he started crying. Following that, a stream of liquid perfectly landed on Su Linggong's face. Seeing that, Yu Changdao started laughing as he patted the child in his arms. My good disciple, you already know you should help vent out your honored master's anger. You're indeed clever. While being patted, the child stopped crying and started chuckling. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui just stood behind their honored master, looking up at the ceiling as if admiring the beautiful artwork. Su Linggong wiped his face and flung his hand, but he didn't seem to be vexed at all. With a smile he said, it's said that being sprinkled with a toddler's water can bring good luck. It seems that good things will soon happen to me. He then casually dried his hand on Yu Changdao's gray robe. Yang Kai couldn't bear to keep looking at these two, thinking that the demeanor of these high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't meet his expectations of how senior experts should behave. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi was still having a chat with the woman, who would gaze at her child from time to time with concern. However, by now she had somewhat calmed down. Despite the woman's small voice, the powerful cultivators in the grand hall could clearly hear her. The woman began telling her story. My family's elders said that the star boundary fell into great turmoil about 100 years ago, and the people were almost wiped out. In the end, it was Senior Void and his high heaven palace that defended the last piece of pure land. With the leadership of Senior Void and the other great seniors, they fought an intense battle and eventually drove back the enemies. That was how we all survived. After that, every family would worship the idols or pictures of Senior Void and the other seniors. This simple woman has never been educated, nor did I have the aptitude to cultivate. Since I was married, I've been taking care of my husband and child and doing some manual work to feed the family. Half a year ago, the child's father passed away. Before his death, he took my hand and stroked my belly. The child wasn't born at that time, but he told me that when the child grew up, I should let him join High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect the child to be as famous as Senior Void. He just hoped that should there be any calamity again, the child could assist Senior Void and the other seniors. As she tucked her hair behind her ears, she took a look at the alluring Hua Qingxi, then bashfully hung her head low. It's been a few months since the child was born. I don't even know if he can cultivate in the future or has the right to enter High Heaven Palace. However, this was his father's dying wish, and I wouldn't dare to disregard it. Otherwise, the child's father might not be able to rest in peace. Hua Qingxi was moved as she clenched the other woman's hands. Don't worry. Since your child has gained the favor of that senior, his aptitude must be extraordinary. He'll certainly achieve great things in life. The woman's eyes brightened when she heard that. Are you telling me the truth? Hua Qingxi smiled and nodded. I wouldn't lie to you. The woman let out a breath. If he can cultivate, he won't be as useless as his parents. However, I wouldn't dare to hope that he'll be as great as Senior Void. This simple woman just prays that he will grow up to be healthy and happy. The wish of an ordinary person was always simple and guileless. Marshall Peak. Chapter 46:15. Not speaking the same language. The woman stole one more glance at Yang Kai and asked in a hushed voice, is that really Senior Void? Hua Qingxi said with a smile, since you worship his picture at home, why would you not recognize him when you finally see him? The woman flushed. I just can't believe it. She had always been a lowly farmer, so she found it unbelievable when such an important person suddenly appeared before her eyes. Then, are you head manager Hua of High Heaven Palace? The woman suddenly recalled something and gazed at Hua Qingxi in shock. A curious Hua Qingxi asked, "You know me?" "It really is you." The surprised woman covered her mouth as admiration was written all over her face. Then she explained, "It is said that Senior Void has a strong right hand in High Heaven Palace. Despite being a woman, she was able to help Senior Void manage all the affairs in this world. Even a simple woman like me has heard about Head Manager Hua. The fact that the star boundary has been safe over the years is largely thanks to Head Manager Hua." Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, "It seems that I'm pretty famous too." The woman smiled humbly, but she soon started squirming as though she was sitting on pins and needles. Not only had she met the famous Senior Void, but she had also come across Head Manager Hua. She felt like she was dreaming. After a moment of hesitation with her lips pressed together, she asked in a small voice, "Can my son enter High Heaven Palace, Head Manager?" Hua Qingxi straightened her face and patted the other woman's hands. Given the child's aptitude, he is qualified to be the disciple of anyone he wishes. Since the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master wanted to take the child on as a closed legacy disciple, it proved that he had an exceptional aptitude, so no great force would turn him down, though Hua Qingxi was unable to see anything special about the child. The woman gritted her teeth and rose from the chair. Facing Yang Kai, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground as she said loudly, "Senior Void, please accept my child into High Heaven Palace so that the last wish of his father can be fulfilled. I'm willing to offer a lifetime of service to repay your favor." Yu Changdao, who was playing with the child, immediately glowered at Yang Kai as his aura churned. It seemed that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if the latter dared to agree to this request. Pretending to not see this, Yang Kai sent a signal to Hua Qingxi while uttering, "Get up first." He felt helpless at the woman's tendency to keep kneeling. Hua Qingxi helped the woman up and adjusted her clothes for her. Before Yang Kai could speak, Yu Changdao suddenly said, "Martial nephew Yang, allow me to have a word with her." Yang Kai naturally wouldn't turn him down over such a trivial matter, so he extended his hand to motion for him to go ahead, after which he picked up a cup of tea and sipped it. Yu Changdao walked up to the woman and explained to her things like universe worlds, the 3,000 worlds, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in a small voice. The woman was puzzled as she listened to him. She didn't speak or ask any questions, almost like they were not speaking the same language. For all her life, she had only stayed in a small place that was several dozen square kilometers. She had never even stepped outside of her farming village prior to today. Therefore, she was unable to understand the old man as he talked about the 3,000 worlds, cave heavens and paradises. She just thought that the things the old man with a gray beard said were abstruse and unfathomable. From time to time, she would steal a glance at his beard. The originally neat and tidy beard had become disheveled because of her child, so she was worried that the old man would be angered. Certainly Yu Changdao realized this as well. He was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could easily destroy a star or flip a universe world when he was infuriated. However, he was completely powerless to deal with this ordinary woman. He felt frustration burning in his chest without any means to vent it out, which was why he was so vexed. "Do you understand now?" As a cultivator of the heavenly way, Yu Changdao was truly patient though and asked the woman with a smile. The woman shook her head and nodded, then shook her head again. On the side, Su Linggong was all but rolling on the floor with laughter. Regardless of how patient Yu Changdao was, he was enraged by this stubborn woman. If it weren't because she was the mother of his future closed legacy disciple, he would have given her a piece of his mind. He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Suddenly thinking of something, he said, "How do you find High Heaven Palace?" The woman replied without hesitation, "It's definitely the best. That was what my husband kept telling me before his death. In the past, he had tried to enter High Heaven Palace, but he was unable to make his dream come true. That was because his aptitude was not good enough, so he didn't pass the various tests." Yu Changdao put on a smile and extended a finger. "High Heaven Palace might be the best in your eyes, but I can easily destroy it with one finger." The woman appeared horrified at those words. She looked at the old man as though he was the demon lord who caused calamity and upheaval in the star boundary 100 years ago. Not knowing what was on her mind, Yu Changdao went on to ask, "How do you find him?" As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Respect was written all over the woman's face. Without Senior Void and the other senior who refused to yield in battle, the star boundary would have been destroyed, and all of us would have been killed. Yu Changdao stroked his fingers across his beard and put on a faint smile. Perhaps, but he still must call me martial uncle, and even if there are 10 of him, I can still easily defeat them. Yu Changdao knew that it was impossible to reason with this using the logic of the martial Dao woman, so he decided to explain to her in a simple way by comparing High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai with himself so that the woman would realize that he and the force behind him, which was free and unfettered paradise, were powerful. This couldn't be helped, as Yu Changdao had no other choice. If he could reason with her, he wouldn't have bragged about his power in such a way. That wasn't what a senior expert was supposed to do. The woman appeared flustered as she snatched the child back from Yu Changdao and gazed at him with vigilance. Are you trying to harm the star boundary and make things difficult for Senior Void and the other seniors? She reckoned that he was a terrible person since he wanted to destroy High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai. With the child gone, Yu Changdao was dumbfounded for a moment before he snapped. Just what are you talking about? The martial Dao he had cultivated for years almost fell apart because of a woman who could barely read. He then turned to stare at Yang Kai and said, Martial nephew Yang, it's not easy for this old master to come across a suitable disciple. I was cultivating the other day when I suddenly had the urge to visit Inyang Cave Heaven. Then I was suddenly brought to your star boundary by old friend Su. After that, I found this child here. This is surely fate. This child and I are destined to be master and disciple. He was being verbose because he wanted Yang Kai to help him out, and certainly Yang Kai was aware of this. Yang Kai then nodded, Don't worry, martial uncle. I'll sit down and have a chat with her. Yu Changdao looked at him with gratitude. Many thanks, martial nephew. If I can take this child on as a disciple, I will owe you a favor. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he guffawed. Good. The favor of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extraordinarily valuable. If he had such a favor in the past, those from Voidland wouldn't have fallen into a difficult battle against Suquan Hui. They would just have to invite Yu Changdao over to show his face, and everything would have been solved. After Yu Changdao was seated, Su Linggong kept grinning at him, which irritated him to no end. On the other side, Yang Kai walked up to the woman and told her to have a seat. After taking the child from her arms, he sat down on her right side. Yang Kai had never carried a toddler before. As he looked at the child's carefree smile, clear eyes and petite hands, he couldn't help but take a liking to him. At that moment, he suddenly had the urge to have a child of his own. Even though the child was in his arms, Yang Kai was still unable to sense the innate Dao body he supposedly had. Perhaps even Su Linggong couldn't see that. Only someone like Yu Changdao could discover it. Yang Kai then asked about the woman's name and found that she was Lu Kaixia. Such an ordinary name was typically used by farmers. Then, he asked about the child's name and found out that it was given to him by his father before his death. The name was Shida Zhuang as the child got his father's surname. Following that, he inquired about her family, what she did for a living, and whether she had enough money to get by. Lu Kaixia answered his questions honestly. Certainly, she wouldn't dare to lie to Void Great Emperor. Moreover, her life as a farmer was simple, so there was nothing for her to hide. After some small talk, she no longer appeared as flustered. She was also surprised to learn that such an important figure was so down to earth. As Yu Changdao watched them, he let out a sigh. When faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him, the woman wasn't as respectful to him as she was to Yang Kai. He was unable to make the woman realize that he was the more powerful one. What my martial uncle Yu has said is not an exaggeration. The great force he belongs to is one of the best in existence, and he is truly powerful. Your child is fortunate to have gained his appreciation, and his future will be limitless if he cultivates under him. Yang Kai played with the child while explaining to Lu Kaixia. Lu Kaixia clenched the hem of her shirt and replied in a hushed voice, I understand. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. Since you understand, why don't you agree to it? It's obvious that martial uncle Yu sincerely cares for your child, and wants to take him as his closed legacy disciple. Otherwise, given his power, he could have directly snatched the child, and there would have been nothing you or even I could do to stop him. Lu Kaixia remained silent. Yang Kai went on to say, "Your child definitely qualifies to enter High Heaven Palace, but his future will be much brighter by becoming Martial Uncle Yu's disciple." Across from them, Yu Changdao ran his fingers across his beard and nodded softly. With a gentle expression, he looked gratefully at Yang Kai, who obviously didn't have any selfish motives. As the Void Great Emperor that this simple woman admired, his words were definitely more persuasive than an old man like him who came out of nowhere. However, the next moment, a few strands of his beard snapped again, but it was his own doing. A determined Lu Kaixia looked up and said, "Senior Void, I still hope that you will allow this child to join High Heaven Palace." Yu Changdao was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the floor. He almost wanted to reprimand the woman for being so obstinate. Yang Kai placated him with his eyes, then asked the woman gently, "Is it because that is the last wish of the child's father?" Lu Kaixia nodded her head. "I know nothing about the outside world, and I have no idea who is stronger or weaker, but my late husband was my world, and he only had one wish before his death. It would be fine if the child did not have the qualifications to cultivate, as he could simply walk down his father's path and grow up safely. When he grew old enough, I would look for a wife for him, and he would have children of his own. He would work hard every morning and come home in the evening. He would be able to live his life peacefully. However, since he can cultivate, he can only join High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, his father will never be able to rest in peace, and I won't have the face to see him when I pass away one day." Martial Peak. Chapter 46:16. You've dug a nice pit. The woman was simple-minded and guileless, but she was obstinate. The last wish of the child's father was of utmost importance to her in her heart, so she would never dare to disobey him. Therefore, despite knowing that the old man was right, and that Senior Void sincerely wanted the child to have a bright future, the Lu Kaixia still wouldn't change her mind. If the child's father was still alive, they could have reasoned with him. However, he was now dead, so it wasn't like they could dig up his grave and ask him. Furthermore, the corpse wouldn't respond to them even if they did. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face as he gazed at Yu Changdao. "Martial Uncle, I don't think it's appropriate to force her to do something against her will. Why don't you look for a different disciple? Even though there are not a lot of people in the star boundary, there are definitely many talented youths. Perhaps you'll find a more suitable candidate." Yu Changdao shook his head. "It's extremely difficult to find anyone with the innate Dao body. This old master has traveled to countless universe worlds before, but never met another child like him. I don't think I can find another in this lifetime." "What should we do then?" Yang Kai appeared to be having a headache as he patted the child in his arms. "I can't go against the will of the child's father. It's his last wish after all." Yu Changdao pressed his lips together, then let out a long sigh. If he knew this would be the outcome, he would have directly brought the child back to free and unfettered paradise, skipping over all this nonsense. He initially thought that by bringing them here and making Yang Kai negotiate, he could easily take on the child as a disciple. It never crossed his mind that things would come to such a point. The impasse made him vexed. Yang Kai suggested by saying, "Martial Uncle, why don't you stay in the star boundary for a while longer and spend more time with the child? When the child grows up, you can ask him whether he'll be interested in becoming your disciple." Yu Changdao's eyes brightened. Lu Kaixia immediately objected in her small voice though. "When the child grows up, he'll still have to join High Heaven Palace." Yu Changdao was so exasperated that he almost spat blood. Lu Kaixia hung her head low and clenched the hem of her shirt. If he can't join High Heaven Palace, he'll not cultivate. Then she stood up and was clearly ready to take the child back from Yang Kai. It seemed that she was determined to return home. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her by saying, "Good. I'll let him join High Heaven Palace right now. From now on, he's a disciple of High Heaven Palace." Lu Kaixia's hands froze in midair. Then her eyes widened as she was in a dazed state before she became ecstatic. With her eyes reddening, she replied gratefully, "Many thanks, Senior Void. This child's father can finally rest in peace now." "Martial nephew." Yu Changdao stared angrily at Yang Kai. "How can you do such a thing?" Yang Kai was basically stealing his disciple from him, right in front of his face no less. He initially had a good impression of Yang Kai because of Su Linggong, but he no longer felt that way. By snatching his disciple from him, Yang Kai was practically breaking off his legacy. This was a feud that was second only to if someone killed his father or snatched his wife. Yang Kai pretended to not hear him though as he said to Hua Qingxi, "Look for a quiet place in the palace and help them settle down." He then turned to look at Lu Kaixia. "The child is still young so you'll still have to take care of him. You can stay here with peace of mind. Your child will start cultivating when he's a little older." Lu Kaixia was naturally grateful. She knew that she no longer had to live a life of poverty thanks to her child. Yang Kai then asked her if there was anyone else in her family that had to be informed about this matter. Upon learning that her child was her only remaining family, he was relieved that there would be no further trouble. After Hua Qingxi left the hall alongside Lu Kaixia and her child, Yang Kai turned to look at Yu Changdao and bowed, "Martial Uncle Yu." Yu Changdao sported a long face as he rose from the chair and swung his sleeve. "Old friend Su, this old master still has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." He then prepared to depart. It took him a painfully long time before he found a suitable disciple, only to have him snatched away by Yang Kai. That was why he was vexed. He decided that when Yang Kai wasn't paying attention, he would abduct the woman and the child back to free and unfettered paradise. He reckoned that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to barge into his sect and get them back. He would never let go of this disciple. While Su Linggong remained silent, Yang Kai stood in Yu Changdao path and put on a fawning smile. "Please forgive me, martial uncle. I had no choice but to do things this way." Yu Changdao glowered at him. "Just because you didn't have a choice, it didn't mean you could snatch my disciple. Stand aside, or else don't blame this old master for being impolite." A nonchalant Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Doesn't martial uncle you understand that I was simply retreating in order to advance?" Yu Changdao frowned and looked at him doubtfully. Su Linggong gently comforted from the side. "Although this brat acts recklessly sometimes, he isn't a mannerless brute. He must have his own reason for doing what he did. Why don't you have a seat and listen to his explanation? It'd be best if he could explain himself. If he can't, you can beat him up to vent out your anger. He won't dare to resist." Yu Changdao snorted. "He's a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so I wouldn't dare to teach him a lesson without your permission. If he really made a move, Su Linggong would certainly interfere." Su Linggong chuckled. "Then I'll beat him up on your behalf. I've never been fond of him anyway." There was a bitter expression on Yang Kai's face. "You wound me deeply, martial Uncle Su." In response, Su Linggong just chuckled. It was only after some more placating that Yu Changdao took a seat and examined Yang Kai. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "As you are well aware, martial uncle, the child's mother is incredibly obstinate. The child's father left behind only one final wish before he passed away, so as long as she lives, she will not disregard it. Regardless of how great the outside world is, the child has to enter High Heaven Palace, unless you have a way to retrieve the soul of the child's father back from the Yellow Springs and get him to change his mind." With a dark expression, Yu Changdao fell silent. Yang Kai chuckled and, "Even though the child has joined High Heaven Palace though, it doesn't mean you can't be his master." Yu Changdao arched his brow. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai deliberately swung his sleeves as though he had come up with a perfect solution. "I have a suggestion. If martial uncle Yu agrees to it, you can take the child on as a disciple immediately. This way, the last wish of the child's father will be fulfilled, and martial uncle Yu will be able to accept your favored disciple. It's the best of both worlds." "Oh." Yu Changdao's interest had been piqued as his expression turned milder. "And how would you suggest we go about implementing this best of both worlds solution?" Yang Kai swung his sleeves again and bent his back. "As Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, I would like to formally invite martial uncle Yu to serve as a supreme high-rank guest elder." Su Linggong, who was fiddling with his teacup, immediately froze in place. He looked up at Yang Kai with an expression which suggested he already knew that the latter was up to no good. Behind him, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui widened their mouths and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. How did he have the nerve to come up with such a suggestion? A seventh-order open heaven realm master was extremely powerful, so how did a sect of a universe world have the right to invite him to be a supreme high-rank guest elder, which was just a useless title? It had to be noted that people like Yu Changdao were mostly inner elders of the cave heavens and paradises. They usually wouldn't be interested in becoming the supreme high-rank guest elders of great forces like Voidland, much less a mere high heaven palace. Yu Changdao was startled for a moment before he broke into laughter, as though he had just heard the funniest joke. Soon after, though, he fell silent with a solemn expression. Then he knocked on the table and nodded. It's actually a feasible solution. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui turned to look at him in disbelief. An elated Yang Kai asked, "So you agreed to it, martial uncle?" Yu Changdao didn't immediately respond to him, and after a moment of silence he replied, "I'll have to think about it." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "There's no rush. You'll have plenty of time to ponder it. Why don't you stay in High Heaven Palace for a while to think about it?" Yu Changdao nodded. "Good. I'll take a look at the child now." "I'll lead the way for you," Yang Kai offered. However, Yu Changdao waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I can find my own way." The next moment he disappeared from the spot. His anxiety showed that he truly cared about the child. Yang Kai let out a breath of relief, but when he turned his head, he saw Su Linggong smiling faintly at him. "Please have some tea, martial uncle Su," Yang Kai said. Su Linggong chuckled. "You've dug a nice pit there, kid. Old Yu will be willing to jump right into it." An aggrieved Yang Kai said, "You've got me all wrong, martial uncle Su. I just want to fulfill the last wish of the child's father." "Stop spouting nonsense." Su Linggong snorted. "Maybe you initially didn't have such intentions, but would you dare to say you didn't have an ulterior motive after seeing the attitudes of that woman and old Yu?" Yang Kai directly sat down on a chair beside him and tilted his figure before saying in a hushed voice, "Even though you've seen through me, it'd be terrible if you pointed out. Don't you agree, martial uncle Su?" Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui looked at them in a way as though they were two foxes, grinning slyly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai appeared worried. "Do you think it will work?" Su Linggong stroked his chin and said, "You'll most likely succeed. Old Yu has been looking for a suitable legacy disciple for many years, but to no avail. However, he's found one here, so there's no way he'll let the child go. If he wants to take the child on as a disciple, he'll have to become a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, he won't have the right to accept the child as his disciple. You're such a cunning brat. By using that baby, you've managed to bind a seventh-order open heaven realm master to your sect. It's such a steal. Moreover, when the child grows up, he'll still be a disciple of High Heaven Palace. Old Yu is practically going to train a disciple for you for free. It's no wonder that even though it's been a short time since you started cultivating, you've managed to build such an influential sect. I suppose you've managed to deceive many people over the years." There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. "You've got me wrong, martial uncle Su. I've managed to build such a sect because of my natural charm and charisma, not because of anything else." Su Linggong didn't play along as he snorted. "However, old Yu has lived for a long time. He may be temporarily fooled by you, but it doesn't mean he will be blind to it forever. In fact, it's quite likely he's already seen through you, but he just didn't bother to expose it." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Senior experts like you two are undoubtedly insightful and intelligent. Juniors like me are no match for you. I've taken some slight advantage because I'm young and weak." "Stop your useless flattery." Su Linggong landed a slap on Yang Kai's shoulder, which forced the latter to lower his figure slightly. "Old Yu has gotten some benefits, but what about me, boy? You're a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven, so you can't just give all the benefits to the outsiders. You have to be fair to us." Yang Kai hurriedly replied, "Of course. That's the reason I asked senior brother Qing to invite you over." Su Linggong put on a faint smile. "You're indeed a promising young man.